So firstly, this morning, I would like to introduce Auntie Lola Ryan. Lola's an Aboriginal woman from La Perouse community. She is a devoted mum of 3 children who loves spending her spare time with the family and her grandchildren. Lola is the Aboriginal health worker and the Child and Family Health Team of South Eastern Sydney Local Health District. Her passion is in improving the health outcomes of Aboriginal families and young children, and to work on projects that can make a difference in engaging Aboriginal families to take care of their own health and well. Welcome, Auntie Lola.
Thank you. Nagambi Nagan, Auntie Lola, Nagan Gully, Darwal La Perouse, Nagan Nornang, Nalamanang, Bijigal Gadigal, Nagan Gamma Maringa, Darwal Anga. Welcome. I'm Auntie Lola and I'm a Darwal elder from La Perouse, and I acknowledge that we are on the land of the Bijigal and Gadigal people. And I introduce myself in our Darwal language. Our Darwal language was dispossessed and it is now being brought back into our community through many years of research, and it's been taught to our children in schools, day care centres and preschools. So we're very proud of that. So it's good that they are, So I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, as our children will one day be our leaders. So we must respect them and always take care of their health and their well-being. It's a pleasure to be here to welcome you all to Royal Hospital for Women Midwifery Conference. I have worked in my job for almost 21 years. I'm now on long service leave, but I worked in very closely with the Malabar midwifery team of the RHW. So, yeah, so our teams work together to ensure our Aboriginal families have that continuity of care from the time they fall pregnant until their child is 5 years old. But out at the La Perouse Aboriginal Health Centre, we've also built very strong childcare with paediatrics, speech and other needs for OT for our children with autism and stuff like that, so that our children grow up to be strong and healthy adults. So on behalf of my community, we always thank our ancestors for caring for our land, our oceans and our waterways, as they only took what they needed to survive. That way, no families went hungry, and that is how our people have survived for over 65,000 years. So on behalf of my community and my ancestors, I wish you all a very, very warm welcome. We are spiritual people. We believe our ancestors are always with us. So may their spirits be with you, keep you safe wherever your journeys may take you now and into the future. And thank you for the work that you do as midwives. Very important role, as are many other medical professions. It's very important to make sure that, you know, our women are healthy and safe, especially while they're carrying their little bubbas. So, Budjuri Nambanwabi, thank you and have a great day.
I too would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the Bijigal land on which we meet today, and thank you, Auntie Lola, for such a warm welcome. In particular, I honour the strength and wisdom of Aboriginal midwives and their carers who have for generations practiced the art of midwifery, guiding birth and knowledge, passing down through history, through story, through ritual, and sharing a deep connection to the land and people. Welcome to Nurturing the Art of Midwifery Conference. Today, this is a conference that invites us to reflect on our practice, not just as science, but as an art, one crafted by hands, by hearts, by minds, that shape the experience of pregnancy, of birth and parenting for many families. The theme of today's conference has motivated me to reflect on other artists, such as sculptors that shape clay and painters that lay down their colour, or poets that choose their words ever so wisely. And each time I reflect on that, I know that we as midwives bring skill, intuition, and artistry to every birthing family we attend. Many years ago, when I entered the wonderful profession of midwifery as a student midwife, we had an assessment titled The Art of Midwifery. Each student took that assessment away and did with it whatever they pleased. There were poems, there were paintings, there was sculpting, there was sewing, there were dresses. It was a wonderful way of celebrating the art of midwifery and exploring each other's unique perspectives of midwifery. The other great thing, of course, was you didn't have to worry about referencing and full stops and parentheses. But for me, midwifery is more than a profession. It's a calling, it's a craft. It's one we refine with wisdom and with experience, and we share our stories of those who came before us. Today, within the audience, many of my midwifery heroes are here today, and they have shaped my career and continue to shape the career of all of us within the room, and I'm grateful to have them here today. Midwifery is a dance between the known and the unpredictable, the structured and the fluid, the medical and the deeply human. And like any great masterpiece, no two births are ever the same. My personal journey of the art of midwifery began many years ago, and I've had the privilege of practicing across various spheres. As a midwife at home, I learned patience, the ability to sit with women and families in a quietly confident space. I was able to observe the rhythm of labour, the ebb and flow of contractions, and a woman's body sculpting its way to the birth of their baby. I witnessed the beauty, the impact, the instinct, the power of unhurried physiological birth. I still smile as I remember many a time leaving a birth bone tired, but deeply satisfied and completely in awe. And then in the hospital setting, the artistry remains, yet the canvas changes. My time in hospital has seen an interplay of science and artistry where midwifery adapts and works collaboratively. Sometimes we change our gentle brushstrokes to inspire confidence, and sometimes we bring out the chisel and hammer away at that fear. But we always protect the sacredness of birth. The collaborative art of midwifery and working together means that many hands create something greater than the sum of one part. Put it all together and we share something quite unique together. Now, as a leader, my role is to support those who paint the future of midwifery. I see our workforce, and here we are sitting together, a gallery of talent. And each midwife brings their own unique strokes, their own perspectives, and together we create something outstanding. My challenge and my privilege is to ensure that we have the hands and the heart that's needed to continue for generations to come. But like any great artistic movement, midwifery needs investment. We need encouragement. We need renewal, and we need support. Across our healthcare system, we feel the weight of a workforce that's stretched very thin. Our resources of time are not enough. Our resources with each other need building, and I'm committed to ensure that we work together to have that happen. We need to mentor our new midwives with care, Just as an artist with an apprentice would nurture the apprentice, we'll nurture our next generation of midwives. And we must support each other. The art of midwifery is never created alone. It's a shared tapestry, woven with wisdom, with courage, and with solidarity. It is the knowing glance that we share together when we're caring for women in all circumstances. It's the quiet words of reassurance that you all provide each other at the end of a long shift. It's the laughter we share, it's the tears we share. And it's the unspoken understanding that we are part of something extraordinary. Today reminds us that midwifery is an ancient art and it's ever evolving. It's timeless and it's deeply personal. We are part of a lineage of caregivers, of knowledge keepers, and of champions of women's strength. As we begin the conference today, I invite you to think of yourselves as artists. What will you create in this world? How will you shape the future of midwifery? What legacy will your hands, your hearts, and mind leave behind? Midwifery is our symphony. We're working together to enable women to feel empowered, to feel safe, and to feel deeply supported. We hold space for the transformation of women, of families, and of each other. Midwifery is our expression. Let's honour it, celebrate it, and strengthen it together. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Helen Cook. Helen is a registered midwife for the past 43 years and has a PhD in interprofessional education. Helen has been an instructor and board member of the Advanced Maternity and Reproductive Education for the past 23 years. Passionate about providing midwifery support for all women, Helen has a special interest in caring for women with complex pregnancies. Helen's clinical work for the past 20 years has been as a clinical midwifery consultant. Now semi-retired, Helen is able to focus on the areas of maternity care that have held her interest over the years: clinical case reviews and maternity service reviews. I take great pleasure welcoming Dr. Helen Cook.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I want to say, acknowledge first of all the Aboriginal owners of the land that we're meeting on today, to elders past, present and emerging. And I want to say thank you to the organising committee for asking me to speak. My talk today is called Reflections, so it was nice to hear Rob talk about reflections. And I want to reflect on my career and how the world might have changed or stayed very much the same over the last nearly 44 years. There's probably only one person in the room who can acknowledge how long that's been. It's so wonderful to have been asked to speak today. And on reflecting, thinking about presenting at conferences, I have been to more midwifery conferences than I can ever think about, and it has been such an important part of my career. I have met midwives from all over this country, from all over the world, and it's not just standing listening to somebody talk. It's about the people that you meet and the conversations that you have outside this space. So I encourage you all to chat to each other today, to meet someone that you don't know, because that person may well be at the next conference you go to. And I have met so many wonderful friends that have helped and influenced my career over the years. Not just conferences, but workshops and like many, many other things. So I encourage you all to get together and chat, because it's the chat that's really, really special. I don't have any words on my presentation today. I have just come back from the most amazing 2 months overseas with one of my very, very dear midwifery friends and mentors, Kate Dyer, who, if any of you know Kate, and I'm sure many of you do, sends her love to all of you today. And so not just has Kate been a mentor for me, and she has, because I met Kate the very second day I started my midwifery training, but she's been a dear friend, and we've spent time apart and time together, and those midwifery friends are the most special people in your life. So I'm going to use some of the slides. All the slides today are from our holiday. Some of them have a meaning, some of them are just nice photos maybe. So right now we're looking at the Tivoli Theatre in Copenhagen, where we spent Christmas. And I just love the way the light reflects on the water. It makes me, the holiday made me think that over my career, one of the things that I found important was to never say no when I was asked to do something. Now, that might sound really silly, but if somebody asks you to do something, it means they believe in your ability to be able to do it. And there've been a couple of people throughout my life who asked me to do something, and it has changed the way my career moved forward. Particularly one time back, I don't know, probably the early 1990s, felt like the 1900s. And Pat Brodie rang me and she said, "Oh, Cookie, I've been asked to do this research project with the College of Nursing and I can't do it. So I just wondered if you want to do it." I go, "What do you mean? What's it on?" "Oh, look," she said, "it's an antenatal project. So we're going to talk about antenatal care." I go, "Oh, okay." Anyway, it ended up being my master's research, and it was one of the best things that ever happened for me. So I'm very grateful to Pat Brodie for giving me that opportunity. So there will be many. I didn't ever think I could do that. I didn't ever think I could run a project or get people to do the things I was asking them to do. But clearly Pat thought I could, which was wonderful because she's such an amazing midwife. So that's just one of my reflections. Don't ever say no to any opportunity that may be offered to you. So my midwifery career started back in 1981 at King George V. So King George was then probably the leading obstetric hospital in New South Wales. I'm not going to say midwifery because I don't think midwifery was really a career back in 1981. I trained as an obstetric nurse. I learned how to do what doctors told me, and I learned how to be there with women, kind of, to the limitations that were allowed at that time. I'm going to talk about this a bit more, but I want you to sort of picture what it was like. There were 5,000 births. The antenatal clinic every day had about 150 women sitting there waiting to be seen. They were all told to turn up at 8 o'clock in the morning because that's when the clinic started. And so the race for everybody to be first at that desk at 8 o'clock so they got seen first was unbelievable. So everybody was there at 8 o'clock and they all sat round till about 1 o'clock till they got seen. It was just horrendous. It was like this huge cattle yard of women sitting there with babies and prams. And my job was to do the wheeze and ways. So as a midwifery student, I used to have to weigh everybody and test their wee. Sometimes I was allowed to take their blood pressure if I was a good girl. It was so frustrating. I felt that there was so much information in my head that I wanted to share with women, so much. And I guess that's kind of where my career went in terms of offering antenatal care, because that's been my big passion. So I just wanted to say more, but I never was able to. So that was the antenatal clinic. On the antenatal ward, they had one fetal heart rate monitor, the CTG machine that nobody knew how to read. Used to have to do CTGs on anybody who had hypertension. And in those days, everybody who had hypertension at King George was on Catapress. So Catapress is a neural depressant, and so every single baby had a fetal heart rate pattern that looked like a flat line. And at 5 o'clock every afternoon, Dr. Andrew Child or Dr. David Henderson-Smart would come along and interpret the fetal heart rate pattern that looked like a flat line. And that made me think that I'm not sure any of us know what we're doing in this space. So that was another part of my career that needed some work. The labour ward had 2 heart rate monitors. We're doing 5,000 births a year, so 2 heart rate monitors, which was probably too many because nobody knew what to do with them. But that was, you know, some of the things that used to make me think about where we needed to move forward, and that's been a lot of the work that I have done. I decided that midwifery wasn't at all my job, that it was my passion, and that it was something that I was going to end up doing for a very, very long time. When I first started my career, I worked night duty on the antenatal ward. I worked 4 nights a week because we were trying to have a family and it was the only time that I could get some regular hours. So I worked night duty, which I thought might have been a very bad career move, but in fact it wasn't, because I got lots and lots of experience. My goodness, we were never allowed to do a VE on the antenatal ward. You know, you had to work in labour ward to be able to do a VE, but every single woman in early labour was admitted to the antenatal ward, and my challenge was to get them to 8 centimetres before I sent them up to labour ward. And I didn't do too bad at that. So I used to try and get women to labour on the ward as much as possible before they went upstairs, but we were never allowed to do a VE. Oh, I don't know how I ever got through. So that was like antenatal care, and I did that for a few years. And I also did some work as I was asked to be the night duty ADON, so the, you know, director of, well, you know, the person who coordinated the unit at King George overnight. And that was some great experience because I got to work everywhere, to be everywhere, and to understand how the system worked. And understanding the system is always a challenge, I think, but that was really helpful for me. And then I went from night duty, I decided this wasn't going to work for me because I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. Nobody ever listened to me when I was on night duty, and I liked to be listened to. So I decided that I'd get a job at the antenatal clinic, and I went to work in the antenatal clinic for a couple of years. And that would have been sort of the late 1980s, which was a huge time of change for midwifery. So one would think, this is Strasbourg in France, and one would think that midwifery back then would have been lovely and peaceful and calm. And it was for some of those wonderful midwives who were actually offering home birth back then. They were, oh my God, the gamest, keenest women who put their hand up to offer women a service that should have always been there, which had been there 50 years before, but had slowly been eroded away by the big hospital medical systems. So it should have been lovely and calm and peaceful, but it wasn't. And instead it was a bit like the new world of Dubai, where there was as much interference as we could possibly offer, and it was all very much medically led, and it was the world of new technology. Ultrasound was under development, and, well, CTG machines started to grow and just everywhere without us understanding. And we were doing induction, and neonatal nurseries were growing, and we were saving babies at a much greater, earlier gestation. So it was quite medicalised and back then. But working in King George in 1988 was at the time of the Shearman Report. I don't know if any of you know about the Shearman Report, but it was probably the first Australian review of maternity services across the country. It was led by Professor Rodney Shearman, who was then the Director of Obstetrics at King George. And there were some wonderful, wonderful midwives who aren't with us anymore who were on that review committee. They interviewed thousands of women across the country to ask them what they wanted from maternity services. And it was the beginning of some really big changes. The women wanted midwifery care. They wanted to be heard. They wanted to not be in hospital. Let me see what else they wanted. They wanted birth centres. They wanted early discharge, and they wanted lactation support. So this big review into maternity services happened, and for me, that was a huge change. So working in the antenatal clinic at King George back in 1988, about 8 years after my training, I finally got to offer midwifery care. And we got to see the women for the actual antenatal visits. And I know that all sounds so stupid now, but it was really important back then. They still had to see a doctor at 3 different visits, but at least we got to do all the ones in between, which was really important. These are some pictures I found while we were away. This poor woman in the fountain in Munich is losing fluid from every orifice of her body, and there are about 10 of these women around the fountain. That was a big reflective moment of maybe how sometimes we're perceived. And then I love these breastfeeding paintings. This poor woman on the far right has a boob being manipulated in directions that shouldn't be. And it made me think about postnatal care when I first started my training. And postnatal care back then was all the women were in a bed for 5 days. They were sort of allowed out, but not a lot. And the babies were all in the nursery for the 5 days. And there were midwives working in the nursery, and every 3 hours the babies would come out to their mothers. And on day 1, they got fed 3 minutes on one side and 3 minutes on the other side. And then they were sent back to the nursery. Day 2, they did 5 minutes. On day 3, they did 7 minutes. On day 4, they did 10 minutes. And on day 5, they went home. And heavens knows what happened after that. Working night duty on the postnatal ward during my training was a nightmare, because after the babies had done their 3 or their 5 minutes, they came back into the nursery. So there's 38 very unsettled, very starving babies in the nursery, and it was your job to make sure that they slept. The nursery in King George on level 7 had this big metal trough sink. I'm not sure what it was used for, but anyway, it was big. And if you turned on the big water fountain tap at the top of it, it made this really rushing noise like a waterfall. And there must have been always 15 babies lined up in front of the waterfall trying to get them to sleep. So now I need you to reflect on how the world of breastfeeding might have changed since then. And I think we're doing a little better. Hard to know. I'm not sure that our breastfeeding rates have changed, though, because I think that there's a world of commercialism out there that affects the way women see breastfeeding and maybe the choices that they make. So I'm going to talk over time, I know I am. So the Schumann report and all the changes that happened back then in 88 really changed the way maternity care was offered across the country. And for me, it offered up some big opportunities to do my research. And so my research on antenatal care was, actually, the Royal were part of my research on antenatal care. So what we did was we looked at total midwifery-led antenatal care, so no medical visits at all. And we had schedule of visits. The women had to be seen 7 times, but they had contact with the midwife whenever they wanted it in between that. That was the model that we had at Nepean. I just started working at Nepean at that point. And the model at the Royal was the woman got seen every 4 weeks until 28 weeks, then every 2 weeks for 36 weeks, and then weekly after that. So they had 12 visits, and they got seen by a doctor at the second visit, at 28 weeks and at 36 weeks to check that everything was okay. So that was my research, and I had 100 women. And I looked at their outcomes, and then I did some interviews with them afterwards. And The interesting outcome that I think is important is that if you give midwives permission to make decisions, they will consult way, way more than if you don't. So here at the Royal, where there were regular medical visits, the midwives would see a woman who became maybe a bit hypertensive, but they didn't do anything about that then because the woman would go and see the doctor the next week or 2 weeks later. Now, a lot can happen in that time. However, the midwives at Nepean were so frightened they were going to miss something that they referred immediately to the medical staff, which is how it should be. It should be a team effort. And back in the early 90s, that was like big changes to the way we offered care. The women loved it. They loved having their own midwife. They saw the same midwife all the way through, not at the Royal, but definitely at Nepean. So the woman was allocated to the midwife and she saw that same midwife the whole time. The women loved being in contact with their midwife. I asked them specifically later on how they felt about that midwife not being there for their birth. Their response was, oh, that would have been lovely. I don't think it's possible. And it was okay. But I really, really, really would have loved to send that midwife sometime after the baby was born. So they would have wanted some kind of postnatal visit. And I guess that's the way the MAP model now works, in that the midwife does all the antenatal care and the postnatal care. And that's fabulous. But I also think we need to be there for women during labour. I truly in my heart believe that this is a total continuum of care that we need to offer. And yeah, MAP's okay as a second option, but it shouldn't be our first option. So it was a real privilege for me to be able to do that research back then and to try and understand what women actually wanted. And they really, really, really loved the relationship that they developed with you throughout the antenatal period. They really, really enjoy it. Okay, what's my next slide? Malmo. So while we were in Copenhagen, we went over to Malmo for the day, and it made me reflect on how sometimes the decisions you make may not be the right one. If any of you have travelled in Europe, Monday is a very quiet day. Very quiet. Everything closes. It's like Sunday in Australia, but everything closes. The shops, everything. There's no one around. Not only was this a Monday, it was Christmas Eve. And in Europe on Christmas Eve, everybody's celebrating Christmas. So there were the four of us in Malmo going, maybe not the best decision I've ever made. And I'm going to say to you, there are times in your career where you're going to make decisions that you might go, maybe not the best decision I've ever made. But always stand by your decisions because they're going to carry you forward. The mistakes are your biggest learning because they help you make decisions that are better for the future. So just a little picture of Malmo. Bad day. Oh, beautiful Lake Garda. How it looks like it's 40 degrees, doesn't it? It was 2. And Lake Garda reminded me of the peacefulness of what you do. So being with women should be the most peaceful thing that you ever do. A bit like those fetal heart rate patterns where there's no variability. Life should run along like that. And it makes me want to talk to you about my career in fetal heart rate monitoring. As I said, I met Kate Dyer back in 1981 when I started my midwifery career, and Kate was a brand new midwife. And about 5 years later, Kate got a job at Westmead as the CTG sister.
Yes.
And that was a big job, whatever the CTG sister did. But really, the essence was that Kate started a clinic where all she did all day was CTGs. a few years after that, Kate and I had the opportunity to go and work on the King Eddie inquiry in Perth, and they had a very similar system where everybody from the antenatal ward went to the CTG sister to have their CTG done, and they did 20-minute non-stress test CTGs. So the women were on the CTG for 20 minutes, then it was taken off. Then somebody would review it like 10 hours later and make a plan. Part of the King Eddie inquiry was how many babies did we miss by doing that, and there were like so many of them. But that was Kate's job. So Kate had a big history in fetal heart rate monitoring, as you all probably know. And then through chance and through opportunity, when I started my bachelor's degree, I met a woman called Marie Hatton. And Marie was the num of the antenatal ward at Nepean at that point, and she was a big member of the college. And she said to me, "You need to meet Kate Dyer." I go, "Oh, Kate Dyer. Oh my God, I know Kate Dyer." She said, "You need to get together with Kate Dyer and do some of the education that Kate's doing around CTG monitoring." So for me, that was the beginning of a very big change. Kate and I got together. We wrote a little book called Beat to Beat that, on reflection, is probably just as good today as it was in 1995 when we wrote it, because we still know nothing about fetal heart rate monitoring, and everybody's got a different interpretation and everybody's got a different guideline, and every so few years the terminology changed. So for me, working with Kate was amazing because we got to do education. I hope some of you might have been to Beat course many years ago. And so we offered training through ACM. So I'll talk a bit about ACM in a minute, but through the college here in New South Wales, we offered that education and wrote Beat to Beat. And then a few years later, like 13 years later, New South Wales Health decided that they were going to run some education on fetal heart rate monitoring because we really didn't know what we were doing. And they advertised for a project officer to run a project on education for fetal heart rate monitoring. And somebody said to me, oh no, Anne Kinnear actually, "Cookie, you better apply for that job." So there you go, somebody else who told me I could do something I didn't think I was ever capable of doing. So I applied for the job at New South Wales Health and became the FONT project officer, fetal welfare, obstetric emergency and neonatal resuscitation training. So I had to run this big education program across the country. It was developed with a whole working group of people from across New South Wales, and we all got together. Sorry, it wasn't the country, it was only New South Wales. So we all got together and we wrote this education program. I went out and I trained 250 clinicians across the state to teach this program that was supposed to bring together clinicians from across each of the area health services to talk, discuss and learn together. Sadly, it never ended up that way because I think management had other ideas about letting staff go to big training days. But one of the big things I learned back in 2008 was that midwives knew much more about fetal heart rate monitoring than any of their obstetric colleagues. And I'm going to put Professor Warwick Giles beside me right now and have him say, Cookie, what's a variable deceleration? And it made me realise that none of us knew what we were doing. But what was really important is that we were all saying the same thing. And that's the thing I learned. We needed to all be saying the same thing so that we weren't arguing amongst each other. And one of the things that I learned from FONT was if you've got a book that somebody can refer to, that's really helpful. So they all had their FONT training manual that everybody could go, see, it says this. And it was all based on the NICE guidelines from the UK, so the Royal College guidelines. That's our education was based on that. So they all had a referral place and they could all use the same words to describe the pattern. So that was really, really helpful because my research showed that when it came to normal fetal heart rate patterns, we did it well. When it came to abnormal patterns, everybody disagreed on what the type of deceleration was, whether it was actually a deceleration. And so once you taught everybody to use the same language, that improved significantly, and so that we were all then able to use the same language that described the decelerations properly and help us then make much better clinical decisions. I can see Dr. Andrew Bissett's up the back there, who was very helpful for me in analysing my outcomes from that research. And we showed that we saved 24 babies over 3 years of font training. Was it statistically significant? No, because 300,000 babies were born over that period of time. And so the 24 we saved couldn't be proven as statistically significant, and so everybody dissed the whole thing. However, for me, if you're the mother of one of those 24 babies, that was incredibly significant. And I think I learned that face-to-face education is of immense value and should never be dissed. Online education is okay, but being able to get together, to talk to each other and to be able to sort it out, you know, amongst yourselves is far more important. I also learned a lot about face-to-face education when I was asked by, again, Pat Brodie, to go along and teach this maternity emergency course thing that they had brought out from England. So Pat Brodie, Nikki Leap, Marilyn Ferrer and David Elwood had all been to England to do this training course called Also. And they wanted to bring it back to Australia and they wanted to teach us all how to manage maternity emergencies better. And that was one of my life's biggest career moments when Pat rang and said, will you come and teach? And I go, huh? Oh, I don't have a big background in birthing, some, but not a lot. She said, no, Cookie, you'll be right. Just come, you'll be fine. You can do it. Important words, you can do it. So I go along. Oh, it was just after we'd been doing the King Eddie inquiry. So Kate picked me up on the way to went this course. And did you do your reading? The manual was like this thick. Did you do your reading? She said, mine's on the back seat, still in the paper that it from me. So we had this amazing weekend learning how to do Also, and then we went back the next weekend to learn how to teach Also. I don't know if we passed our first course, but it didn't matter because we were going to be teaching it the next weekend. So, but Also has been the most amazing experience for me because it taught me the importance of team training. That bringing together obstetricians, GPs and midwives to learn together is so valuable. It's also valuable to do it outside of your own sphere of workers, to do it with people that you don't know. Because on any given shift, there's going to be someone that you've never worked with before, particularly in the environment that we work in now. You know, when I started my training, everybody had worked on the ward for like 30 years. They knew each other very well. They knew what day their kids did soccer training and like everybody knew everybody really well. But we work in a far more vibrant environment now where people come and go a lot and they're not there all the time. So on any given shift, you're not going to know everybody. So the value of learning with people that you don't know and doing team training with those people is so valuable because it lets you know how good you are and how well you do and how you can lead a team or how you can be a great team member. Only just last November, I stopped working for Also. It's been part of my life for 23 years. And I'm missing it. It's a big hole, but I've handed it over to the younger generation now to carry it forward. I encourage you all to go and do an Also course, be an Also instructor and learn how to work together really well with your team. Being part of a team is so important. I think I've moved off track, but anyway, that's all right. Oh, this was a beautiful little town in between the Yorkshire and the Lake Districts called Hebden Bridge, and it was freezing cold and it looked so chilly, and it reminded me of some of the obstacles I've had throughout my career in terms of trying to move things forward, because oftentimes you get an idea and it gets a very chilly reception at the other end. I remember I've also had a huge involvement in maternity data collection. So years ago, New South Wales Health developed up a database called Abstet. It became the statewide database, except for one area health service, or two, became the statewide database for the collection of maternity data. And Michael Nichols said to me, Cookie, you can be the secretary. And I went, oh, really? Okay, there's something I know nothing about. Okay, I'll be the secretary. So we, along with Kate, we did a lot of work in developing data items that we felt were important. And we got a lot of kickback from people about having to complete electronic data collection back then. Nobody wanted it, nobody knew how to use computers, and everybody was scared of it. I learned that if you listen to the person who's got the most angst about something, they'll be the person who's your best champion in years to come. There was one midwife that I worked with who spent the whole day going, oh, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to do this. I hate this program. Why do I have to answer that stupid question? Helen, this is crazy. I'm not doing this. And I said to her, look, that's fine. Can you just write down for me where you think we might make some changes and we'll move forward? Oh, all right. So she went through and she made a few changes for me, and she came to me and I said, so how do you think we're going to ask that question? Look, I'll have to get back to you, she said. That woman became the best champion for Abstet that I've ever worked with. I used to watch her. She'd sit down every day and teach everybody how to use it. So just because someone's being difficult, try and encourage them to come with you along the journey. The other thing I learned is the best way to teach somebody how to do something is over the phone. Because the minute you stand there and you try to show them what to do, you're doing it yourself. So if you can take 10 steps back or be on the end of the phone and say, press this button or do it this way, they'll do it a whole lot better than if you're actually standing beside them. So just think about that. Yeah, I did a lot of work in data collection, and that was a really good experience because I, again, met many clinicians from across the state and made some very nice friendships and learnt that I learnt a little bit about electronic data collections. And I feel for you now with all the work that you've got to do with computers. There's got to be a better way of doing it. So my heart goes out to you all, and I'm very sorry if I was the beginning of somewhat might be some horrendous nightmares for you all. The next stop in our journey is beautiful Verona. And as I looked out over Verona, it made me think about the people that came together throughout my career to help me. And way up there at the top is the Australian College of Midwives. And how, again, Pat Brodie said, Cookie, you need to come and, not actually a friend of mine, Catherine Maxwell from King George said, you need to join the college. Like, it's the force for our future. It's where the profession will be. You need to come along. And she dragged me, 5 minutes, Lord. She dragged me along. Dragged me along to the college, and we went to the conference, and the first international midwife conference in Australia happened about 4 years after I joined the college. And that was an amazing experience. Midwives from all over the world coming together to celebrate midwifery. If you ever get a chance to go to ICM, it is one of life's most valuable experiences. So many people I met. You have to go out of your way, though. You have to go up and say hello, which is pretty scary. But I met some amazing people. And ACM's been a big, support for me. I did a lot of education with ACM, and I learnt many things. I was because Pat made me go on the executive, so I got to be the treasurer. I learned a lot about being the treasurer then too. clearly if somebody asks you to do something, they think you can do it, and eventually you'll find a way and learn how to do it. So ACM for me, you know, was the gathering of a beautiful city and community that was such a huge support for me throughout my career. The bridges we all have to cross to get there. Knaresborough in England and then Amsterdam. I didn't like Amsterdam until I went looking back at the pictures and went, oh my God, it was the most beautiful city. If you take the people and the trams and the bikes out of it, it just was absolutely beautiful. And I think that's what I learned. You know, when you're crossing bridges, you have to take away some of the extremities that are influencing the way you think so that you can see the beauty. And sometimes crossing bridges is very difficult. When we were introducing e-maternity, obstetrics, the second development of obstet into the workplace, I put my hand up that Nepean would be the trial hospital. I didn't ask anybody, I just my hand up. Then I had to convince everybody at Nepean that that was a good thing for them to do. So I'd sit around at all the exec meetings going, so we're going to be the trial place for obstetrics. Well, what do we want to do that for? Oh, it'll be really good for us. You know, we'll get a say in what data's collected. And oh, Helen, I don't know. I don't think we should do this. But then it took about 18 months before obstetrics was ready to be trialled. So by the time we got to trialling it, everybody's going, where's this system? You know, where is it? Because we're going to be the trials place. Where is it? So if you just slowly pass on an idea, somebody might pick it up along the way and accept that that's the way you're going to do it. Oh, no, 2 minutes. The beautiful Duomo in Milan made me think about the amazing organisations within which we work. And this place is amazingly beautiful outside and inside, but incredibly complex. And the complexity of the organisation is some of our big challenges and how you work through and try and get an idea through. It made me think about the work around models of care. And you know, we've come such a long way to where we were 40 years ago, but we still have a lot of work to do. I volunteer for an organisation called Support for New Mums, which is amazing. And there's another midwife there who works at Byron she worked at Byron at the birth centre. Now, Byron have done amazing work in continuity of care. They have this beautiful birth centre where the midwives all bring their women to birth. And she said to me, the midwives in Byron are tired and they just want to do antenatal, postnatal care and close the birthing unit. And I've cried for about a week because if Byron loses their midwifery model, then it's very sad for the profession as a whole. And it made me think we are all tired. You know, COVID's put a huge weight on all of us and we all are tired. And what do we do now to make it work? Because we should be working on continuity of care. It's the most important thing that we should work on. And I understand you've all got a reason why you may not want to do it or why you do want to do it. But I think we have to think about what our quotas are like and how many women we're looking after. And if 40 or 35 is too many, maybe we need to bring it back. Because the cost saving of maternity care is well described by you guys here at the Royal, and we can save time, and we need to think about how we maybe allocate less women to stop the burnout that we're all experiencing, and we have to stop counting hours. So for any of you who are a manager out there, I'm going to say stop counting hours and measure outcomes as the way people perform. And there's a whole lesson I learned around that too. But don't count hours because people will cheat it around the system and they get angry. So let's start offering maternity care and let's look at what our ratios are so maybe we can do it better. I am nearly finished. Look, that's just my most beautiful ice cream that a friend told me I had to have. Mandarin gelato. If ever you get an opportunity, it was beautiful. That was in Italy, of course. It was in Moderna, actually. didn't have balsamic on it. And look, I have to finish, and I could go on for hours, but like, thank you to my friends, because without them, I wouldn't be here. Kate's been a huge influence on my career. I hope she says I've been a big influence on hers. And she said to me this morning, Cookie, you've got this. And I think that's the best thing that you can ever say to somebody. You've got this. You have. Don't ever say no to an opportunity, and you've got it. You can do it. So let's all go ahead and do it. We've got to fix this. We've got to keep the system moving forward. So, and I'm pleased that you're all there to do it and that I'm not doing it anymore. Thank you all so much for asking me to speak today. See, beautiful Amsterdam.
I remember going in on night duty and putting the plastic shower cap on because the danger of boiling urine. Usually had it, your hair stunk the next morning and the walls were splattered. So to actually see the amount of protein, we would boil urine in test tubes. And 9 times out of 10 at 5 a.m. in the morning, when you had to wake the women up to get them to pee, to test their urine, so you had it for handover, it ended up on the wall.
Just a short story about that. My friend Rosalie Nunn went to Canterbury from King George to be the manager of the unit in the middle 90s. And she met me at Kate's place one day, and out of her bag she pulled a Bunsen burner. And she said, they won't be boiling urine at Canterbury anymore.
If everyone wants to put their hands together, thank Kate. All right. So our next speaker is Megan Ritchie. So Meg has worked for the Royal and she is now out back into her land of the countries. Meg was born in the country. She was raised in the suburbs in the 70s and the 80s. She's been deeply influenced by the feminist movement, the sexual revolution, and the broader push for civil rights and personal freedoms. She's witnessed women gaining financial independence, greater control over their lives, and this has inspired her passion for supporting and empowering women. Meg began her journey as a midwife after working as a children's nurse, and she was driven by a desire to actually learn more about breastfeeding. Meg takes pride in the practicing holistic, evidence-based and women-centred midwifery and supporting women and families through pregnancy, birth and postpartum. So Meg today will be presenting Nurturing the Art of Midwifery in Rural and Remote Environments for her midwifery students. So welcome, Meg.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Annette, for that. And it's really funny, isn't it, that I actually went into midwifery because I wanted to learn about breastfeeding. What? Apparently, I could have just become a lactation consultant without going into midwifery. Who knew? Anyway, hi, I'm Megan. I'm the maternity unit manager at Broken Hill. And I just call myself the mum. Hi, I'm the mum. Okay, I'm going to work out how to do this, apparently. All right. Nurturing the art of midwifery in rural and remote environments. So this is the far west, the far, far away, far west. We are very big. The area we cover is approximately 3/4 the size of the UK. Just to give you a brief history of Broken Hill, it's a mining town. BHP, Broken Hill Proprietary, actually commenced mining there in 1885. It is a union town. It is known for its eclectic residents and artistic people. Pro Hart lives there. He's got the biggest grave you've ever seen known to mankind. It's the home of Pro Heart, Mad Max, and Priscilla, the Queen of the Desert. I can't read my writing, it's gone. I'm too scared to touch it. I'll break it. Sorry. Anyway, I'll just keep talking. That's it. Yeah, thank you. So our maternity service cares for approximately 250 women, and we birth around 200 women in our centre. The women are cared for in a midwifery group practice model. That's all we have there. Our maternity service works in collaboration with the Murray-Mar Health Aboriginal Corporation to provide care for pregnant Aboriginal women in the community. The MGP team is supported by the ward core. The obstetricians and paediatricians are FIFO, so every week we have different backup. Our sister hospital is RPA, and we have RPA virtual, and we have RPA psychologist virtual as well, which is really beneficial for the women in our town because to keep things private in a small town, it's very hard. So to have virtual, it's really been a game changer for our women. The maternity and neonatal care is delivered in collaboration through the tiered perinatal network structure, which I'm sure you all know about. So even though we're tiered with RPA, most of the women needing transfer go to South Australia. So we cross borders because we're in the corner and we've got many borders. So the Royal Flying Doctor will transfer any women that need transfer, and the Sydney Nets or the Adelaide MetStar, they have a jet that can come to us. Either one of them will help transfer a sick neonate. The average time for retrieval of a sick neonate is 5.3 hours.
I found that working in a rural environment and like a small midwifery team at Broken Hill Hospital
it wasn't
has
me.
actually given me...
I didn't do it. The fastest I've seen the nets turn up is 4 hours, so we are a long way from help. I just wanted to show this photo of, this is our young, gorgeous team, and they all frocked up to go to the, every year Royal Flying Doctor have a big ball, a fundraising ball. And that's our team, and they do a fantastic job serving a very large community. Some people, they don't live on farms, they actually live on stations. I got pulled up one time when I said, "Oh, so how big is your farm?" It's not a farm. Okay. So I asked our two new grad students who are anxiously awaiting for their registration at the moment, just some questions so that they could reflect on how they feel that they've been nurtured in this learning environment. So this is Nicola, and she came to us from ICU, and this is what she has to say.
I found that working in a rural environment and like a small midwifery team at Broken Hill Hospital has actually given me increased opportunity in building my confidence. I was given optimal opportunities to participate in like labour and births, antenatal visits, postnatal home visits, assessments on the ward, which has allowed me to engage more often in the decision-making process with the senior midwives. These hands-on experiences I found like helped me enhance my confidence as a student midwife, as I was always made sure that I was involved in something here. And being obviously a very close-knit midwifery team, I found that fostered my learning environment a lot more, and being like a midwifery-led hospital, only having the one doctor on call, midwives obviously tend to do quite a lot more. And you obviously have the doctor there when you need them, but midwives tend to lead appointments and labour and births, and they tend to be like the sole person there. So I found that obviously promotes some challenges, was more or less a positive opportunity for me as a student, being able to see things that maybe I wouldn't have done, or see midwives do things that maybe they wouldn't have done in tertiary hospitals because they have the doctor there. Also found like obviously having the valuable support from such a small midwifery team. You had, only 4 people that you'd go to and you'd learn from. So that to me obviously helped gain my confidence, because there's always someone there to give me that positive feedback. I found that working in a rural environment.
Sorry. All right, so now I'm going to go to the next slide. There we go. So the learning environment. So the rural learning environment offers empowering characteristics that help shape the midwifery student experience. They get a wide breadth of experience, because you just never know what's going to come in the door any day. They have exposure to a wider scope of practice. They do all the hearing screens. They're very efficient at bubble CPAP, all of those things that you need. They do sterile speculums, everything. They're quite amazing. They have opportunity to develop the practice in this skilled environment, and we ensure that the students are mindful and vigilant to the signs of burnout. We check in with them regularly, and they have a named
How do
buddy.
I maintain work-life balance
I didn't.
with on-call responsibilities?
Sorry. They have a named buddy, and we do the mentoring in midwifery, and they do actually find MIM quite helpful. So anyway, the next person coming up is Christy, and I asked her about maintaining a work-life balance. Brett? Oh, sorry, Olga.
So how do I maintain work-life balance with on-call responsibilities? Well, throughout the mid-start year, maintaining work-life balance while studying full-time, working 0.8 FTE and on-call responsibilities, it's been quite tricky. It's a delicate balancing act of ensuring that you meet all of your requirements and you don't miss any learning opportunities, but also being mindful of fatigue and burnout at the same time. To be honest, it wasn't something I managed really well in the first 6 months. I was so eager to learn, and I didn't want to miss any learning opportunity, and I guess I was just quite worried of the sheer amount of
Well, so we've just got to carry on, really, haven't we? Yeah, that's why I'm too scared to touch it. But, it was ambitious putting these in anyway, so we'll carry on. So what I want to also talk about in the next slide is cultural competency. Oh, there we go. So in Broken Hill, cultural competency for the rural midwifery student is developed in an immersive way. So the students benefit from gaining contextual understanding that is really beyond theoretical knowledge, and they create emotional and personal experiences, which I think is really helpful for them. Now, they also, I feel that it's been very helpful for them to challenge quite a few assumptions. So anyway, this is Nicola, and she reflects on how she has gained learning from cultural competency. Press?
Also being from Broken Hill, I was able to witness firsthand a lot of the significant barriers Indigenous women faced in accessing their maternity care, like geographical and transport issues, especially if you're living outside of Broken Hill, for example, in Wilcannia. It's not always easy to get in for appointments, so they had to obviously be made around quite flexible and around when women were able to attend. And this created like a better understanding of how to be flexible and how to be culturally sensitive to these women to ensure they were able to get the best maternity care that they could. Also working, I guess, closely with these Indigenous families in this kind of setting has also reinforced the importance of culturally safe care for me. Has also helped me build confidence in necessarily providing respecting cultural values and meeting the needs of Indigenous women and their families throughout their pregnancy. Working alongside the other midwives obviously has helped. Being able to speak with the Murray-Mutt team and our team and working together has also enhanced my understanding, I think.
So I think that's a pretty good reflection from Nicola. So the next slide. So basically resource limitations. We have fantastic IT. Thank you, Pat. We have fantastic IT, and we're you can learn anywhere nowadays, and we've got very good funding, and all of our midwives have been upskilled. And I just asked Christy how she coped with the resource allocations.
So how do I utilise technology to overcome geographical isolation? Well, in regards to academic studies, it's quite easy. It doesn't really matter where you are because everything's online. So tutorials, lectures are all done online, utilising video conferencing. All of our assignments are submitted online. The only more difficult thing being regional was the 2,000 kilometre round trip travel to Wagga or Orange for our intensives. That was only twice during the year. But everything else was done online through email, video conferencing, phone calls. And it was really easy to navigate. So those technological advances made academic study really easy. Working in a regional hospital with limited resources does pose challenges, but advancing technology is making a lot of things a lot easier and improving patient outcomes. It's also enhancing our collaboration with other services across many healthcare teams. So for example, if we have a sick neonate in the special care nursery, we call NETS, which is the Newborn and Paediatric Emergency Transport Service. They are able to provide us expert clinical advice on emergency treatment and stabilisation of the newborn. They are also able to coordinate transfer to a tertiary hospital if that's required. The NETS team actually view the baby and the team via a camera so that they can see what's happening in real time, which is really helpful and provides them with a lot of information. They're able to watch what we're doing rather than us have to convey via telephone everything that's happening. We also have a relationship with the RPA hospital, and antenatally we're able to refer women to their virtual midwifery service, and that's for management of complex conditions like severe hyperemesis or mental health conditions that require psychological input. They have access to a psychologist through their service, and it can all be done virtually, which a lot of women prefer. So that's a great service, and it's a great relationship for us to have with the RPA. And so even though they're 1,200 kilometres from us, we're still able to access their expert clinical opinions. So it's really useful. So technology like that is making working in a regional area much easier, and it's also making healthcare much more accessible for the women in this area.
Thank you. So I think all of her points are valid, and I think we're really lucky now. I'm not quite sure how they managed beforehand, really. Next slide. Professional identity. So I feel that just these points with professional identity is the big one at the bottom is their confidence in career progression. And I feel even though we're rural, I think they still, through mentoring and everything like that, I still think that they can be quite positive about where their career is going. And I think succession planning is always something that we have to really be mindful of and really work on that. I'm running out of time, so next slide. So this is Christy. Now, I just want to put this in because I asked her how she copes working in a small town and knowing everybody. If we could play that.
How do I manage being recognised as a healthcare provider outside of work hours? Well, This is another tricky one to manage at times. I've lived in a small regional town my entire life, and I know a lot of people, and I see those people outside of work and I see them inside of work. It doesn't bother me generally being recognised because it's a small town, it happens, and I usually just will say hello and just carry on. Although I did have to learn very early on in my healthcare career to set clear boundaries and not answer health-related questions outside of work hours. Having said that, since working as a student midwife, I've found this a little more difficult to manage. So every woman who receives care through our service throughout pregnancy is fortunate enough to have midwifery group practice. So every woman from their booking an appointment is assigned a midwife, and that midwife is with them through to labour and birth and postnatally. So this leads to a very close working partnership between midwife and woman. So when you do bump into one of these women on your caseload in Coles or at a sporting event, they feel very comfortable asking you questions or wanting to discuss something pregnancy related. It can be difficult in these circumstances to say no. However, if you don't set boundaries early, unrealistic expectations can develop and they can be quite hard to reverse. So what I found, and I think is the best strategy, is setting boundaries early and sticking to them. Communicating your limits. So just communicate in a nice way to the woman what the limits are in terms of what you can talk about and what advice you can give outside of work, and be prepared to say no. It can be really hard, and like I said, being a student midwife and having relationships with these women, it's really hard to say no sometimes, but sometimes you just have to say no, and I think they're all really important things to remember in order to manage this.
So important, all of those points, really. Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, so this is the last slide. So last year we had, I think our birth rate, vaginal birth rate was 78%. And we only transfer women with a BMI of greater than 45 and your type 1 diabetes. And the rest is us. So that's pretty phenomenal. Anyway, so each birth, the students would put up a pink or blue sticker on their chart. We celebrated every one of these births. We look at these and it represents more than 30 normal births. It shows the collaboration of an entire team reaching far and wide from our little remote town. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks very much, Meg. At this time, I'd just like to let everyone know who's in the room that we've got the equal number of people online. So we've got over 50 people who are joining us online today. So while you think there's not many here, there's a lot of people actually listening to our presenters and our speakers. So moving on, now I would like to introduce Dane Towns and Ben Laverick. So Ben and Dane are proud parents of their son Rupert, and they are based in Newcastle, and they own the Clinic of Psychology where Ben is the senior psychologist and Dane manages this practice. Their journey to parenthood began in 2018, and it was driven by a deep desire to build their family through surrogacy. After 6 years of perseverance and support from loved ones and their surrogate, Rupert was born in 2022. So today, Ben and Dane will share their experience with us, 2 dads and 1 surrogacy journey. Welcome.
Morning, everyone. So first, before we kick off, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and pay respects to elders past and present. Now, thank you for having us today. I know it's a bit nerve-wracking to get up here and speak about our surrogacy journey, but who are we? So we are 2 very, very lucky dads, and we went through the surrogacy journey, as I said, 6 years ago to obviously have our little boy, Rupert, and going through that journey was very, very arduous, wasn't it? It took a lot. Dane was the big pioneer to really get everything running. He was absolutely incredible. So, sorry, I get emotional when I talk about it sometimes. Now, I'm going to go through a bit more of the clinical aspects of surrogacy, so understanding it, what it's like in Australia, because there are a lot of rules and regulations and protocols that you have to go through. Then Dane will give us a little bit of rundown if he wants to.
I'm not a very good public speaker, so I'll just be here for support.
Yeah. I'll do my best and he'll just poke me if I get something wrong, okay?
It started in 2017.
Sorry.
We get your score this afternoon.
Yep, okie dokie. Sorry about that. Yep. And then obviously our experience with the midwife program and some of the things that we might have learned that we might like to share with you guys as well too. So, surrogacy in Australia. So in Australia, there is actually a lot of rules, as I said, a lot of regulations. And for two gay men, there's a few states that aren't really on board with surrogacy, WA being one of them. And if you're a single man, you can't do surrogacy either. New South Wales, ACT, Queensland, they frown upon international surrogacy, so otherwise known as commercial surrogacy. Victoria, they're kind of okay. Mind you, there has never been a single occurrence, from what we've been told, of where someone who has done commercial surrogacy and come back into Australia and they have been arrested or reprimanded in some way, shape or form. That hasn't happened, but I know a few people have mentioned that they would just go to Victoria and just fly into Melbourne and then make their way back up into New South Wales. So there's a few things that people will do. And in surrogacy as well, so let's go to the next bit. In surrogacy, it must be altruistic. So with surrogacy itself, so yes, a woman offers herself to carry a baby for intended parents. So that's usually the terminology that's used, the intended parents. And so you'll often see most surrogacy arrangements in Australia are between a heterosexual couple and a surrogate, or a gay couple like us and a surrogate. Quick question, how many of you have had any engagements with surrogacy arrangements? A few? Yay, cool, awesome. All right. So as I said, it must be altruistic, and in Australia at the moment, I was just doing a little bit of a stat check, there's roughly 130 to about 150 surrogacies per year in Australia, and then when we look at the international surrogacies, there's roughly 213. So quite a lot actually happens. Now, the key stakeholders in a surrogacy arrangement is obviously, like us, the intended parents, the surrogate, the fertility specialist. So we went through Hunter IVF, but others like Janaea, they'll do it too. The midwives, you guys, which is absolutely crucial to the whole process. Legal professionals, there is a lot of paperwork to sign, and I mean a lot of paperwork and a lot of reading, okay? And the courts. So here's the dream team. So on the left is Dane's sister, Kate. Kate was remarkable. She went through prodding, poking, examinations, hormones, you name it, to give us 13 eggs. Obviously, there's me in the middle. I had one job, 5 minutes to myself, and then we made... Yes, my job was very easy. And we, together, we were successful in creating 5 embryos that were, we still have 2 remaining. Obviously, there's Dane in the back, and to the far right is the wonderful woman who offered to be our surrogate, and that is Chelsea. Chelsea's husband is Matt, and they've got 4 very beautiful children, and they're from Queensland. So Mr. Rupert was born up in Queensland, Gold Coast Hospital. Sorry? Gold Coast University Hospital. Yep. Alrighty. So the stages, here we go. So to pursue it, so obviously we have to go through the process and have a very long discussion about becoming parents, but there's a lot of legal and emotional implications. So this, as we were saying, it takes a very long time to get there. There's a lot of hurdles, so you have to speak to solicitors, you have to get the rundown, you have to read contracts. But then when we meet a surrogate, you have to have known them for a period of time, right? You can't just jump in and say, hey, I've known you for a week, let's just be in this relationship together. It doesn't work like that. So generally, I think from my recollection, it's about 6 months. Yeah, 6 months you have had to have known the person for. And so when it comes to Chelsea, we met her on the Surrogacy Australia Facebook page. And from there, obviously, we had to build our relationship. We had to have a lot of discussions around a lot of scenarios. What would you do? And what would happen if there's something happened to Dane and I, so on and so forth. So we had to have a full rundown. There was a great sheet that we were given by a counsellor to make sure that we crossed all our T's and dotted our I's. Now, to find a surrogate can be a very long process. So Dane and I, when we first began, we had met two people who we deemed probably weren't the best fit for us. And that's a really hard thing for two people to sit with. Yeah, it was a very hard decision, but we just felt it wasn't going to be the right fit, or it wasn't probably going to be the right time. And it's quite a devastating type of decision to make as two people who really, really, really want to have a kid. So, sorry, that makes me emotional as well too. But we found Chelsea. So Dane jumped onto the Surrogacy Facebook page and posted our journey and where we're up to. So we were ready with embryos, and Chelsea reached out to us. So Chelsea, you cannot approach a surrogate on those web pages, by the way. That's a big no-no.
It's part of the surrogacy group that it's up to the intended surrogate to approach intended parents, not the other way around. Because you can imagine all these intended parents emailing a lot of women saying, hey, I saw you on the page, can you carry for me? Not that that's how we did it, by the way, but
yeah.
It's up to them to approach you. So that's why you introduce yourself on the web page, and so they can get a clear indication of what you are as a couple, and if they comfortable approach you, and then you'll start. They call it the dating process, because it kind of is dating for 6 months, especially if you don't know them, and you're getting to know them, and then they're getting to know you, and hopefully they're feeling comfortable that they can carry your child for 9 months, and then you go down the whole stages of surrogacy path.
Yeah. And that's why there's a lot like with the pre-surrogacy requirements as well too. So with the counselling, Dane and myself, we have to go through it. Chelsea and Matt had to go through it. Then Chelsea has to do psychological assessments as well, because that is a really big, it can be a bit of an issue, because obviously this is an altruistic arrangement. People are coming out with the kindness of their heart, and I can't sugarcoat it, but there have been situations where unfortunately some intended parents have been met with a lot of hardship post-birth, where there's been a lot of mental health issues that weren't raised earlier on or caught earlier on through effective psychological testing. And but mind you, still good outcomes in the end, but it was some hard work for them. But so for us, they have to see that Chelsea is of sound mind, and that Dane and I are also ready and are capable of pursuing this process as well too. So some of the psychological assessments, so I myself as a psych do a lot of psychological assessments that you get run through the PAI or other personality assessments there. But then the legal contracts, so we have solicitors, they have solicitors, and the contracts are formed, and pretty much the contracts, though, even though they are signed, in the end still don't guarantee that Dane and I can walk away with a child. That can all be turned upside down very, very quickly. So that's where, as intended parents, you can be in a position holding your breath, wondering, is this still going to happen? Are we still going to get to the end result? But fortunately we did, yay, so which is great. But they'll go through a lot of our rights and responsibilities as intended parents, because there's a lot that we still have to do for Chelsea, and as other intended parents would do too. So with the IVF process, that was it was quite a lovely process to go through. And as I said, Kate went through a lot, and it was very interesting to learn a lot about IVF and the creation of embryos, and then the transfer days, and some old wives' tales about eating Macca's chips after an insemination to make the embryo stick. I don't know, it just came out. I don't know, but we were shoving chippies into Chelsea, yeah. That was a thing, yeah. And then obviously from there was we went through the medical care process, a lot of checkups. But Rupert, as you might have checked with dates, there was the COVID pandemic going on, and so when borders were open, we were there, but there was a huge period of time that we weren't actually able to see Chelsea. So
we actually Chelsea, we did one failed transfer, and the second one was for Rupert. Was with Rupert, and Chelsea actually did the transfer, and then 6 weeks later, the borders closed. So, which was probably very isolating for her because she was carrying our child and we couldn't visit her. And so we didn't actually get to see her physically until 35 weeks. And when she came down for our baby shower, which we weren't having until we could confirm if she could come across. So I refused to have one without her. So she finally came across and was able to come across. And then we flew up there for 9 weeks from that point on, really.
Yeah, it was.
No, she was 33 weeks pregnant.
Yeah.
Not 35. That
Yeah.
did not make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, we got there. But yeah, and then Chelsea was accepted into the midwife program up there.
Yes.
And so, yeah, there was a bit, we got to go to a couple of appointments and then we obviously couldn't cross the border. So, which was a bit of a bugger. So we did everything via FaceTime. We were there for one of the scans as well too, which was fantastic.
We did kind of via FaceTime to make sure that she wasn't alone and we were included as well. But I don't know what they called. I think it is, well, you will know, obviously. The midwifery program up there. So they had a student midwife as well that she liaised with throughout the whole pregnancy. And we had her number too. So she kept us all updated throughout it all, which made us feel included, given that we couldn't actually be there physically.
Yeah.
And then leading up to Rupert's birth, COVID popped its head up again in Queensland. And they closed the midwifery program due to short staff. So we went back into, I guess it was already public, but outside that program. So there was a bit of uncertainty for us for that as to like whether or not we could be present in the room and whatnot. But the duty of care from the midwives the communication was still fantastic. Like they made sure that the same plan was still following through with us being there, and they included us regardless of it not being us carrying the child.
They were pretty protective of us, which was really, really awesome. During the pregnancy process, as I said, they were very, very protective of us, and even going into the hospital, because there was a lot, like you had to check in, and as you guys would have known, there was a lot of processes to get through the door. Poor old Chelsea did get COVID the week before that. Rupert was
38 weeks.
And was starting to get false contractions as well too. So we were in and we just rock up all the gear, and it was felt like
it was a little false start. And Chelsea has like a plotting scenario.
Yeah, she actually functions better when she's pregnant. So
So they have to hook her to a drip while she's in labour. But because she had COVID, they didn't want to start that unless she was actually in labour. So the false start, when she had was a blessing.
Yep.
Yep,
they did their thing. And so after birth, it's actually another process that begins. So during the middle ground, so there's a lot of the checkups and things as per usual, and it's just quiet. But it's what happens after. So in Queensland, or in Australia, so when Rupert was born, Chelsea and Matt are his parents, and he has 4 siblings. Okay, so that's all on the birth certificate. So that's one of the things that obviously they'd like to look at maybe changing in the future, because there's only one form, one stock standard way, and they might like to look at something different, because that's not just for Dane and I, but in all intended parents. And then we have to apply for the parentage order. So we can't do that until 28 days afterwards. So anything before then can't be accepted.
So that's us having to adopt, even though that Ben is biologically like his father. Because of the agreement, Chelsea and Matt are legally his parents on his first birth certificate that say mother and father. So after 28 days, that's when we have to go through the process of adopting Rupert. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut right in, but the birth story. So throughout, so Chelsea's waters was, they broke her waters, and she has had all 4 of her babies. she had inductions where they break her water, and I was assuming that I watched all the videos and I was looking at her husband's messaging us saying this was at 3 o'clock. He's like, I'm guessing 7 o'clock. I was like, 4 hours? Oh my God, that's so quick. So then, like, anyway, he was born 3 hours after. It was a water birth, and it was actually the most incredible thing to watch, like how
still and how quiet
and like how like primal it is, like how the woman just knows her body, and how the midwife just directed her when they knew what she needed to do, but she just took control and they just allowed her to do what she knew and what she felt her body needed to do. And it was kind of like this beautiful little dance between like a someone that does this for a job and then just guiding the actual artist of doing it. And
we're just sitting there with our mouths basically wide open going, holy gee, we're front and center, and going, okay, I'm glad I'm a male. So, thank you, Chelsea. But yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. But even throughout that whole process, they'd check in on Dane and I and how we were feeling. Yeah.
So Chelsea had her. Lovely that we could actually spend the night there with her and feel like we were part of the whole post-birth.
It's one of the biggest fears as intended parents is kind of that scenario that you might see in movies where the person gets ushered through the doors and they close and you're left behind it, and so you're excluded from the whole process. But we did not experience that once with any of the midwives. It was always coming in. If they knew who we were, we'd walk on in like, it's you guys. Okay, up you come. No worries. So yes, once we put in for the parentage order at, we're kind of going into this, but yeah, we go through the parentage order, it goes to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court obviously then changes everything. There's a lot of documentation, I won't go into that, but a lot of documentation that gets put through, and then we get a new birth certificate, so which is pretty awesome. So as we said, like our midwives that we had throughout the whole process, even the following day, I think she should be a comedian. She was fantastic. Lots of reassurance, a lot of checking in. We were always in the communication, emails, appointments. It wasn't like, hey, Chelsea, this is all you and it's just those guys. Yeah, just go tell the boys. We were as one. And I think that's a really big thing, if I could express that to you guys. If you ever have a surrogacy arrangement, treat the whole intended parents and the surrogate as the package deal. They're like a one thing, because it is, as I said, a really terrifying thing to kind of think that we would be excluded from the whole process. And particularly I know for some women who are going through the surrogacy process and would love to be in that position of their surrogate, it could be a really hard thing for them to kind of feel like, I wish I was there. I wish I could feel things like that you feel, and then to be excluded from that. So I don't mean to speak on their behalf, but I know that as a psych, it's talking to people who will go through those processes. That's one huge fear that they might have. And then, so with the empathy and education part, so understanding surrogacy law, there's a lot that's in there, and I said it's from state to state. There's rules in New South Wales and Queensland and different ones in WA as well too. But mostly it's just knowing the family and the arrangement is pretty much one of the key things that we would hope that you guys would take away from this, and just like, as I said, for us to walk in like, hey, it's you guys, and not kind of like, oh, what are you doing here? Who are you here to see? It was such a lovely experience to have that, and feeling very privileged to be treated in that way by the midwives. A lot of that inclusive language and communication, as I said, like with the emails, but also just recognising us as the intended parents and speaking to us as well too. Oh, how do you feel about becoming parents, and what are you excited about? It's like, oh, what are you nervous about? What's the questions? So it all redirects to us as much as what it did to Chelsea, which was awesome. And then obviously ensuring that the support networks are available, because we, as the intended parents, have a lot of duties and obligations to pay for a lot of things for Chelsea, like her counselling, post-birth, so on and so forth. But obviously having you all there, thank you, having you all there for the aftercare was absolutely fantastic.
Especially crossing the border, because we had to obviously come back home. So then the care was still met with Chelsea, but she didn't have a baby. So I then transitioned to the New South Wales like post care, and they really made sure that I was felt included, and they called and we booked appointments for follow-ups. So I didn't feel like I was stuck in the woods at home with a baby, not really knowing what to do. Like there was a lot of like education from the midwives to me post care to really make sure that I was going in full of information.
So 2 guys coming back going, what the hell is this thing? What do we do with it? But and then yep, from my son. Yep. So so just in conclusion, like our surrogacy was such an amazing and life-changing experience, and yes, we would are considering going again as well too. We still have 2 embryos left, so that is definitely on the cards. There is, as I said, there's a lot of it involved, and I've got my email address and Dane's email address up there as well too. So if you ever have any questions, we'd be so happy to answer any of them for you as well.
Just say that I felt like that was a sales pitch for us.
Oh, sorry.
But we are in the process in the sense that like our friend has offered, and we are just waiting for like her menstrual cycle. Hey, we're looking again, guys.
No need to offer. It's okay. Calm down.
We are in the process of like going for round 2. I just didn't want it to look like
But you guys, we appreciate everything that you do. The way that we were treated throughout the whole process was absolutely fantastic, and I hope that the journey that we went through and what we experienced kind of helps you guys in any, if you come across any surrogacy arrangements in the future, hopefully it informs you of how to approach them in the best and most supportive way possible. But thank you very much for having us here today. It was a privilege. Thank you.
for the work.
Thank you. And I think everyone in this room and online wish you good luck in your continuing to grow your future family.
Okay, we're here for the second session. So I have the great pleasure of introducing Dr. Hazel Keedle. Dr. Hazel Keedle is a senior lecturer of midwifery and director of academic midwifery programs at the School of Nursing and Midwifery at Western Sydney University. Hazel has experience as a clinician in nursing and midwifery and as an educator and researcher. Her research interests are vaginal birth after caesarean, birth trauma and maternity experiences. Hazel is the author of the book, Birth After Caesarean, Your Journey to a Better Birth, which is based on her PhD findings. Hazel is also the lead researcher on the largest Australian maternity experiences survey, the Birth Experience Study and the Birth Experience International Collaboration. Welcome, Hazel.
Well, hello, it's wonderful to be here. It's been quite a few years since I stood down here, and it's wonderful to see all these amazing faces and all these people online as well. So hello to everybody online. So today I was given the title of Nurturing the Art of Midwifery, and I thought I'd look at rediscovering the essence of midwifery. Now, my research is predominantly from the woman's experience. So I think as we are really there for the women, I think we need to hear what the women would say about how we can rediscover the essence of midwifery. So let's have a look at that core value of midwifery. I think we could all agree in the room that it really is to be with women. And this is smaller than I thought. I'm going to get a bit closer. And so the things that this is a great definition that came out last year on a review of all these different papers around being women-centred care. And I love how it said that women-centred care ensures the woman has choice and control in her childbearing experience when relationships built on reciprocal trust and respect. The rest of it you can read because I can't from here, but it's fine. No, it's fine. I don't need. That's the one of the most writing on it. But I'm going to focus in on the next ones, which are that's perfect. Thank you. Which are choice, control, trust, and respect. So what do I mean by that? So choice is really I'm going to look at what women want from maternity care. It's not about our choice. It's about the choices that women can have. With control, I'm going to look at what happens when women lose control and looking at the impact for women when that happens. Trust, I'm going to look at the quality of the relationships in different models of care. I know here you'd have so many different models of care that women can go through. But what do women actually say about those models of care? And then respect. Let's look at respectful maternity care and addressing disrespect. And all of this information is based on the birth experience study findings. So if you haven't heard about this, let me just remind you, this was out in 2021. We had 8,804 responses to our survey, and we had over 12,000 hits, but 75% completed is that number. We had 26 open text comments and an awful lot of comments there, over 54,000 comments for us to analyse, and we're still going through some of that. We had 130 questions and they covered everything. People think maybe we only looked at birth trauma, but we didn't. We covered everything from pregnancy, labour and birth, interactions with healthcare providers, decision-making, respect, postnatal care and breastfeeding. And it was co-designed. So we had representatives from 10 different maternity consumer organisations, and we're lucky here in Australia that we have so many. And they helped us co-design the study. And that was from being there at the very beginning, coming up with the questions to come in it. We had some questions, myself and Professor Hannah Darwin, who's my co-lead in this study. And we obviously had done a lot of surveys in the past, so we used some of those questions, but then it was checked and added on by a co-design team. So far, we've had 6 papers published from Birth Experience Study and 2 under review, and I think one is coming back with comments soon, so that's exciting and also terrifying for those that publish papers. But those 6 papers are predominantly qualitative because that's kind of my love, but we have got some quant papers in the making as well. And I will add, we didn't just stay with Australia. We like to think big. And Hannah said, let's reach out to 1 or 2 countries. And I went, oh, that sounds fantastic. So we went to her contacts and now we have 15 because I'm not very good at staying small. So yes, we went to those contacts, but then it just grew. Every time I would go to a conference internationally and I would speak about it, I would have 2 or 3 people coming down in the audience and telling me, can we join as well? So now it is very big. We have a paper published from the Netherlands data, and I'm meeting in Sweden next month. We'll be looking at the Swedish data and the Danish data, and Norway are coming on to, well, there's just forever. I could be talking here forever about BEST, but I won't. So far, I can say, though, we have altogether, so we had about 8,000. As an international of only a few countries that have got data at this point, we have over 40,000 responses from women. So we're getting very big. And I've got a lot of hope for our next one to come out, which is the BEST Indonesia team. And I have a big love for this team. There's absolutely passionate and amazing midwives and have some amazing influencers on board. So I hope those numbers are going to grow. Okay, back to us. So choice. In the birth experience study, we did ask women, if you were to have another pregnancy, what would you do differently? And we asked this right at the end of the survey. So we'd ask them all about their experiences and their trauma and maybe the violence and all these other questions. Then at the end, we gave them this magic wand and we said, well, what would you do different next time? And actually, I think it was the perfect place to put it. And Hannah comes up with the idea of that question. I couldn't ever remember. And she said, Hazel, that was me that put that in there. So shout out to Hannah for bringing that question in. And this is also the one that had the most qualitative comments, a crazy amount of comments, 6,101 comments for us to go through. We have a program at Western Sydney Uni called the Summer Scholarship, where we can get summer scholars who are undergraduates work with us as research teams for a whole summer. And I am so proud to say that one of our now graduated Bachelor of Midwifery students did the entire analysis in just one summer. She was amazing and she was a machine. And she's on there as the second author of Charlotte Lockwood. So what did they tell us? There were 4 main categories. The first one was next time I'll be ready. Then it was I want a specific birth experience. Then I want a specific model of care. And then I want better access as I don't currently have it. If we look at what they would do, that first one, preparing myself better. Now these numbers here are the numbers of quotes that women said, so you can kind of see where they were lying. There were the largest one was about preparing myself, feeling that, remember, all these women have had a baby, that they weren't prepared enough at that point and that they want to get prepared better next time. They want to avoid interventions and get better support. So they mentioned things like, I'm never going to be induced again. I'm not going to have an epidural next time. I'm going to get my partner trained up better. I love those ones, they were funny. And in getting doulas on board. And then maybe going for more classes. So classes such as calm birth, hypnobirthing, those kind of classes were also mentioned in those categories. And so this is actually a really distressing quote. And our survey was available in 7 other languages. But she wrote this one in English. I wish I was able to speak for myself just as I do for others. I wish I did not feel vulnerable. I wished English was my language or I was white. I wish I was provided information. I wish I was treated with compassion. So much in that quote. And when you read that for the first time, and when I first saw that data, it's like a kick in the guts, because it's just, there's everything wrong with the system is in that one quote. And for myself as a white woman to hear that wish I was white is just shows us how much we need to do in our culturally diverse communities in maternity care. And she's obviously a strong woman, just as I'm able to speak for others. Okay, the next one was how they wanted a birth. And so the large majority did want a vaginal birth. So when we kind of, dull down the importance of vaginal birth and say women are choosing to have caesareans, women are choosing this, actually when you ask them and they've been through that the first time, that's not really what they chose. They really want to choose a vaginal birth. And a very large portion want to have home birth. And I know here you do have a publicly funded home birth program, which is fantastic. But many women wanted to do this. And so they're learning about this from the first time and going, you know what, I can do better. They want to be active in labour. And we know that that's so hard for women to do. I don't really understand why, but it does seem to be hard for women to be supported to be active. And a small amount said they'd choose a caesarean. And that was often because they had a medical reason to need to choose a caesarean. And there was only really a handful of comments where they'd had a previous trauma and then wanted to choose a caesarean for that. And I think that we need to think about that, because often we'll go, or it has been, the way to think, if you've had a trauma in the first birth, then maybe you should have an elective caesarean next time, but that's not actually what women are wanting. And then model of care, it was continuity of care with a midwife came out above, and whatever the language was that the women said, it was most definitely continuity of care with a midwife. Most of those were happy for and wanted a midwifery group practice in a public hospital. And I know you've got many programs here, including the Hazel MGP. Any Hazel midwives here? No? Oh, what a shame. And then there was a lot of women that did say they wanted to have a private midwife as well. And then in the last category, they actually said they didn't get equitable access to midwifery continuity of care, especially in regional and rural locations, and complaining that they weren't able to get that. Oh, you're online. Hi. Hi, Hannah. So they weren't able to get access to midwifery continuity of care and wanting to get access. There's two of them. Woo! All right, so moving on. The next thing we're going to look at is control and what happens when women lose control. We know when we look at birth trauma and we look at especially when we look at the qualitative comments around birth trauma, that one of the biggest categories is women saying that they lose control. So I think we need to explore that a little bit more. There's now an excellent definition out there, and I was telling this to a journalist this morning, and then I sent her the paper that was done by, actually who's going to be the lead, Julia Leinweber, and I'm not sure if I say that correctly, but she's a German professor of midwifery and is going to be starting the Best Germany team, so I'm very excited about that. So they did they put together, they reviewed all the literature and they came up with this definition. And so a woman's experience of interactions and or events directly related to childbirth, so it can be in any time in the perinatal period, that caused overwhelming distressing emotions and reactions, leading to short and or long-term negative impacts on a woman's health and well-being. This is the most comprehensive definition we've got of birth trauma for a long time, and I think it's certainly one that we need to use. And when I read through their paper, they were very insistent that they needed to put in interactions, because it was often the interactions that women had with healthcare providers that led to a traumatic experience. So I completely agree and endorse that definition, but I also think we need to look at what birth trauma encompasses, and I see it really as an umbrella term, and there's a lot that sits underneath that umbrella. There is that loss of control, hence why we're talking about it in this section. But there can also be a fear for their own life or a fear for their baby's life, or I think it could be a perceived fear. So they've been told, if you don't do this, your baby will die. Whether or not we know that as correct or whether it's coercion, it can still then be a perceived fear. Physical trauma, and often we then talk about severe perineal trauma, but I do think we are then putting in the shadows women who have complications with caesarean wounds. And that is, actually more common when we look at some of the data than a severe perineal tear. You've all seen it. You can see the complications that can happen. It's not just with larger women, that there can be healing issues and scar issues and then ongoing scar issues, but we just don't talk about that. I think we should. A lack of support, and that certainly came out with our COVID data, and then obstetric violence, and we will touch on that later. I won't apologise, I'm going to talk about it. From the birth experience study, we found that 28% of women experience birth trauma. Now, if we extrapolated that to the Australian population of women that are birthing every single year, it would be roughly 87,000 women birthing every year who are experiencing a traumatic birth. No wonder we needed a birth trauma inquiry. And it was powerful. And only yesterday in budget estimates did Emma Hurst, who is the chair of the birth trauma inquiry, challenge the New South Wales Health Minister and ask for updates. And there were some interesting updates, but some of them they had to come back and give comment on at a later date. So how does maternity models of care then overlap with birth trauma? And I think this is something we can then learn and understand as healthcare professionals. I've got a few other ones in there too, mistreatment and obstetric violence. Mistreatment was a score, a validated score that we put into the survey, which actually had higher rates, and we're going to explore that in another paper. But those lines are kind of what the standard is for the general population, and then we compared it for all the different models of care, and what you can see is when it goes below that colour, that's when it's a reduced rate. So the continuity of care models are vital for reducing birth trauma, mistreatment and obstetric violence. But you can see it reduces the most when you've got your privately practicing midwives in there, and that could be a whole presentation on its own. But I will say to hospitals, do you have your visiting rights set up yet? Because PPMs really can impact your outcomes for women. But midwifery group practice, private obstetric care, they do bring it down. And what we really need to understand is that standard care and even GP shared care have actually higher rates of birth trauma, mistreatment and obstetric violence. So what other things can impact birth trauma, knowing that it's linked to control or loss of control? Well, induction of labour. I hate to say it because I know that it's like the common practice that's kind of going on, how many women are really experiencing true spontaneous labour. But induction of labour raised it from 28% to 38%. So every time that your delivery ward is full of women having induction of labour, then they're starting that cascade. Spontaneous labour decreased it. Now we've got to remember we're never probably going to get to zero, because there is a difference between preventable birth trauma and birth trauma that may well occur, because we also know that there's sometimes going to be outcomes that are not great for women, but most of it I think is preventable. Okay, what else? Mode of birth. So this was all data from the birth experience study. The only one that decreased it was spontaneous vaginal birth. Everything else either kept it the same, such as caesarean before labour, or increased it. So caesarean during labour up to 57%, instrumental birth up to 55%. Certainly this matches the numbers I got from my PhD study, which was on vaginal birth after caesarean. And those women who did the vaginal birth after caesarean Australian survey, that does a VBAC AS, is quicker to say, there was 2/3 of women that said their previous caesarean was a traumatic experience. So mode of birth also really matters. Then I've looked at some certain demographics. So women who felt disrespected due to having a high BMI, they also experience more birth trauma and higher obstetric violence, which is 1 in 10. This went down to 1 in 4. Impact on young parents. 41% of those young parents under the age of 24 felt that they experienced birth trauma, and 1 in 6. And there's some quotes here, but I need to keep getting through my slides. An impact on our First Nations women, that went up to 37% as well, and a 1 in 6 for obstetric violence. Actually, this quote is really important because it's got so many layers in it. But she basically wanted to have her Indigenous midwife in the room, but she couldn't. And she wanted to take the placenta home with her, but she couldn't. And she never found out what happened to her placenta. And she never knew where it was located. There's so many little things. It's like all these different little paper cuts that cause this big trauma, all these little things that were just taken away from this woman, this loss of control that she experienced. And then on our culturally and linguistically diverse women, it also increased to 30% and 1 in 8. And we've got a study at the moment. We've got a study at the moment where we're doing interviews now on women from coal backgrounds over in, I think it's Auburn Hospital, were doing that to get a bit more information about this, because there were less comments available. But you can see this one that was in Arabic. It said, I had severe physical and mental damage. And then women who experience intimate partner violence. I throw this one in because I did this data with a psychology honours student, and that's also currently under review. And we looked at the outcomes for women who come in and say, well, they said in our survey that they'd experienced intimate partner violence. Now, we had about 11% of women who identified that in the survey. And then we looked at their outcomes, and we looked at their, the type of birth, but also we actually looked at their interactions with healthcare providers. And there's a lot more of that in the paper. But from here, they had a 36% birth trauma rate. So they're coming in with trauma. I think you can agree that they're coming in with trauma if they've ever experienced intimate partner violence, and actually coming out with more. So there's a lot we can do in this, and this is where we really have to enforce, or not enforce, we have to really encourage a true trauma-informed framework. Okay, so my message from that section really is that we do need to recognise that with the cascade of intervention is alongside it the cascade of trauma. Every intervention that we bring is adding an extra layer of potential extra layer of trauma to women. And are we giving that information to women when we're discussing the options of having an induction? Do we also then discuss that this may actually impact the way that you feel about your birthing experience? Are we telling them that? Okay, now to trust. So in the birth experience study, we explored women's experiences with their midwife or doctor, and 2,909 women left comments. And we've published this one too. This is the content analysis on women's experiences of different models of maternity care in the birth experience study. And that was led by Helen Pellack, who is a Fulbright scholar who came over from the US to work with us for a year, and we got a paper published in that time. So what we did is we then looked at their comments related to the type of model of care they had. So for those in standard, and the other thing we then did, which is why there were numbers, because you're thinking qualitative percentages, what's going on, is we then counted how many positive comments or strength comments there were and how many limitation comments there were. We could have said like great and really bad, but we just went with strengths and limitations. Okay, so knowing that the proportion, this is the proportion of standard care, so the percentage next to it is how many women in Australia have this model of care, or the proportion of this model of care. And so this is what the majority of women experience. However, 86% of those comments were limitations. They were not great. And only 14% were strengths. And one of the strength categories I love was striking it lucky. That's when they found a midwife or doctor who just went above and beyond. And the other one that I loved was the impact of student midwives. They were all within the strength comments. Limitations were really about that fragmented model. And you can see a quote there that I'll let you read in your own time. The next one, which actually performed the worst, was high-risk maternity care. So there's only about 4.7% proportion, but 88% of limitations and only 12% of strength. And which really kind of sums it up in that first sentence. I felt like it was counterintuitive that a high-risk pregnancy should be managed by a string of different people. It would seem continuity of care would be most important and most effective for women in that category. So a lot of these women described their experiences that they were coming in, and at that appointment, it was just risk, 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 risk. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why are you broken? Okay, see you later. And that was the pattern at every single appointment with different people. No one really talking about the birth, and maybe not even ever seeing a midwife. So then coming into the birth extremely unprepared and unsupported. Okay, now we go to GP shared care. Again, we're seeing that same distribution, the 86% limitations, 14% of strength. So what's going on here? For some women, they had a fantastic GP and they had a great relationship with their GP. But how hard is that these days, especially in city environments? You're probably going to see a GP you've never met before. You might see a different one every single time, and you're being potentially not bulk billed for that. And then you leave the GP shared care to come into standard fragmented care. So then it's kind of the outcome is the same as the standard. That's why I think this happens. And so you can see with this one, with this quote, she says that she did have a great GP, but then she moved into the fragmented system. So now we come to the continuity models. Can you see a bit of a shift here? We're no longer in the 80s, thank goodness. We're now at the 52% of limitations and 48% strengths. What a massive swing. Knowing that around about 15% of proportion models are on this, but I know that it's growing, and certainly in the budget estimates in in New South Wales government yesterday, they were talking about how much they're growing our MGPs, which is so important. And this woman says that she cannot speak highly enough of the MGP. But there were some limitations, and I think they're things that we need to consider. What if you don't get on with your MGP midwife? Is there a way that you can discuss that and do that in a respectful way that you can then find someone else that does work well with your personality? We're not going to get on with everyone. Not everyone gets on with me. What a surprise. So it's okay to know that maybe that connection isn't great, and we need to think of ways that we can give them options, because it is about choice. But there's also the impact of policy, and this certainly came on in this one. Women were acutely aware when maybe they wanted one choice, but their MGP midwife was having to put forward a policy or guideline as maybe more important than choice. So I think there's work to do there. Then the private obstetric care, again, we can see more strengths and some limitations. But have a read of this quote if you can. I'll just kind of keep talking while you do that, because it's too long for me to read out. But there's so much in that quote that she missed out on. You know, there was this amazing relationship. She had that continuity. They were available there for when they needed them, but there was something missing. There was something missing from her whole relationship there. And then that last bit, which really does shock me. When I first saw my baby, she looked like a prop from a horror movie. I had lots of problems bonding and breastfeeding. So some great things and the great comments, the strengths really were when women had high-risk issues and they didn't have to be bumped from pillar to post in a fragmented system. They could have one person that's going to care for them. And I think that really is the strength of our obstetric team, is to be able to provide that continuity in a high-risk situation. Okay, are you ready for the last one? What do you think the last one is? What have I missed out? Privately practicing midwives. Are you ready for the numbers? All right. Okay, 96% of strength comments and only 4% of limitations. Those limitations, again, were on the maybe what if you don't get on with the person that you're with, but the majority was the strength. Women really identifying that they had the gold standard of care, and yet so few proportion of women managed to get access to a PPM. And I like this one. She says, it's worth the money. She cared about me and she actually showed love to me. So that's what was missing in that previous quote about private obstetricians, was that sense of love, that sense of relationship and strength of relationship that we do so well as midwives in a continuity model. And she's part of the family now. It's really beautiful. So then let's have one more layer on this one, is what does it look like when we look at what models of care do the types of births that are out there, knowing that spontaneous vaginal birth was the only model of care to decrease birth trauma. So we can see here, this is where the value of MGP and PPM comes out. They are the highest, because they're the pink ones, the highest vaginal birth rates. Link that back to decreased trauma, link that back to what women want. Then you can see why our continuity care models are so important. Okay, the last one I'm going to look at is respect. And there was this paper that came out just last year that looked at a definition of respectful maternity care. There's lots in there, but it really is about, dignity and preventing disrespect, mistreatment and abuse, and providing a practical framework, and it's also then linked to a reproductive justice framework. There's a lot out there on reproductive justice frameworks. And I love that how it goes down then to also includes consent, privacy, communication, shared decision-making, dignity and respect, safety and justice. This is the type of care that women deserve when we're talking about respectful maternity care. So what's the opposite? Well, the opposite is obstetric violence. I think that is the ultimate betrayal of respectful maternity care. Our study showed it was more than 1 in 10. Extrapolating that out, that is more than 34,000 a year experiencing this form of violence. Our paper looked at all these comments around, we asked women, did you experience obstetric violence? We then asked them, can you tell us about that experience? We had 626 comments. That's the first paper we looked at because we'd never asked it before in Australia. It came from one of our consumer groups and they were horrifying. They really were horrifying. And I felt like we needed to give them justice. I felt for the women that shared it was literally like ripping off a wound and then leading into our survey with their words and then just asking them to go on with their day. So I wanted to honour that by publishing this paper. But we did also have to be brave because we knew a lot of people were not going to like the outcome of the paper. What we found from those comments was that there were 3 areas or 3 categories. I felt dehumanized, I felt violated, and I felt powerless. And the more I think about it, I actually think it's kind of a continuum. You know, there is the dehumanization that happens, the woman feeling like she's just a part of, a part in a process where no one knows her name or no one cares, that she's dehumanized. And then through that, she becomes powerless. No one's really listening, no one's giving her choice, no one's hearing what she wants to do. And then in that way, I think she's then in an environment where she is more able to be violated. Because I think if any of us walked out of here right now and someone tried to do like a vaginal examination as we were walking along the corridor, we'd be like, hang on a minute, that's not okay. So I think it's just a process that happens. Dehumanization, powerless, and then violation. And here's one of the quotes, and there are many, and they're not just from obstetricians, and I really do want to enforce obstetric violence means violence against women from any healthcare provider. The term comes from South America, and I'll touch on that in a bit. So there was a quote there, pulling the placenta out aggressively without giving the option and telling me to be quiet. Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide. I'm just going to warn you now, this has a series of words on it that actually are from words that women wrote about their experiences of obstetric violence. And if you just saw those words there, you would think that's something that you would see in a court of law from someone who's had a sexual assault. And there's been plenty recently, hasn't there, on sexual assault on international law. However, these were all from quotes. I was so shocked when we were doing this analysis that I pulled them out to go, what is going on here? And they're strong words. And then this quote I think I can have a favourite quote out of quite violent quotes, but I think this is an important quote because she doesn't have to describe what happened to her, but she puts it into context. We live in the Me Too generation. Someone wanted to have sex with me and I said no, and then kept saying no. And then they told me someone I loved would die if I didn't agree to having sex with them. So then I said yes, and then cried and cried while they did it. That would be rape. I don't see how my experience was any different. You don't have to know what her experience was. I think she tells you enough in that quote. And this is why we need to be alert and aware about obstetric violence and know what reduces it. And those models of care, especially those midwifery continuity care models, does decrease it. When you know a woman so well, and I have worked in continuity care models for many years, when you have that relationship, then I don't think you have that breeding ground of violation because they're not dehumanized, they're not powerless, and then you're less likely to violate them. Doesn't mean it's never going to happen because you're not the only person caring for them either, and sometimes that relationship is broken, but it's less likely to happen. Okay, there's a lot of upset around the term obstetric violence, and we've got another study going on right now, so there'll be a survey coming out soon from one of our PhD students looking at what you guys think about the term obstetric violence and mistreatment. So please look out for that survey and please do fill it in. It is a completely non-judgment based, we just want to hear what it is from you guys. So for me, certainly as a feminist reproductive justice researcher, then I put the woman's experiences first. And there's an amazing woman called Camilla Pickles. She's a lawyer in the UK. And she explains this. If we don't use the term OV because we don't like it, then it hides the full extent of the violence and abuse, ignores the broader context and drives violations during childbirth, and it undermines the development of comprehensive responses. That's a very complicated way to explain how, at the end of the day, the term OV came from survivors. And therefore, we need to stand with them. Well, I would think as midwives who are with women, going back to that original thing of being with women, that we should be standing with women and going, it's actually not okay. But so should our amazing obstetric team as well. If you work in an environment where obstetric violence occurs, then I can't imagine it's very great to work in either. If you've got that environment that can cause and breed violation to women, then potentially that violation is happening between staff, or it's a lack of respect environment. So by standing and saying we need to think of everything we can do to prevent this, then you'll actually have a better working place as well. I've just been told I've got 10 minutes and I've rushed through that thinking I wasn't going to fit everything in. So hopefully we've got some time for questions instead. But let's go through these key points. We do know that women want respectful maternity care from a known midwife. We've got this from the birth experience study. We're seeing this from our international data as well. We know and we need to be aware of the impact of the cascade of trauma that goes alongside the cascade of intervention. Every time we encourage women or consent women to have an intervention, how is this going to impact how they feel about their birth? And it might not be straight away. When a woman is holding her baby and she's in shock and she's feeling amazing and she's getting a flood of emotions, she might say, thank you so much, this is exactly what I needed. This is many months afterwards. I was asked by a journalist this morning, what is the impact for women that you have seen? I'm like, well, to be fair, I would care for women up to 6 weeks afterwards. I wouldn't see when the crash was going to happen. And that's often our GPs that see that. That's often our child and family health nurses that might see that. But actually, we then see it a lot in that next pregnancy. I do really hope that we need to stand with women and fight against obstetric violence. Think of every single way that we can to decrease obstetric violence, because that is going to make a much better experience for everyone and a major experience for us. The impact of obstetric violence and birth trauma is that it can, doesn't always, but it can lead to PTSD or postnatal depression or postnatal anxiety. And then it has a cascade impact for the rest of their bonding experience as well. And if you want to know more about that, have a look at the quotes that are in many of the papers where we talk about this. So I hope that we can stand against it. It's been quite a full-on presentation, but I think we really can go back to knowing what our essence of what we do, and it is to support women's choice. So therefore, we need to know what women would choose. We need to look at control and how to keep women in control. It's not about knowing exactly how a birth's going to come out, because none of us can know that. It's about respecting their choices and the wishes that they want to do. Even talk to them about birth plans, and that's another presentation for another day. We need to be aware that, we need to think about what helps a respectful relationship, what helps them have that strong relationship. And if you are someone who does not work in continuity of care, that's okay, because the lovely category that came out of the fragmented systems was striking it lucky. Let that woman feel that they have struck it lucky by meeting you, that you have been the one that's just gone that extra mile, that's shown that extra bit of kindness, that's connected with the woman. Ask the questions, how did you feel after your previous birth? Can you tell me more about that? Gave a little bit of extra time. That's what women described in striking it lucky. Finally, what is respectful maternity care? Well, we can look at what it isn't and then build that up and prevent that happening so that we can have a respectful maternity care environment and that all women then receive respectful maternity care. Okay, and then I'm going to do a bit of shameless self-promotion, so just warning you now. I have a new book coming out in August. So many of you might know me because of my Birth After Caesarean book, which was written for women. But when that came out, I then travelled around Australia doing lots of workshops with healthcare providers, and I got so much more knowledge from that. And the feedback I got from women was, I wish healthcare providers knew this information as well. So this is really me writing this for you, all the stuff that I've learned from the women, from my PhD. I've also got stuff in there that I've done postdoctorally, and from just speaking to people who are supporting women having a better birth after caesarean, and put that all in. It's got stories from other midwives and doulas from both in Australia and Indonesia, which is an interesting little connection that I've got with Indonesia. And there's also peppered with that, full of women's quotes, because I went onto social media and said, what would you want to tell and advise healthcare providers about supporting birth after caesarean? And I got a lot of comments, so I've peppered that throughout the whole book as well. So keep an eye out for that. It's coming out in August, and I hope you enjoy it. And that's me.
Oh, thank you, everyone. That was an amazing and powerful presentation, Hazel. Thank you very much for that. We do have a gift, but does anybody have any questions? We do have a little bit of time. So any questions?
It was so much fun going back into doing it again, because I could look up and see, has more research come out, and then putting it into language. So there is more updated research, but it looks at it slightly differently as well. So there are things in there that are definitely not in the first book. The first book was designed for women, and this one is for clinicians. So the language is actually probably not that much different, because I don't write fancy, so it's pretty basic language still. But it has things in there that are specific to healthcare providers, and then updated research as it's come out. In some things there wasn't, like I had a woman contact me yesterday about special scars and had any more research come out from that. And the good thing is I can now just go back to the book because I only finished it in January, and there wasn't anything extra that I could add to that. However, I have a Masters of Research student who's in a qualitative study on special scars, so we'll be able to add to that in the future. But yeah, it's got a lot more things in there that have either come out since the previous book and then directed towards clinicians. Yeah. Mbaye has a question. Oh, is there more? Oh,
mine was just a comment, sorry, just a commentary in you clarifying that obstetric violence is not just about doctors being violent, because, you know, that's the pushback you get when you're trying to talk about it openly, like, you know, in clinical spaces where doctors feel like they're being attacked, but then it's just violence against any woman who's going through the childbirth continued by anyone, whether it's a midwife or, you know, a doula even, if that is possible. But yeah, nice to clarify.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the comments, it could have been a sonographer, it could have been a physio, it could be anyone that was in that space that basically has that power because they've got that extra qualification over the woman. And so it could be really anyone that was in that space. And the term comes from South America, where it's very recognised. It's recognised by International Confederation of Midwives. So midwives in the room, this is our international body recognises this term, as does the EU and the United Nations. You had a question. Can I give it one more in? Because I'm dying to hear your question.
Just such an interesting presentation. Thank you for all those statistics that are just horrifying. I was interested, horrified, upset to see that even with private practicing midwives, there is a level of mistreatment and violence in that field. Can you deconstruct that?
Well, we can see that from the strengths and limitations paper, because we did ask them specifically about their model of care. So I guess some of those limitations could potentially have resulted in trauma or violence. And so that was around, I guess, maybe a disconnect between personalities, or maybe what the woman was expecting was, I hate the word expecting, what the woman was hoping for, being very different to maybe what they then received. But also being aware that not every home birth, not every private practicing midwife and woman managed to have a birth at home. So then, you know, the transfer, and we know the work obviously from the UTS team on transfers from home birth to hospital and the challenges that can bring. So I think some of those were once you get into that system, into the fragmented model, and potentially, especially when there's not visiting rights, the challenges that can go on there. And I think here in New South Wales, we are not leading the way where it comes to the endorsed midwives being able to work in more than one location or be able to come in, because with only the one hospital with visiting rights. And there may be midwives that be like, I don't want to have the visiting rights because I don't want to do that. However, I think when you have that choice, and I did see an interesting thing from Private Hospitals Australia looking at maybe opening their models of care, so maybe they could then have midwifery models of care in there as well, which I think would be interesting. Oh, sorry, I'm leading the show here. Wonderful. Yeah, that's fantastic news. That's really good. Yeah. And I really think this is something that can be spread out. And I think we have to focus as well on our regional and rural areas as well, where they're often working alone. I was the only midwife for the whole Central West for a long time, which was really hard work. And then to be able to have that visiting rights would have been really helpful too. So well done, Hospital Women. That's very exciting. Oh. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Our next speaker, our lovely Hannah Grates from here at the Royal. Hannah is a specialist continence and women's health physiotherapist, as awarded by the Australian College of Physiotherapists in 2020.
Hannah has more than 15 years experience as a physiotherapist working in public health services across the Northern Territories, Western Australia, Victoria and New South Wales Health. Hannah designed and led the implementation of Embody at the Royal Hospital for Women, which is the largest virtual group pelvic floor muscle training program for pregnant and postpartum women in Australia, reaching nearly 10,000 women since it began in 2021. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, we're just hoping this will.
Right. Is that on? Okay, perfect. Thanks very much, Sam. It's very exciting to be here with you all. So I'd like to first start by acknowledging the Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation as the land that we're meeting on here today. Pay my respects to Aboriginal elders past, present and emerging, and extend that acknowledgement to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people meeting with us today. So I'm hoping that we're feeling okay about a little get to know you exercise. There's a little bit of audience participation in my presentation, just as a warning. So I thought we might start with how many of you have taught, maybe suggested, or even just spoken to a woman about pelvic floor exercises in the last month. If you can raise your hand or react for those of you online. Excellent. Keep your hands up if, while you've been teaching pelvic floor exercises, you've also done some yourself. Okay, that's very good. Really appreciate that honesty and some of you who put your hands down. What about this time? How many of you are confident in teaching pelvic floor exercises to pregnant people? How many of you feel like you know how to help someone find the right muscles to exercise and then to tell them what it is that they should be doing? Oh gosh, is there any hands up still? Okay, again, thank you for your honesty. So I guess that hopefully by the end of this presentation, I guess my job is to make sure that all of those hands are up. Oh, sorry, that was my... Okay, so how many women who are pregnant do we think are exercising their pelvic floor muscles? Well, Kari Burt and her Norwegian research team actually asked that exact question. And what they found was that less than 10% of women before pregnancy and less than 20% of women during pregnancy actually completed pelvic floor muscle training at least once per week. And that was in the early 2000s. And it's unfortunate for me to stand here and say that those numbers aren't tremendously different 20 years later. So further teams who've investigated factors that maybe motivate women to uptake exercises in the first place and then also to stay motivated to continue to perform pelvic floor exercises have found similar themes. And that essentially is that self-efficacy, or the confidence to actually complete pelvic floor muscle training correctly, more than a woman's perceived susceptibility to experiencing symptoms, is the thing that drives that engagement. So what exactly is it that we're asking pregnant people to do? So if you're able, this is where the next part of audience participation comes in. So sitting in your chair just there, we're going to find your pelvic floor muscles. So I want you, if you can follow along with me, I want you to rock back into your chair, tilting your pelvis backwards or your tailbone under. And I want you now to squeeze and lift like you're trying to stop wind, and then relax and let it go. This time sitting nice and upright. So come forward a little bit more into your chairs, relax into that position. I want you to think about the area around the vagina, and I want you to try and squeeze and lift as if you were squeezing around a tampon. Hold it and then relax and let it go. All right, and last one. So this time tucking your tailbone backwards, almost like you're trying to sit towards your pubic bone at the front. I now want you to consider squeezing and lifting like you're trying to stop wee. Hold it and then relax and let it go. So it's that last exercise that you did, targeting the front part of the pelvic floor muscles, that is the most important part of the pelvic floor. to be exercising during pregnancy. Okay, now for the fun part. Again, if you're able, I'm going to get you all to stand up. So that includes you at home as well. So have a little wriggle, get some of those sitting cobwebs out. And we're going to start a pelvic floor muscle training program specifically for strength training. So are you ready? Great. There were some yeses. Okay, so I want you to squeeze and lift now as strong as you can. Squeeze and lift a little bit harder, a little bit higher, and then relax and let it go. Excellent. How was that? We're going to rest for 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and we're going again. So squeeze and lift as strong as you can. Really hold it there. Squeeze and lift a little bit harder and a little bit higher, and then relax and let it go. Excellent. Well done. You've done 2. And we're resting, okay? So the rest is just as important as the effort. And we're up to, I think, repetition number 3 now. So we're getting towards halfway. So squeeze and lift strong as you can. Squeeze and lift a little bit harder. Squeeze and lift a little bit higher, and then relax and let it go. I can see that some of you are trying pretty hard by the look on your faces. I think maybe a couple of us could maybe try a little bit harder. Okay, and again, so squeeze and lift strong as you can. Squeeze and lift a little bit harder. Squeeze and lift a little bit higher, and then relax and let it go. Great work. We're at halfway, so 4 more to go. Okay, and then again, so squeeze and lift as strong as you can. Squeeze and lift a little bit harder. Squeeze and lift a little bit higher. You can do it. And then relax and let it go. Good. A nice 8-second rest. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And again, squeeze and lift strong as you can. Squeeze and lift a little bit harder and a little bit higher, and then relax and let it go. How are we going? Feeling those muscles working nice and hard? Hopefully for some of you, it's actually getting easier rather than harder. And we've got 2 more to do, so best effort, okay? So you're going to squeeze and lift as strong as you can, squeeze and lift a little bit harder and a little bit higher, and then relax and let it go. Great work. Got 1 more, okay? Soak in that rest time. Are you ready for your biggest and best final effort? Okay, and again, squeeze and lift, strong as you can, squeeze and lift a little bit harder and a little bit higher, and then relax and let it go. Well done. Give yourselves a round of applause. Nothing like a group of midwives, hey, for audience participation. So that pelvic floor muscle training program that you just completed using a maximum effort contraction. So we just completed the minimum number of repetitions, which is 8, with a maximum number of repetitions of 12. Should be completed with 3 sets of those 8 to 12 repetition and a maximum of 3 to 4 times a week. So who's familiar with the notion of telling women that they need to be doing pelvic floor exercises every day? Yeah, so for us as physios, often we've sort of tried to justify that as a way of saying that if you do it every day and then you miss a few, you'll get to the 3 to 4 times a week. But we know that as human beings, we're not necessarily motivated to continue doing something that we don't think we're doing well enough. So let's set women up for success and tell them that they only need to do it 3 to 4 times a week, and then they'll probably achieve that and keep going. We know that forming a new habit is a really challenging thing as well for us as humans who like to keep to routine. But habit-related research tells us that attaching a new activity to something that we're already doing is one of the best ways to keep going with that. So rather than getting women to do it maybe with brushing their teeth or even with breastfeeding, attaching pelvic floor muscle training to a natural activity like exercise routine or in an established exercise routine is probably going to set the woman up for the most success. So pelvic floor muscle exercises are more than just something that is good to do in pregnancy. We have level 1 evidence that pelvic floor muscle training for people who don't have symptoms in pregnancy reduces the risk of urinary incontinence in late pregnancy by up to 60%. We also have level 1 evidence that pelvic floor muscle training for that same group of asymptomatic women in pregnancy reduces the chance of urinary incontinence up to 3 to 6 months postpartum by up to 30% as well. We now know that pelvic floor muscle training in pregnancy actually halves the chance of obstetric anal sphincter injury. Yep, a little bit of time to absorb that. Is that new for some people? Yeah, haven't heard that one. And that it likely reduces, the second stage of labour by up to 20 minutes. So in preparation for this presentation, I've been asking women about the conversations that they've been having with their midwives and antenatal care providers about pelvic floor muscle training in pregnancy. And from what I've learned, the impact of having a conversation with a midwife is really powerful. So it creates an opportunity that welcomes a conversation about symptoms that might lead to treatment that is necessary, like this woman in particular who was reminded to raise her nocturia with her midwife when she was talking about pelvic floor exercises. So last week, I was quite excited to hear that one woman had told me that her doctor had actually told her that pelvic floor exercises would reduce her chance of major perineal trauma, which was really exciting and pleasing to hear that that's starting to happen in the clinic space. And this opportunity to share up-to-date statistics, of course, would have a real power to motivate women towards engaging in this preventative health behaviour. If we keep up these touch points with women about pelvic floor muscle training, it also creates opportunities for us to address any misinformation that they might come across, like this woman who was told by her midwife to stop exercising her pelvic floor at 30 weeks. Or to find out the reasons why someone might have stopped engaging with pelvic floor exercises, so that we can support them to feel more confident in how they can find their muscles and also exercise them to the best of their ability. And this, which is a personal favourite of mine, there is no doubt that the pelvic floor muscles are somewhere in the top 3, maybe, concerns that women would raise, especially when thinking about concerns about birth. So I wonder what you all think about the impact of women's concerns and fears about birth if we supported them to confidently exercise their pelvic floor and to know just how important the pelvic floor muscles can be to improving their birth outcomes. So there really is a lot of misinformation out there. I mean, I guess in pregnancy in general, but especially about the pelvic floor. So let's put together what we've learned about the benefits of pelvic floor muscle training with some myths or some myth busting so that you can feel confident to address some common questions and misplaced guidance that you might receive from the women that you're speaking with. So first things first, it is the pregnancy more than it is childbirth that impacts on pelvic floor muscle function. So pelvic floor symptoms are more prevalent during pregnancy than they are during childbirth. Yep, there's some heads nodding, like that resonates, so that's good. In terms of women who have vaginal birth, they are usually more symptomatic in the first 12 weeks. Okay, there we go. So, but when we get to 12 months postpartum, the prevalence of pelvic floor symptoms between women who've had a vaginal birth and those who had a caesarean is fairly similar, which leads us to conclude that caesarean is not entirely protective. So pre-existing symptoms like urinary incontinence, for example, both prior to pregnancy and during pregnancy, are stronger predictors of incontinence postpartum than mode of birth, and that also includes forceps-assisted birth. Directing pregnant people with bladder and bowel symptoms in pregnancy to physiotherapy for treatment is really important. The experience of a pelvic floor disorder like incontinence is a giveaway that the pelvic floor muscles aren't working as they need to be. This further identifies a group of women that are going to require an individualised and specific pelvic floor muscle training program, not only to treat their symptoms, but in order to effectively exercise their muscles well during pregnancy. And then further to that, while pregnancy symptoms do make postnatal symptoms more likely, treating those symptoms in pregnancy goes a long way for reducing the severity of the symptoms that women might expect to experience postpartum. So I'm not sure if this one comes up for all of you, but we do hear it a bit in our Eastern Suburbs corner. So I really want to emphasise that that women with pelvic floor muscle dysfunction should not be routinely counselled towards a caesarean. There is no evidence to suggest that women with tight pelvic floor muscles would benefit from a caesarean, and you all know a lot better than I do about the broader context of mode of birth decision making than simply the pelvic floor. And further to this, symptoms are not usually made worse with a particular mode of birth, especially when treatment begins in pregnancy. Pelvic floor muscle training should not be stopped in late pregnancy to help the muscles to relax better. So the pelvic floor muscles cannot be too strong, and we know that they do not obstruct birth. A stronger pelvic floor muscle is a more elastic muscle. It has a greater capacity to stretch and to recover. It also sets up some early proprioception and body awareness training, which is really helpful for women in preparation for birth. So we have discussed the evidence for pelvic floor muscle training for major perineal trauma. This network meta-analysis found that pelvic floor muscle training alone, more than perineal massage, reduces major perineal trauma. It also reports the evidence for pelvic floor muscle training with a high certainty of evidence according to the grade recommendations, which means that further research in this space is unlikely to change the outcome that pelvic floor muscle training reduces or halves the risk of third and fourth degree tears. We recommend that pelvic floor muscle training is completed as part of an established exercise routine rather than at the traffic lights. To be effective, pelvic floor, as you have just learned, pelvic floor muscle training requires maximum effort contractions. It also requires focus and concentration in order to build confidence with it as a skill set. So I'm hoping that by now you know how to teach a pelvic floor muscle training program for women in pregnancy. And don't underestimate the impact of your conversations with women to encourage them to start and find this new exercising habit. As their most trusted pregnancy care provider, you are going to make the difference between whether someone does pelvic floor exercises in pregnancy or not. Commence pelvic floor muscle training early in pregnancy, as early as possible, and keep it up right until the very last moment before birth. Imagine what we could do if we used the carrot rather than the stick mentality in encouraging women to complete this really important birth preparation exercise. And don't forget to refer pregnant people as early as possible with symptoms so that they can be treated and have their concerns and worries about these symptoms impacting birth addressed. I'm sorry that my interactive reference list has not worked for you, but the QR code on the screen, you can scan it. It will take you to the physiotherapy website, our physiotherapy page on the Royal Hospital for Women website, where you can find out more about our Embody program and see some of the things that we're doing with pelvic floor exercise in pregnancy. Thank you.
Thank you again, Hannah. That was wonderful. Might have to come visit you. Okay, so we have our next presenter, Katie. Katie from the Royal. Katie is a clinical midwifery consultant and international board certified lactation consultant. She has taken over as the lead clinician for lactation services here at the Royal Hospital for Women and cares for and supports new mothers with their breastfeeding goals. IBCLC certified since 2008, as well as first-hand experience with her own 2 boys, Katie presents weekly breastfeeding classes to pregnant women and new parents and can be found either talking, teaching or observing breastfeeding to women and staff. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you, everyone. I'd also like to welcome Kaylee Moore, who is going to share a patient story. And so welcome, Kaylee. Thank you for the introduction. Those of you who know me may be expecting a more effervescent kind of talk, but today's not going to be one like that. The benefits of breastfeeding are well known and widely accessible. Every policy formula tin and parenting website states the WHO recommendations of exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months. The RHW has been a BFHI accredited hospital since 1999, and our latest BFHI data boasts any breastfeeding or initiation rates of 97%. Our national data, though arguably largely inaccurate, reports at 6 months only 37% of babies are exclusively breastfed. Australia has been a signatory to the WHO Code since 1981 and implemented the MAFE agreement since 1992. It is likely that many babies are actually formula fed. What happened to all those mothers who initiated breastfeeding? How did they feel when they became one of the many mothers who could not meet the WHO recommendations and enjoy the benefits of breastfeeding? What made them include or swap to infant formula as the way to feed their baby? It is really surprising to see so little formal and structured information available for mothers to access when breast is not necessarily best. When should you ask mothers how they're going to feed their baby? The BFHI handbook says we should ask mothers from the first point of contact, how would you like to feed your baby? Couldn't we just ask, how long are you planning to feed your baby? Don't answer that. I was immediately challenged. What if they don't want to breastfeed? There are not many mothers who choose this, and if they do, they're not pressured or berated, and they're given infant feeding support. That's about 3%. And 2% start to breastfeed and move to exclusive formula feeding before they leave the hospital. Over 3,000 women who birth at the Royal initiate breastfeeding, and some wean or mix feed because they want to, and that's not what this talk's about. But most aren't okay with it. We know through women's stories that it causes them sadness and distress. I found myself searching for counselling tips, websites, fact sheets to offer or direct a mother. I wondered what literature there was and spaces to support women for such complex issues. I found angry websites like Fed is Best. I found limited information from New South Wales Health and the ABA. I found some excellent resources from La Leche UK and some scary headlines similar to the Fed is Best campaign. There were few articles on CAP, but as I dug deeper, I found some research linking breastfeeding to birth trauma, grief, loss, and shame. I read through Facebook posts and the collection of breastfeeding stories I have in my library, I was elated to see Amy Brown's research, which I have attached to these references, and I encourage you to look at it in your own time.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here. I am actually in the Daily Mail today with a positive. Thank you. I'm very
You get the idea.
pleased to be here. I am actually in the Daily Mail today.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Amy Brown's presentation highlighted the two main topics that affect midwives: how women have their babies and how women feed their babies. Her presentation explains how the underlying issues in both these are almost identical. She sent out a survey asking mothers in the UK for their experience of not being able to breastfeed. She says she received over 3,000 responses in a week. Her presentation summarises the themes and compares them to birth trauma, and it kind of led me to the stories and the presentation today. Oops. We know that when people find out we're a midwife, they tell us their birth stories. We learn long-held stories of good and bad, and fear and triumph. When people find out I'm a midwife, they tell me their experiences with breastfeeding, feelings of disappointment when they couldn't, the pain, the frustration, and the struggle to find support. The similar themes of lack of preparation, lack of information, feelings of shame and grief when it didn't go to plan. On the other hand, people tell me when they did find a clinician that helped them with solutions and good advice, they felt heard and encouraged. The hostile narratives of feeling pressure to breastfeed, breast is best, and also the who benefits of breastfeeding is not unlike the natural birth ideal. And the comparison of being a good mother and being able to birth naturally and being able to breastfeed. The Birth Trauma Inquiry has in fact made several recommendations in relation to breastfeeding. I just wanted to put up a few birth trauma quotes. We don't just leave our feelings about our birth at the hospital. I'd like you to introduce Kaylee.
I feel, can you hear me? I feel that my story is particularly tragic because I knew from reading Ina May's Guide to Breastfeeding and attending Katie's online breastfeeding course that the latch was the most common difficulty. That new mums encounter. I had watched the videos and knew in theory how breastfeeding worked. And somehow breastfeeding slipped out of my fingers. There I was 4 days into it with bleeding and scabbed nipples. I was told I needed a rest from breastfeeding to give them time to heal. And I felt so stupid. I knew it was the worst thing I could possibly do to take my baby off the breast and feed formula. But my baby was hungry and I didn't have much choice. It took forever for my nipples to heal, which is why I crumbled into a million pieces in the following days and weeks. How had I allowed this to happen? When I had all the knowledge, I had done my homework and somehow I had already failed. I guess there's a reason why I teach English and not physical education, because I passed the theory, but not the practical. I was filled with shame and grief that I had failed in the one thing I was so certain I wanted to do. To give my baby the best start, to bond with her, to nurse her, be responsible for helping grow those cute chubby rolls, to lower her risk of SIDS, to boost both our oxytocin levels, to lower my risk of numerous cancers and postpartum depression, to be a breastfeeding mother and to give my whole self to her. And then when my midwife came to her first home visit, it was already too late. I was told to stop. I spent the next 2 months pumping every 3 hours, trying to play catch up, trying to make up for my stupidity. I took domperidone, all manner of galactagogues, and pumped more times in the night than my baby woke up. I was trying to take control of a battle I knew I had already lost. I felt stupid explaining my situation to other mothers who were bonding over breastfeeding. When I asked, all of them told me how they had their baby during the work week and had received bedside instruction and physical guidance from a lactation consultant before being discharged from the hospital. I had asked twice to see the lactation consultant while I was in hospital, but was told that they were not available on the weekend or that they were on annual leave. No one suggested an alternative, and I wasn't in any state to know what to do next. I hadn't prepared for only being able to lie flat because I was so swollen. I hadn't arranged for a private lactation consultant to see me because I didn't think that I needed to and had missed the boat. I did eventually get support. Everyone on my birth team was amazing, thank you. And Katie and Sarah did the best that they could. They were amazing, thank you. But it was too late. Those first few days I spent breastfeeding was so critical. And what makes it even more tragic is how everyone knows how critical timely intervention is. I knew, and this is why I was so crushed. I felt cheated that I was allowed to go home without that practical guidance. Because in those critical moments, I wasn't empowered to feed my baby like I wanted. Now I wonder, maybe I wasn't stupid at all. Maybe I was just a first-time mum doing her best when she is in the most vulnerable place in her life. Maybe I was just trying to do something I'd never done before. It's not like I could have gone practicing on other people's babies. They don't let you do that anymore. When I'm washing and sterilising bottles and fumbling around with formula, I always remember the girl in the hospital bed who could barely walk to the toilet, who couldn't even sit up in bed, and wish someone had taken her under their wing, spent a few moments with her so I could be the mum that I wanted to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee. It's another birth trauma. In Kaylee's first letter, she said, "But I will always feel sad that I wasn't a breastfeeding mother. It was who I was meant to be." See? Similar. The 10 steps to successful breastfeeding talks about breast is best. And as Kaylee said, breast is best. I'm not saying we don't need to promote breastfeeding. Nobody is saying that. Nobody's saying that we don't need World Breastfeeding Week. We need BFHI. It's just, as clinicians, we don't need to be activists all the time. As clinicians, we need to be there for our mothers. When breastfeeding doesn't work out, they have nowhere to turn. Breastfeeding carries moralistic dimensions of good mothering. Decisions not to breastfeed comes with guilt, shame and blame and feelings of failure. Some of the literature talked about how the midwife focuses on the physical body with an obligation to ensure that babies receive enough breast milk. By being experts, midwives appear to have the right to introduce techniques and technologies and to ensure optimal outcomes, but also a right to a woman's body. Breast is best reflects scientific knowledge about breastfeeding and infant nutrition. Has anybody ever said colostrum's like liquid gold and then said, but it's your choice? How do we encourage and praise women who breastfeed while supporting others who cannot? This is Danielle's story.
Hello, is there any advice on things to tell myself when I experience feelings of grief when seeing people's posts who are relishing in their success with breastfeeding? I've removed myself from most groups, but friends of mine breastfeeding, I've removed myself from groups, but friends of mine breastfeed, and I'm happy for them. So far, I tell myself fed is best and that I'm a good mum and feel grateful my son is healthy. But I still feel this feeling of sadness when I see other posts or comments about breastfeeding. I've come a long way in a few months around my disappointment for being unsuccessful with breastfeeding. Nothing against bottle fed. I was just hoping to breastfeed. But obviously I still have some belief that I've failed, which logically I know isn't true. Does anyone else experience this? If you go on Facebook, there are literally hundreds of these posts. I reached out to Danielle and it was sort of fate. She recounted her birth story with me, and her birth story was of seeking options and being involved in the choices, and ended up having a cesarean birth. And then she says, and she understands what was happening. Although she was well supported and advised and educated and resourced, she was unable to latch baby without immense pain or the reassurance that he was feeding with enough to satisfy him or meet his complete needs. Her recount of pain, anxiety, worry, physical exertion, while exhausted and tired, was spurred on by the primal need to feed her baby with her own body. When she chose her own well-being over the dream of breastfeeding, she felt relief at first, followed by guilt and disappointment. Suddenly, there was no longer any narrative or direction on how to experience her feelings or even the practicalities of finding information and a common experience. In fact, some of the advice was less than helpful. She says, when people have said to me, oh, okay, breastfeeding is so hard, it's not for everyone, it made me feel like my best wasn't enough and I should have tried harder. I asked her, what would your older self say to you back then? She said that she learned the hard way the rewards of mothering a baby. She was relieved by reassurance he was fed, and she accepted and revelled in support from family, especially when others could feed him too. And she said to me, when you shoot for the moon and miss, you still land in the stars. She posted this. I posted a little while ago about my grief of not breastfeeding. I still find myself avoiding content online about breastfeeding, so I haven't fully let it go, but I am feeling more confident and accepting of formula bottle feeding. I might, Danny's story is from a book by Elizabeth Yip, and I encourage you to read that book because I'm running out of time. And so I'm just going to move on. When I did look through the Fed is Best website, I just want to wrap this up quickly. Formula tins. We're not saying we shouldn't have breast is best for babies on the formula tins. Our predecessors fought long and hard for the WHO code, and the war against infant formula companies, that's just what it is. It's a war. But in some wars, there's casualties, and the casualties are women, mothers. The media doesn't make it any better. There's lots of hostile messages in the media. We're being called lactivists. So are we having the wrong debate, breast or bottle? So in looking what is available, the Raising Children website had an excellent video that you can refer your patients to, and I want you to leave really with that.
When breastfeeding doesn't work, it's really important for health professionals, family, and everyone around.
So has anyone seen that? It's wonderful. Yeah. Australian Breastfeeding Association has a very brief page about when breastfeeding doesn't work out and goes straight on to the next baby and also talks about the statistics and data. There's the Fed is Best campaigns. I so encourage you to have a look at what they're about. There is some helpful narratives on the grief and shame of not being able to breastfeed, but it's not very evidence-based. And I want to draw your attention to the formula consent. I like to call this guilt consent. I was on baby number 3. Milk had never come in with any of them during a feeding at 3 a.m. That wasn't going anywhere. I was asked to sign a consent saying that they could give her formula to a tired mum. It basically reads like this. You're a horrible mum. You aren't making good choices for your baby, but we can allow that if you sign this. We wish your poor baby luck. Too bad it wasn't chosen to be born to live with the lady down the hall who has plenty of milk. You are aware your child will get cancer and die early in life, and that if you just try harder, you could prevent that. Just making sure you know this all lines up with you. Okay, dokie? But we say it's your choice. The Queensland Health had a nice webpage, support and advice for families unable to breastfeed. But the big place where you'll find this support is from the Leche League, Great Britain. So if you find a mother that is feeling this guilt and shame, this is a really good resource. And this is something we should really implement in our connecting, listening and responding. So that's what I leave you with, because I've run out of time. The New South Wales Government undertake a comprehensive review of the funding of maternity care and make appropriate representations to the Australian Government following the outcomes of that review. What about breastfeeding? When we claim that breastfeeding difficulties are solely based on your preparation, we place blame on the mothers, further compounding their trauma. So the recommendation 7 for the antenatal education, while I think it's helpful, I don't think it's enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you, Kaylee, for sharing with us today. Very powerful movement. Okay, there we are. Okay, we have our next speaker, the lovely Marjan, I'm going to say it wrong, Kajahe, Associate Professor, and I have said it wrong because she's told me how beautifully she says it, but I can't do that. But the lovely Associate Professor Marjan Kajahe is a highly accomplished researcher, clinician and academic with nearly 3 decades of clinical expertise. Marjan holds a distinguished academic background with a bachelor's and master's in midwifery, complemented by a PhD in public health specialising in sexology. Currently, Marjan serves as a clinical midwifery consultant for women's health research at Westmead Hospital and also holds affiliate academic roles with the University of Sydney, the University of New South Wales and Western Sydney University. Welcome, Marjan.
Thank you. So I was listening to the instruction. Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here again. And we have had so many beautiful, amazing presentation, empowering. And this presentation is about, fathers. And in particular, the presentation by Hazel and Katie about choice, empowering, and violence. I think this sit well with this presentation is about choice or force, having fathers in birth room. And let's have a look. All right, so we're gonna have images of childbirth, and I think being among all midwives, we should be fine. Usually I put images of sexual images, and this goes at the beginning of my presentation, but you're safe today. All right, so I want you to watch 2 videos and just think about what happens.
You can, sweetheart. Push past that stinging. Push, push, push. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, I can't do it. Well done. I can't do it. And again. Oh, I just passed out. You just passed out. It's all right, sweet. It's all right. It's all right. I'm just going to get some help in here just because I can't grab him while I'm watching. Can you just help with Dad, please? Just because he's a big thud. Just check his head. Well done. Keep going, keep going. I can't do it. I can't. Sweetheart, you need to push past the stinging when you feel it. You need to keep going, all right? Dad's passed out. You just keep going as you are. You all right?
Oh, shit.
Sweetheart, stay on the floor. Stay on the floor. It wasn't expected at all. You okay, baby? He's okay.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Take some big deep breaths.
Don't worry about me. Just do what you need to do.
One born every minute. All right, so what do you think about this? All right, looks like everybody is happy for those fathers. But let's go through these two things. These are not the only two events that happen in birth room with fathers. Can you hear me properly with this? Should I hold it like this or this? It's good? All right, okay. Thank you. All right. So we all know that birth is a beautiful experience. It's a miraculous moment of like having the baby, and it's a teamwork. Women need support, empowering, and need emotional and physical, compassionate support of the father, the midwives, the healthcare professionals that are around them. And also fathers are there to help, support, and empower the partners and give comfort if they can. Although sometimes poor things, they are slapped and are abused during labor. So let's have a look at the history of birth and what was the story about fathers in birth room. So until mid-19th century, fathers had nothing to do with birth and pregnancy. It was a female business, and birth was usually taken place at home or by doulas, midwives, friends. And there were some hospital births, but only rich people could attend, and women preferred to stay at home. So again, men were just completely unrelated to birth. And then during the late 19th and early 20th century, the hospital births took place and women started going to hospital more regularly, but still fathers were kept in a waiting room, not in birth room. And the reason was that there was a risk of infection, and also it was mostly patient hierarchy, like doctors were at the higher level of making decisions, and then they didn't want partners to poke their nose to their business and say, what's happening here, what's going on there, what are you doing? So they just kept the partners away from the birth room. And also the birth was highly medicalized. Have you heard of twilight sleep? And so they used morphine and scopolamine to create this light sleep so women could have a pain-free birth, which was accompanied by lots of interventions and lots of side effects. And then again, men were not emotionally prepared to see that. So for all these reasons, men were kept out of birth suite. And then in mid-1960s, men were involved in birth room. So they were invited inside the birth room to provide support because of all the feminist activities, and the hospital policies changed. Research showed that it's better that men are involved during childbirth, and the increase of childbirth education created awareness in the public that men should attend birth room. All right, so how does childbirth look like? We all have seen these beautiful scenes that fathers can jump into the pool, and there is this romantic candlelit home birth, or fathers supporting, and it can be beautiful. So there are many positive effects or impacts of having fathers attending the birth, either at home or in labor in hospital. So it encourages more proactive, involved role of men in the family. They feel they're involved in the birth of their child, and then they witness the birth of the moment of their children are born. And they also give comfort to the mother, provide support. Who said that menstrual in pregnancy and birth is only for 30 seconds to 3 minutes or half an hour at most? No, they can provide support and have a more proactive role throughout pregnancy, labor, and birth. And also it increases the strength of the relationship. And then also it has benefits for the baby, because when baby is born, baby shares microbiome with the mother and increases their immune system. And it's good that to share microbiome with the father as well. And we know that during after cesarean, if the mother goes to recovery and we cannot initiate skin to skin, or if anything happens to the mother, father can start skin to skin, and it has great benefits for both parties. However, let's have a look at the other side. All right, so what happens in birth room stays in birth room. And we don't know how fathers can react to all these graphic images that they may see. And there is blood, needle, feces, amniotic fluid, urine, episiotomy, stitches, and all those huge blades of forceps. As you can see, all those things in the back of the room, those horrible things that we insert inside women's vagina. And these can be quite traumatizing. And so the joy can be overshadowed by all these less attractive images. And a few years ago, one of the midwives approached me, and she was very upset and very distressed. She said that she attended a birth, and one of the doctors was going to insert the sculpting for the fetus and put the blades of forceps, a few medical procedures. And he asked the father to come and stand in front of the woman and watch all these procedures. And she was very disturbed. She said that this is not what we need to do. We need education. And that's true, because many fathers are not ready to watch this. If I can imagine my son, if he sees a drop of blood, he just faints. And imagine a man that is not ready, attends birth, it's great, he can provide support. But if he stands in front of the vagina, that used to be seen only as a sacred, beautiful, sexy place, and now it's wide open, forceps goes inside, the doctor's hand up to here goes inside, and that's quite scary. All right, so what are the negative impacts of having fathers in birth room? And what you see here, these are actually the images from a true video of a father in labor. I didn't put the video. He was so scared, and he stayed in the back of the room, and he was looking at the baby that was being born like this. All right, so we know that we don't know how fathers are going to react to the images of childbirth. So they may be unprepared, especially the majority of them don't attend childbirth education classes, and they are not ready, and they feel helpless, distressed, emotionally vulnerable, and especially if there is something wrong with the labor or birth, if it gets complicated, and especially seeing that beautiful vagina torn with blood and stitches, and they develop psychological and sexual scarring. And they may have anxiety, depression, and develop PTSD. On the other hand, mother feels concerned about the husband, the partner, and checks on him, distracted from focusing on the pain, on pushing, on the labor, and then she feels more pain, and she also feels vulnerable, and then we will have negative birth outcomes. Also, women that have unresolved issues with the partner, if there is any relationship issues, they may not feel comfortable having partner like watching them. Or women from culturally different background. In the culture, the husband is not much involved in the labor and birth. It could be very confronting situation. And we have to consider all these things. So now, should we have fathers in labor and birth room or not? What do you think? Okay, good. Thank you. I think I'm done now. I'm going now. You make the decision. That's great. All right. So in mid-90s, when they started having fathers in labor and birth room, Dr. George Davidson from London, he did a survey of the fathers in front of the mothers and asked him if they were happy to attend, if they were happy that they attended the birth of their baby. 100% said yes. But then he interviewed them in isolation and assured confidentiality, and the majority of them said that they could have lived without it. It did little to improve their relationship, and the image of a laboring partner negatively affected their sex life. Poor thing. And again, in late 1990s, Dr. Michael Oden, who was absent in the birth of his child, he showed that in his research, he said that father's presence was not very helpful, and there are psychological reasons that it can interfere with the process of the labor and birth in mothers. But recent studies have shown that fathers are generally happy to attend the labor and birth. And they can, but generally it's about the mutual decision between the couples. Many of them, it's the personal choice. They want to be there, or for any reason, they say, okay, I want the partner to be there, or the partner wants to be there. But for some other women and the partners, it's to comply with the societal norm, and then they are worried about what other things, or it may not show their commitment to their relationship or their children. So they say, oh, no, I have to be there. All right, so what this presentation is about is that no one size fits all. And as Hazel and Katie said, that it's about the choice and the respect and empowering them. So this presentation doesn't suggest taking fathers out of birth room and then isolate them. It's the aim is to create awareness that we need to educate women and the partners and prepare them for this journey and give them the choice if they really want to attend the labor and birth or no, they prefer to, and also to which extent they want to be involved. So the recommendation is that we need support and training for fathers. I know there are childbirth education classes, but as I said, many of fathers, they don't have time to attend. And even during the education, during the consultation, preparation for birth plan, we should discuss this, to which extent if they want to just sit on the couch, like inside the room, or if they want to stand next to the partner, or if the partner is happy that the father is involved in watching procedures, or even like from simple thing like cutting the umbilical cord. Some of them feel disgusted. They feel like it's a tough jelly thing and it makes them feel cringe. So the things that are very normal and natural to us could be a big thing to them. And it's important to discuss this beforehand. And the take-home message is, you have your way, I have my way. As for the right way, the correct way, and the only way, it doesn't exist. Thank you very much. Do you have time for questions? Oh, yeah. Any question?
Difficult one to answer, but in an intake of something, do you have a question that you find is the best way to open that door for birth partners to say it's really comfortable in?
Well, I think it could be, it shouldn't be that difficult, because when you create birth plan for the women, and usually you ask them if they have a support person, if they want to bring their partners, if there's doula, the family, a friend, someone, and then if they choose to bring someone with them, then you can ask if they really want to have the discussions. I had this presentation somewhere in another setting, and then there was a pregnant lady. She was heavily pregnant, and she was sitting there. She wasn't in midwifery practice. She was in education. I was completely unrelated to health and all these images. And I said, I'm sorry, I hope I haven't traumatized you. And she said, no, actually, it was eye-opening to discuss this with my partner to see if he really wants to attend or what he wants to be involved in labor and birth. So I think during antenatal sessions, it could be just as a simple question that who you want to be there with you and which level of involvement do you want them to have, or do you want to, usually the main thing in relationships is that to encourage the person to talk to their partner about that issue, whatever issue it is. And on this topic, it's the same thing. Just ask them, encourage them to talk to their partner to see if they have agreement, if they want the partner to attend at all, or if they attend, what level of involvement they want to have.
It's when I've spoken to some, they've often said, you know, he has to be there, or, you know, if he's not there, then I'll wring his neck or something. I think that even if the man didn't want to be there, I'm wondering how we get women to understand excuse me, that sense of abandonment that they might feel if their partner didn't want to be there.
I think that goes back to education, because you cannot force them to bring their partner, or you cannot force them to take the partner out. It depends on their decision. And again, it goes back to education. I think childbirth education classes should focus specifically on this topic, that having someone in birth room. If your partner doesn't want to be there, it doesn't show that he doesn't love you, they don't love you. Or if they come there and they don't want to be involved, again, it doesn't mean that they don't care for you. It's just a matter of educating them, informing them and preparing them. And at the end of the day, there's just so much that we can do to give someone the opportunity to make the decision. Of course, we cannot make the decision for them, but education is the main thing that we can do.
Any resources that you would recommend that we can guide fathers or birth partners to reduce their experience or trauma of birth? Because we know that not all birth partners, and not just like fathers, it's not always a father, attends these births with the women. They don't always get the opportunity to go to the classes with women and that kind of thing. So is there anything that, you know, antenatally while we're chatting to women, we can say, whoever's coming with you to the birth or is supporting you, this is a really good resource for them. This is how they can support you when it does come to that time.
Yeah. I think many hospitals, maternity websites, they have resources, and both the women and their partners can use, but also there are many apps for dads. And I have a list of the apps. I should have actually put the thing on the website, on the slides, but there are many educational apps for fathers about pregnancy, birth, what happens in birth room, even breastfeeding, parenting. And if they look up the apps on Play Store, they can find very useful resources. Yeah. All good? Good. Thank you very much.
This afternoon, we're going to start with Dr. Caroline Hastie. She's an internationally renowned midwife, author, and academic, celebrated for her contribution to midwifery and maternity care. With a career spanning decades, Caroline's work is deeply rooted in her commitment to fostering education, authentic, empathetic, and intuitive midwifery practice. Her unwavering curiosity and passion for understanding and centering the needs of birthing women and their families have taken her across the globe, shaping her innovative approach to midwifery education, research, and care. Can we welcome Caroline?
So we think this. The photo's up there too. Thank you. Thank you. I'm all wired up now, aren't I? So you can all hear me. What a wonderful morning. Haven't we just had the most extraordinary presentations? Heartfelt, moving, terrifying, Hazel. And I think, you know, aren't we lucky to have these people talking to us and learning from each other, actually. So this conference and the whole idea of the art of midwifery, very exciting one, I think. I just want to change the slide to this one, which is showing Amanda Gravett's art. Has anyone come across Amanda's art? Some people, yes. Most people know. She's an American or Canadian, I think, artist, and she did a birth project back in 2010. And I've used her art all the way through this, and she's given me permission to use it. It's online, and it's so worthwhile having a look at. She captures the essence of midwifery and birth really well. And I thought, oh, how fitting for this presentation and this conversation we're going to have here. I want to say hi to everyone online. I don't know where you see me from. Is it up there somewhere? But fantastic to see so many people part of the online journey on this whole conference. And I think there's about 50 of them or something. Yeah, which is amazing. I teach online, so online education I think is fantastic. I do the postgrad education for the primary maternity care masters at Griffith University, and we have people from all over Australia. And actually this trimester I've got a student who's in Riyadh. She just landed over there and she's going, oh my God, you know, of course, as you do. So yeah, this presentation, I'm talking about the whole idea of presence as an art form. And I think that some of the work you've done, Hazel, I think illustrates the fact that we're not using our presence in a way that is really helpful. We're amazing connectors. Midwives can connect with women really quickly. I know that many of you work in a very high complex area with lots of different women with different complexities coming through in your antenatal clinic, in the labour ward, birthing room, whatever you call it, and also postnatally. So, you know, that presence of the midwife is really powerful. And so looking at connection, how do we connect with each other and how important it is to connect with each other and to make those moments happen. And how do we do that? You know, we're all so busy rushing around, aren't we? But in fact, we can take just a few seconds more just to do that connection, even when we're rushing from one place to another. And being truly present is a gift. I think you'll find it something that you can do easily, but you have to be mindful and you have to be intentional, which you all can do, you know. So anyway, that's what I'm going to be raving on about here through this. I just want to acknowledge my mate, Robin Thompson, Dr. Robin Thompson of the Thompson Method. Robin died this year and she had her celebration. Well, she didn't have it. She was there in spirit, I'm sure. But her daughter in the Thompson Method had that on Sunday. Rob and I are old home birth midwives. We go back forever together. It's, you know, she's, you know, we were talking about legacy. Who was talking about legacy this morning? What's your legacy? I think it was our cookie was talking about legacy. What's the legacy you're going to have? And my goodness, has she left a legacy? So I just want to acknowledge Rob because she was incredibly nurturing and supportive of midwives and women and partners and anybody who came within her remit, actually very kind, compassionate human being. And, you know, I've always aspired to be that. Miss out sometimes, well, a lot really, probably some people would say. But it is something that we all need to aspire to, is to be that person. So thanks, Rob, for being, she loved Elvis too. Did you know that? So I want to just talk a bit about the whole idea of holism. What is it? And what does it mean to be a holistic midwife or to be a person who understands holism? And Fritjof Capra, in his book, The Turning Point, talked about how we are interdependent with each other and with the environment. And, you know, the old way was man at the top of the species being that really powerful being. And we see a bit of that nonsense going on in the world, don't we, right now? Yeah. But in fact, we are interdependent, and what we do and how we do it affects everything. It affects each other, well, it affects ourselves. And I think we really need to understand that, because who we are affects everybody else and affects the world, how we interact with the other species, with the animals that are around, with our colleagues, with our peers, all very important, and certainly with the birthing women and their families. Just that whole interdependence is something that we really need to think about. And there's been lots of people writing about this and exploring the ideas, and we'll go through some of those ideas shortly. But I want you to look at what's happening with planetary health. And planetary health is probably one of the most pressing concerns of the modern age. We are on track for a 3-degree increase of the basal temperature. We've already gone up 1.5 to 2 degrees. And what does heat do? And the latest report I just read, terrifyingly, says it makes us age faster for a start. Did you see that? It actually affects the DNA and makes us age faster. So that's actually what's happening right now because of this recent rise, or it's been travelling that way. So we are interdependent. Holism is important. So when we look, am I going backwards? Yes. So the art and science. So we bring in the science to the art because they're indivisible. You know, we use the science. In fact, the decade of the brain, which was the 90s, was the most exciting time because it told us so much about what midwives already know. And we know that this whole thing, it's not just about clinical competence. It's about how we show up. Who are we? How do we manage ourselves in that space? And this is probably one of the most important things. It's looking at intuition, presence. You know, they're crucial as evidence-based practice. And we're getting more evidence about that all the time. And as I said, neuroscience, you know, the decade of the brain was just revolutionary for showing us who we are and whether we've got emotional intelligence, whether we understand what our emotions are. I grew up in the day where you had to leave your emotions outside the door. You weren't supposed to take them in with you. You're supposed to be objective, sister, nurse, you know, whoever you were. And, you know, it's just so ludicrous now when we know that it's impossible to do that. But what we can do is learn to understand what's motivating us, what's driving us, what's precipitating our behaviour, and to work on managing that so we can get on better with each other. So the power of presence. It is very presence. So it's more than physical presence, it's attunement. So which wavelength are you on? You'd all know when you walk into a room, whatever room it is, the vibe. Would you agree? You all know that vibe when you feel good and when people feel good and safe, and that vibe when it feels really threatening. Am I right? Yeah. Anybody not know that? We can help you out. But that whole thing about who are you? Who are you when you go into a room? Who are you? Because it's contagious. You know, a happy, peaceful disposition is contagious, as is an angry, resentful, bitter and twisted disposition. They're all contagious. We pick up on each other and we react accordingly. And somebody was just telling me the other day about they're looking after this woman and everything was calm and peaceful and loving and flowing and everything was going really well. And her sister came in and she goes, so they asked the sister to leave. And then the woman went back and stopped her labour for some time, because we know how hormones work now, thanks to the decade of the brain. And the beautiful woman, Candace Pert, I don't know if anybody's read Molecules of Emotion. Has anybody read that? Candace wrote that in the early 90s, if I remember correctly. It might have been late 80s, but she died early 2000s. But she discovered the receptor sites on the cells for endorphins. Now, that actually totally changed how we saw the cells, how we saw the way that our bodies communicate. So what we know is that emotions are a communication system. They travel through the body really fast. They cause feelings. So you get that gut turn when something's not going right or something's happening. You get all that pickup. You pick up, I think we process like 9 bits of information per second prefrontal cortex wise, but we've got millions of bits of information streaming in through our subconscious that is setting the scene for us, and we're responding and reacting to, or not, that's outside our conscious awareness. So when you're getting those feelings that something's not right, your subconscious, or inner consciousness, when you start to become aware of that, is actually working hard to help you understand what's going on, or to be alert to what's going on. And that can be such a powerful help. Yep. So we know that emotional intelligence, being able to know, what you're feeling, why you're feeling it, what it's telling you, and your awareness, being aware of that, are really fantastic art forms of midwifery. So here's a question for you. And those of you online, please do it as well. Just think about, when were you really connected to a woman? And for each of you, would you want to just take a moment just to think about a time when you were really connected? It might be yesterday, it might be a month ago, it might be a year ago, but when you really felt that connection, and what was that like for you? How did you know that you felt so connected to her? What was it? Just share that with the person next to you, just briefly. Just have a moment.
First baby? No.
Calling you back.
Yeah, I know.
So where did you go with that? Where did you go with that? One of the fabulous things about us humans is that we can put ourselves back into a situation really easily.
Just something.
It's all right. They'll get there. See, we all need that connection, don't we? And isn't that connection just lovely when you start to connect with somebody about something really important? It's heartwarming, it's relaxing, and we do know that we've got many systems that work to help us. And I'm just thinking, here we go with some key points. The polyvagal theory. Anybody know about the polyvagal theory? You're aware of that? Yeah, great. Stephen Porges is the scientist. He was is a physiologist, and he was working with prem babies, wanting to try and understand why they desatted and why they put their lives at risk. Anyway, the theory is fabulous. But what he tells us is the vagus nerve travels throughout all our body. It is involved in all our major systems, and that it's constantly reading the environment as an attunement thing to see if it's safe or not. And if it's safe, then our parasympathetic dominates. If it's unsafe, then our sympathetic dominates. And you know what that means for labour, don't you? Yeah? And it also you know what that means for you. Oh, hold my microphone closer. Okay, is that better? Yeah. So mirror neurons. So this amazing person, Rizzolatti, he was working with monkeys, and he discovered that mirror neurons. Do you all know about mirror neurons? So that when you do something and people are watching, this is particularly important for children So with your children, when they're watching you, they are learning by watching and taking it on, and they will follow you. So I just want you all to take your finger, right, and just put it on your nose. Anybody put it on the cheek? So you can see that, you know, following instructions may miss what's actually going on. So just think about that and think about, okay, what am I picking up here? Is it real or is it not? So your mirror neurons will help you learn by doing, but also there's other things going on that you need to be aware of. Your other senses are doing stuff, yeah? And we also know, thanks to these people who do all this fantastic work with physiology, that our thoughts create cascades of emotion, cascades of chemicals of all kinds. So, for example, if I ask you to just close your eyes and just imagine sucking on a lemon, what happens in your mouth? Does anybody get saliva happening? Does anybody get dry mouth? So what they tell us, these physiologists who work on this stuff, is that we are drenched in thoughts and we're drenched in emotions. So that if you're with a woman in labour and you're saying to her, you know, the cervix is taking a while to open, for example, if you ask her to start talking about being soft and stretchy, and the baby moving down nicely, and you can feel that baby moving down, guess what happens? Guess what happens? The physiology follows the way that we speak to ourselves and the way that we speak to the women. So that's the whole thing about being with women and speaking with her in a way that's facilitative. Yeah. Helping her do that. That's very much part of it. The heart-brain coherence thing, Roland McCarty with Heart Maths. Has anyone come across Heart Maths Institute? Looking at that, what they've proven is that the heart radiance of energy goes something like 3 to 6 feet from each of us. So we actually, when we're with people, we entrain with them with our heartbeat, particularly if they're supportive, and that's looking at the polyvagal as well. So looking at these systems all working together to get yourself in entrainment with each other or dysregulation. Very important information. So we are, I think you could think of yourself as a biological regulator. You co-regulate with each other, with your colleagues, with the women you work with. Understand your power there and understand the power for good, but also your power for not so good. Yeah, really important to know that. So who you are and who the presence of you is when you turn up in that room is really powerful. And that's true for antenatal care, postnatal care. I'm focusing on labour because, well, you know, it's important to understand the things that really support women labouring. But it also supports women with their antenatal care and their postnatal care in terms of connecting with their babies, both as a prenate and as a postnate. The way we talk, you know, there used to be all this conversation around barracuda babies and how babies are this and making judgments about babies. Have you heard those things? Yeah, or calling people frequent flyers for antenatal admissions. There's something going on there, isn't it? So it's about probably, I think your superpower is being curious, asking questions, asking the woman, what's happening for you? You know, that whole thing about trauma-informed care. You ask, you know, not how are you or anything like that, but what's happening for you? And asking that in a truly respectful, caring way. Because one of the things that women love is not being judged. Don't we all? Don't we all? Yeah, love not being judged. I know where's my clicker thing? So salutogenesis is a big idea. Everyone come across salutogenesis, that whole thing about wellness as opposed to looking at risk. It's about what keeps people well, what keeps people on the healthy spectrum. Anton Antonovsky was the person who first talked about salutogenesis, and it's really a very powerful idea. And a couple of UK researchers have done quite a lot of work around that. So I would encourage you to look it up and think, well, can I be a salutogenic midwife? Can I be the midwife who helps this woman right in front of me, whatever model you work in, be the healthiest she can be? And how do I do that? How do I ask her the questions that help her make the most of this? How do I help her connect with her prenate, with her postnate, in labour? It's really powerful if you can get women to communicate with their baby, play the music, their prenate, play the music, talk to them, get the partners to talk to the prenate, actually imagine. See, one of the things about humans, we have the capacity to visualize, and you just did that before when you were thinking about that woman that you really connected with, but we also can imagine. And doing imagination exercise, like a baby growing really well and being really healthy, having enough fluid around the baby, actually physiologically makes a difference. That's one of the many studies I'd love to do, because I think we don't put enough credence into the way we are drenched in thoughts, which have a physiological response in all these hormonal systems. Yeah, so much to do, so much for us to do there. So the whole thing about it's preventing harm and it's promoting health. So it's doing both those things at the same time. So one of the things with our risk orientation is that we do all these things to people because we're avoiding risk, but we're barking up completely the wrong tree with what we're doing in those ways. Just make sure I've covered everything I wanted to talk about here, but there's just so much, isn't there, to talk about, that whole thing about sovereignty. What is sovereignty? Every single woman deserves sovereignty.
Thank you.
What was that? Well, thank you. Was that the divine speaking? No, every single woman deserves sovereignty and that respect. And Hazel, you talked about respect for maternity care and how important that is. But it's not, we have all these badges we label things with, but it's coming right back to that essence about what does it mean for a woman to have sovereignty? It's okay for her to say no. But what she needs, why is my voice going weird? What she needs is it's emotional for me. I know why. I'm thinking I'm drenched in thoughts. And I'm thinking this is so important. So the woman has the right to dictate or say or agree with or whatever what happens to her, but she needs the information, doesn't she? She needs the information so she can make a reasoned choice or a reasoned decision. That whole thing about informed decision making, like we throw information at women and they walk out of there thinking, what the hell was that all about? And I don't know about you, but if I get a whole lot of information, I get lost in it and say, what did they say? What was that? What was that? What was the important thing they said? That's one of the benefits of having a continuity of care relationship, isn't it, with a woman, that you can take on things over time. Because, Hazel, you said in your thing that the people didn't even read the notes of the women who were quite complex before they saw them, and they asked the same questions all the time. And that's really hard. That's really hard for women to have to deal with that. So a sense of safety. And that is actually what we create, that sense of safety for the women. And it's by how we are, how we show up. I could labour the point on that, couldn't I? So I want you to think about the quantum field theory. Do you know what that is? That there's actually no space. Everything is filled up with little quanta running around, and it forms according to our thoughts, our intentions, our behaviour, our projections, so that, all those billions of bits of information streaming in that we only see like 9 bits of at a time that we can process. There's a lot going on that we miss out on. So where's our focus? What's our intention? How are we influencing the field? You'll hear midwives call themselves shit magnets. Have you heard that? Well, guess what they're doing? They are priming the quantum field to do that. So they attract all the stuff that goes on. They find themselves in these horrible situations time and time again. So I would encourage you, every single one of you, to think about what kind of midwife are you? What's your presence like? What do you believe about birth? What do you believe about the women's capacity? What do you think is right? Whatever right is. I like that Nechke quote that someone said there's a right way of doing everything and there's not. And somebody else said, you know, there's usually a simple solution to every problem and it's usually wrong. Yeah, I can't remember who actually said that, but I love that quote. It's really good. Yeah, I was thinking about the mirror neurons, heart coherence, yes, pseudogenesis, Antonovsky, and I've spoke about the beautiful Candace Pert. Gosh, that book's lovely. If you can get hold of Molecules of Emotion, I'd read it, and you can see how she was treated as well. So think about, what are you doing in the quantum field? What are you putting out there? And think about, that is a physical thing that results from your thoughts, your feelings, your orientation, your intention. Powerful, powerful work. So, you know, looking at the tone of voice you use, the pacing. Do you blah, 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 to somebody and then walk away and they're going, what? Or do you take time and explain and get the woman to explain back to you what you've just said, so you know she knows what you've said? Those kind of strategies or relational ways of being with another are really, really helpful. Yeah, so you know that one of the things that the polyvagal theory helps us understand is that if you take 3 deep breaths before you go anywhere or do anything, if you're feeling stressed, it calms you and puts you in the parasympathetic mode automatically. Yeah, so just be reminded of that. So take deep breaths, take a relaxing breath and do a few of them to get your physiology in harmony, and then think, how do I want to be when I go in this room or go in this antenatal visit or go and see this mum and I've got 10,000 things behind me? Just shift and get right back into that space of being present to that particular woman at this particular time. So the challenges of modern maternity care, we know there's heaps of them. So the key points there, you can read the system, you know, those pressures, the changing of the way that care is provided because of the changing population and people's expectations and so on. So think about how can we, every single one of us, how can we reclaim the art of midwifery when we're existing in the system? So just think about, what can you do, you yourself, what can you do right now, this afternoon, tomorrow, whenever you're next there? Think about those things. So here's a bridging the divide idea. One of the things that we've tended to do in Australia particularly, I think, and also from the UK, when you read some of the reports that come out about disasters that have gone on, there's a huge divide between the medical people. 10 minutes, oh beauty, I think I'm on track. That would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, so the great divide. So how do we bridge that divide? Because it's no good making enemies of anyone. You've got to make best friends with everyone. And I would encourage you all to look after the medical students, make friends with them, new residents, registrars, everybody, make friends with them and get to be working with them. You're both coming from a similar idea of what you want to have happen. So talk with them. Remember, ask their opinion before you give yours, because what you want to do is get people talking and making friends. And one of the students told me the other day, one of the undergrad students, you know, I love the way they take you so seriously and off they go and do it. Good. She made friends with the registrar and he actually found her name badge in the car park, and he brought it into her because he found it and he knew who she was. If she hadn't introduced herself, if she hadn't made that attempt to make friends, he wouldn't know. He would have left it there probably, wouldn't he? So, look, that just gave me such heart when I heard her talk about that. So think about, how can you bridge the divide? How can you make best friends? How can you care about that human being? And, you know, one of my favourite human beings that I've known since he was a baby, well, young registrar, is Andrew. And we work together. Is he here? Good, I can talk about him. No. We were besties. Me and Marilyn and Andrew were besties. Ali knows we all worked together at the Marta and then the John Hunter when the John Hunter opened. And, you know, what a wonderful human being. And you know the blessing of Andrew is that he's curious. He was really interested in what we did. And so he hung around with us. So it's encouraging your medical friends to hang around with you and do things with you and learn together and grow together. And I've got to tell you another funny story about Andrew. And this is a recent one. One of my postgrad students, she's going to flash 5 minutes at me in a minute. One of my postgrad students is doing a bit of a research project on doctors' perception of facilitators and barriers to breech birth. And anyway, she rang Andrew. He was one of the people who agreed. And she signed off with, "I love you." And she hung up and she rang me immediately and said, "Oh my God, I feel humiliated. What I've done." And I couldn't stop laughing. And I said, if there's anyone in the world you could do that with, it would be Andrew. And I rang him straight away and he laughed. He thought it was just hilarious. He loved it too. And so, you know, we all need love. We all need to be cared about. We all need to feel like we're valuable and people value who we are and what we do, yeah? Yeah, so we can do that for each other, and that's really good. If I covered all those things, the seeking common ground, yeah, engagement, not division, that's what we have to do, is make friends, yeah? Make friends with each other. We all need each other after all. So we must actively protect midwifery. We've got to protect our autonomy and woman-centred care. And look, woman-centred care is just not continuity, right? I love continuity. I've been a continuity midwife forever and a home birth queen. I love the whole thing about that intensity. But I can I did used to work in high-end stuff as well, when you just go in. And in fact, a woman put me in as the Johnson & Johnson Midwife of the Year for being in a private hospital, for God's sake. And that was because I spoke to her about what the doctor intended and what he was going to do. And when he went out to get something, I'd say, "Do you know what he's doing? And do you know what blah, blah, blah." So she would then have the information to decide what was going to happen or not. And she found that all really valuable. So every single woman, whatever the situation, you can take that moment to help her with her decision making, and you show by the fact you talk with her that you care about her, you care about her opinion and what she wants to have happen. So it does require intention. It requires daily, minute by minute intention. What is my intention right now? And we have a unique role in shaping birth, one woman at a time. So remember that. You have the power in the moment with the woman who's right in front of you right now. So think about it. How will you embody that in your practice from here on in? Just think about that. Final thoughts. When midwives stand strong in presence, when you have knowledge and advocacy, we create a world where birth is not just safe, it's transformative. Because we know that when people feel cared about and loved and supported, no matter what the outcome is, and that was one of the things Andrew said to me in a corridor one day many decades ago. He said, "You know, I've realised how the birth ends up and whatever happens, if the woman has been part of the decision making and she feels cared and loved and supported, she manages whatever the outcome is and she feels good about herself." And I think that's so powerful, isn't it? So powerful. So what change can you make in your practice to nurture the art of midwifery? And we're not just attending births or being an antenatal midwife or being a postnatal midwife or doing MAPS or whatever. We are shaping generations. And this is one of the other things about the decade of the brain, is that we know that that prenate is developing its brain, its stress response, its capacity, its prefrontal cortex, because we know that babies who are born in war or who have domestic violence backgrounds, etc., they've got a smaller prefrontal cortex and a larger hindbrain ready for fight or flight. And I often wonder about some of the stuff we're seeing in the world, if that, you know, circumcision without anaesthetic is part of that aggression. Because there are lots of men who were subjected to that. And that's a primal wound, isn't it? And you wonder what effect has that had on their internal sense of self and so on. So the other thing, how do you look after yourself? And becoming mindful, becoming intentional, supporting yourself in every moment, because you're precious too. You are a precious human being. And every single one of you, when you think about the chances of that egg and sperm getting together and creating you, you're all miracles. Every single one of you is a miracle. And you're all meant to be here doing what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. You did make it in perfect timing. Thank you for just reminding us all about the power of presence and actually being in a space and listening to ourselves, listening to the women, and being able to remember that the power of curiosity is actually really important in everything that we do. So
if anybody wants to use any references apart from, but if anyone wants references, email me and I'll send you references.
thank you. Thank you. Caroline, we just have a little gift for you whilst you're running away. Somehow you'll fit it in, I'm sure. So our next presenter is Maddie O'Connor. A few of you might know her. She is one of our MAPS midwives here at the Royal, and she's been working here on and off at the Royal in various roles since 2012. She completed her midwifery training at Tamworth Hospital and has been an IBCLC for the past 5 years, working both privately in the community and here at the Royal. She was a keynote speaker at the 2024 Australian Breastfeeding Association National Conference and is passionate about ensuring today's mothers receive modern support, and she's an amazing support to her colleagues as well when it comes to anything lactation. I'd like to introduce Maddie O'Connor.
Thanks, Naomi. Okay. Thank you everyone for having me today. It's great to be back chatting to you about breastfeeding. Yes, I'm Maddie. I am a MAPS midwife here at the Royal. You can see some lovely friendly faces in the audience. So first, I just want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we meet. This presentation was made on Gadigal land, and I love thinking about breastfeeding happening on these lands for 65,000 years. Today I've entitled this presentation The Great Weight Debate, and luckily we are focusing on newborn weight, not maternal weight. Nobody likes weighing in, but for babies it's a key part of their health check. Newborns are weighed at certain points along their timeline. Traditionally they are weighed at birth, day 4 to 6, days 10 to 14-ish, and 6 weeks, and should be ideally gaining weight from day 4 to 6 onwards. In this local health district, midwives are responsible for the weighs at birth and days 4 to 6, and typically the 2-week weigh is done at the childhood clinic. And everyone knows that babies who lose more than 10% require follow-ups and extra breastfeeding support and extra weigh-ins and referrals. But today I wanted to highlight the importance of the weight check that could, and in my opinion should, be done between days 4 and 14. Weight is a reflection of feeding patterns that happened before it. Therefore, your day 4 weigh is a reflection of colostrum. Thus, a day 8-ish weigh is a reflection of lactogenesis 2. Checking the weight and achieving well between day 4 and 14 gives you much more information on whether the baby is effectively breastfeeding and can give the mother much better breastfeeding self-efficacy and long-term breastfeeding outcomes. We want to avoid sending our babies to child and family with weight that needs to be cleaned up. We as midwives who are attending the home visits, MAPS, MSP, MGP, are responsible for reviewing the babies for the first 2 weeks. So let's make the most of what support we can offer them. The first 2 weeks are hormonally significant. Milk making happens in the most effective way by effective milk removal and attachment in the first 2 weeks. We need to ensure that our babies and breastfeeding is off to a good start. Royal Hospital for Women has a policy which we should be reflecting on today and always, and it is traditionally used for babies who lose more than 10% at the first weigh-in. But I've summarised some other key points for us to remember in counselling all breastfeeding women, especially when encountering weight challenges between day 4 and 14. And I've done a little bit of your homework and I've got the good points out of this. So we know a full-term neonate needs to be weighed between day 4 and 6. And I've got a little asterisk there because under the guidance of our beautiful Katie, she does actually want babies you are concerned about to be weighed that little bit earlier, like around the 72-hour mark, sometimes day 3. Educate the woman on signs of optimal milk transfer and the neonate receiving adequate hydration and calories. We know that there are several birth interventions that can increase breastfeeding difficulty, initiation, and delay the onset of lactogenesis 2. And it's our job to be looking out for those and looking out for those women. In a systematic review by Fuller, the main neonatal weight loss ranged widely from 3% to 8%, and most of the time the babies have lost their highest amount of weight between day 2 and 4. So we kind of capture them on day 3 to 6 in reality. Healthy term neonates should not require any immediate cause for alarm in regards to minor weight fluctuations. And the Academy of Breastfeeding Medicine reinforces that when weight loss is of concern, the appropriate response is to investigate and address the cause rather than to supplement with formula. As a reminder, our newborns have weight goals. So ideally, we don't lose more than 10% at the first weigh, day 4 to 6. Ideally, they regain birth weight between day 10 to 14, so they're back up to where they were. And then we want to kind of keep on going in a good trajectory of 150 to 200 grams per week for that first 3 months, which if you kind of zoom in, it's 20 to 30 grams per day, or as Dr. John Smythe, the neonatologist, says, an ounce a day except on Sunday. And we want your baby to find a centile line and stay on it. And the birth centile line that babies were born on is reflective of their womb environment. And the centile line that they eventually get to is reflective of their genetic and feeding environment. So I don't want you to think that if when you're counselling your parents on centile lines after they're born, if they've moved from the 50th to the 30th and then they stay on the 30th beautifully, that's not in any way means a failure. So I have many midwives say to me that they sometimes feel nervous about weighing babies as they don't want parents to get too hung up on the weight or become weight obsessed. But the 2016 study by Flarman showed that mothers actually found weighing the babies extremely helpful, whether or not the baby gained. They found it a good way to see that if what they are doing needs to be changed or maintained. And today's parents are information-driven, a population who love data. They want to know answers and they can't Google their baby's weight. Oops, got excited. But our way with words really matters. We need to ensure that we are sensitive with our language around weighing babies, just like when we weigh ourselves. Giving a heads up on what's expected and that it's all good if the baby doesn't gain. We just need to make a new plan. We don't want them to feel like they have failed. And we don't typically see poor health outcomes with minor weight fluctuations. And sometimes saying the sentence, weight is a key piece of your baby's developmental pie, but it is by no means the entire pie, is a really good sentence to say. Globally, we are also changing our language around weight loss and have moved away from the term failure to thrive. Not that a midwife should ever be diagnosing failure to thrive, but please note that in literature, we are now seeing we're seeing the labels faltering growth or slow to grow, which is much more friendly. So today I wanted to use some case studies for you to show how effective breastfeeding counselling can be in that gap between weight checks, and some examples of things to try with women who are needing support, because women need strategies. We must ensure that we refer appropriately if these techniques tried do not succeed. So here at the Royal, we have BSU, which is our amazing in and outpatient breastfeeding service, as well as the wonderful Katie. But usually we have some time to try a few techniques at home during the home visits before recommending the dreaded triple feeding. And as a reminder, triple feeding is where you ask a woman to breastfeed her baby, then pump, and then top it up. To which many mothers, this is a mental health death sentence. Triple feeding was a huge reason I got calls during my private LC days with women who could not get off this process. So let's try and prevent us even from needing it. So the first case study is a lady who we're deeming the letter A, Lady A. She is a primate. She was 27. She had normal pregnancy, very well. She did spontaneously labour at term, but she ended up having a caesarean section for a red CTG, and she was 3 to 4 centimetres dilated at that time. Her infant had respiratory distress and there was likely infection, and the baby had quite a long NICU stay, needed antibiotics, IV therapy, tube feeding, breastfeeding. And in the NICU, the weight loss did drop below 10%. So the baby ended up losing about 14%. And it was discharged home on around day 8. So she had a pretty long NICU stay. And the discharge plan from the nursery was that this baby was encouraged to breastfeed and top up. So this woman had her first home visit on day 10, so just 48 hours after she got discharged, which was pretty timely. And her description of when we got to the home about her feeding was, I think it's going well, 5 wet nappies a day, 1 to 2 stools, and they're yellow. She was doing about 8 breastfeeds a day, and she said, I'm exclusively breastfeeding, meaning she'd chosen not to do the top-up plan from NICU, which was, that's cool, that's your decision. And looking at that summary, looking at that baby's output, you'd think, okay, maybe we're going okay. Maybe the weight's all right. We are actually meeting our output minimums here. But as you might remember on the previous slide, this woman had a billion red flags for lactogenesis too. And I hope I don't need to point them out to you. But for example, cesarean, emergency cesarean, NICU, long stay, pumping, it was all very, very traumatic for her. So she definitely needed this baby weighed again. So the birth weight was 4.2. In NICU on day 4, we went to 3.7. Day 8, we were 3.6. Day 10, just before, so that was her discharge weigh. So 3.6 was her discharge weigh. And here on day 10, we weighed it again and we got another 3.6. So we've got a stagnant weight. Who here would be tempted to put this family on triple feeding again? Yeah. Go, Katie. This is a very, very tempting triple feeding scenario. But this woman has had a very traumatic time. I knew that she was desperate not to give formula, and I knew that her birth plan was absolutely everything opposite to what had happened to her. So now that we've seen the weight, let's ask a few more questions about what her feeding has actually been like. We need to get a little bit more information than the original summary she gave us. So then she started saying, I really focus on draining one side well each feed. He's often too tired to take the second side. We're using a dummy as the nursery gave him one. I'm not giving him any formula and I'm not expressing. And she did say he was considered a settled baby. So we can see that there's a few things here that maybe we could change. And I'm not going to panic and put this family on triple feeding because we have met our minimum hydration. We have a baby who is still meeting their hydration needs. We have a mum that probably needs a little bit more time to decompress after her experience, and she was passionate about not giving formula. So we need to think of some really, really good quality suggestions to give this family, because there are several things in their feeding patterns that we could change and adjust to give her some improved outcome. If you were really clever, you would take a photo of this slide now. So we're going to make a short-term plan for this family. We cannot come back to this family and reweigh them in a week. This baby needs to be reweighed in about 2 to 3 days. We don't really have a lot of time until we probably should initiate triple feeding. We need to watch a feed. We need to ensure that the woman is latching her baby effectively and deeply. We need to educate her on the difference between sucking and swallowing. And a really, really good phrase to use when we're teaching suck versus swallowing is we're looking for bang for buck. If your baby's going to be there, we want them to be effective. We want to look for gulping. We want to look for letdowns. We want to look at our suck to swallow ratio. We want to reduce effort in the infant. When you have stagnant weight gain, you have an infant that is most likely receiving, is that 7 minutes to go? Oh no. We have an infant that's most likely receiving enough hydration, but we're burning the same amount of calories as to get it in there. So we really need to make sure that we are not keeping the baby on empty sucking, okay? We need to give a fresh breast more often. This woman had really lent into that kind of hind milk theory, which we're trying to slightly move away from now. And we really need to make sure that she has both breasts each feed. I would say typically most primips need to give their babies both breasts each feed. You can literally give your baby double the amount of milk by giving them the second breast in the same amount of time. We might encourage her to switch feed. Entree, main, dessert, left, right, left, you know, switch it up a little bit more often. We might encourage her to use breast compressions. This is gentle breast compressions during sucking, and we're going to tell her to limit the dummy use. So we came back in about 3 days, so 72 hours later, we needed to revisit this family, and the minimum weight we needed to see was 60 grams, remembering that we're zooming in, 20 to 30 grams per day is ideal. We would have accepted 60, and I feel like, you know, the survey says, you know, what's that TV show? And the survey says, we weighed this baby and we got 150 gram gain in 72 hours. So not only did we give this mother the absolute best mental health after her traumatic birth, we gave her breastfeeding self-efficacy and we helped her achieve her goals. Is this baby going to get to childhood clinic and get to its 2-week weight gain goal? Absolutely not. But are we going to send this baby to childhood clinic with an upward trajectory? Yes. Okay, case study 2. This is Lady L. She was a primip as well. She had an unplanned pregnancy and she had social complications. But her pregnancy was considered well. However, she was a suspected LGA, and then therefore there was a plan made for a cesarean. However, of course, she had a 3.7 kilo baby. She did develop preeclampsia on day 3 of her stay. Her baby was admitted to the nursery on day 2 for dusky spells, but only stayed 24 hours, but there was separation for them. And then she was discharged on day 7 after a relatively good day 5 weigh, 8.6%, we consider that within the norm. And she went home on labetalol with ongoing social complications. And luckily, because she was in MAPS, we could see her relatively soon. So we rocked up to this lady's home on day 9. And she had her little, they give you their little feeding summary from the night. And they say, I think it's going pretty well. And they look like they're crying. She said, we're exclusively breastfeeding, 5 wet nappies a day, both sides per feed. And you would look at that and go, okay, well, that's pretty good. This is looking okay. But again, that woman had a million red flags on her admission as to why she needs a zoomed in breastfeeding care. And then absolutely did she need a reweigh. So as a reminder, her weight was 3.77 at birth, her day 5 weigh was 3.45, and her day 9 weigh 343. So it's technically a loss, but we'll consider it stagnant. So we hadn't gained anything in 4 days. So we need to ask her a few more questions again. We're going to go through a bit more. We need more information. Let's uncover the story a little bit more than what she originally told us. She said, some feeds are taking an hour long. My partner and I have not been getting along. I really don't want to give formula. Sometimes she sleeps 5 hours and she's considered a settled baby. Okay, there are a couple of things there that we can edit. Let's use our weight as information and make a new plan for her. We're going to do really similar suggestions as we did for Lady A. We are going to really educate her on the difference between suck and swallowing. We're going to give her bang for buck with her breastfeeding. We're going to have this baby there being effective, not burning energy. She was already giving both sides, but we moved her to switch feeding. So we gave her 3 courses within the same amount of time. We encouraged breast compressions, we checked the latch, but also we really listened to her desire to avoid formula. In fact, one of her social complications and reasons she and her partner were not getting along was all about formula and bottles. So we need to be on her team. But we are not going to give this baby long. This baby has been stagnant for 4 days. We absolutely need to come back and weigh this baby in 48 hours. And the survey says we got 135 grams in 2 days from doing just that type of education for this woman. We're not going to go through the third case study, luckily for you, because it was really complex and you don't want to know about it anyway. It's all good. We gained, don't worry. But what did we learn? So today we learned that weighing a baby is a really, really good tool. I don't want you to be afraid of weighing babies. I want you to weigh them again. Even if your woman that you were seeing at home had a 3% weight loss on day 5, weigh this baby again. It's going to give her a lot of information. Short-term weight fluctuations can usually be rectified by breastfeeding adjustments and simple strategies. We don't want to send our families into triple feeding if we can help it. And if you have a well baby who is considered settled, having good normal output, you have time to do that. Your baby behavior can tell you a lot. Both of those babies in those first 2 case studies were settled. If you have a baby that's hysterical, we're not going, too bad baby, try triple feed, try switch feeding. Like some babies, their behavior will indicate you what to do. But midwives play a really big role in the first 2 weeks, which directly impacts your long-term breastfeeding success. If we get to child and family at 2 weeks and our weight hasn't gone anywhere, that was the other reason women would call a private LC in tears coming out of child and family saying, I thought my breastfeeding was going well and apparently it wasn't. The first 2 weeks are crucial and the women are in our care for that time. Sensible and sensitive weigh-ins are a really, really good way of resolving breastfeeding issues. But of course, we have to refer. If you don't feel comfortable giving women strategies, thank God at this hospital, we have a lot of support. So please make sure you use that service. And if anyone's really interested in this topic, the Academy of Breastfeeding Medicine just released a statement on underfeeding and overfeeding. And it's a really, really good 2-pager. It's not going to take a lot of your time, but it is a 2-pager for you to have a look at to give you some information on the balance between that and things we want to avoid. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Maddie. I think we can all agree that that was very helpful and very practical. And hopefully Maddie might share her slides and we can all have a read of the more complex 3rd case that she was going to present. But thank you so much. So our next presenter is Roya Gobin. Gobani, sorry. I did ask her earlier. Roya is in the process of getting her registration here in Australia, so fingers crossed it comes through next week. Her midwifery journey began in Iran, where she trained and worked as a registered midwife for quite a few years. After moving to Australia, Roya has embraced the challenge of requalifying as a midwife here. She started as an AIN in the Australian public health system, completing her Bachelor of Nursing in 2002. Her passion for midwifery drove her to pursue a postgraduate diploma in midwifery, and she joined the Mid-Start program here at the Royal Hospital for Women in 2024. Roya is committed to making a lasting positive impact in the lives of the women that she supports. Will you welcome me and welcoming Roya?
Next one, thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming. Before I start and sharing my midwifery journey from Iran to Australia, I would like to acknowledge the Bidjigal people, the traditional custodians of this land that we meet on today. Along with this past, I've been fortunate to learn and grow in the land that deeply rooted in the wisdom of its original custodians. I've been fortunate, the land of First Nations people, which has nurtured me kindly as I call this land home. And I will carry their wisdom with me as I move forward. I would like to pay my respects to elders, both past and present. And I would like to extend my respect to other Aboriginal people presenting here. My name is Roya. In Farsi means sweet dream. In Farsi, every name carries a meaning, and there is an old belief says your name shapes your destiny. My father, who is always my greatest motivator, chose this name for me. And whenever I need some advice from him, he just only gave me one statement. He said to me, my sweet dream, dream big, move forward, and be resilient. He believes when we pursue our dream with passion, they will be sweet. And I carry his word with me every day. I grew up in Iran, one of the Middle East countries, where social opportunities are often limited for women. As a woman, we must be strong and resilient to be able to catch our dreams. I was fortunate enough to have my dad next to me. He always got my back. He challenged the social norms in his own way. He wanted me to be as strong as my brothers, to be a strong woman. In this slide, you can see a picture that has been drawn up by artificial intelligence ChatGPT, a very heated debate these days. Sometimes I find myself communicating with ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT to describe a midwife in 3 words, and the response was very impressive. Compassionate, resilient, empowering. My curiosity came up, and I asked ChatGPT to visualize a midwife based on those 3 words. And this is the result. I found it interesting. A soft, compassionate touch from a midwife, combined with a true manifestation of resilience, a woman holding her baby tightly. For me, the concept of dream big, move forward, and be resilient perfectly captures the spirit of midwifery. For me, I believe as we support a woman through her pregnancy and birth, we see strength, we witness the resilience. We see a true empowerment that exists in every single woman, which in turn shape us. I believe midwifery is a field where passion and dedication intertwine, nurturing not just the life, but the art of compassionate care. The value that my dad taught me stayed with me, shaped my life journey, especially when it was time to choose my major in midwifery. His words led me to a big dream, to become a midwife. My midwifery journey started in 2010, roughly 15 years ago. I enrolled myself in Bachelor of Midwifery in a city called Yazd, roughly 4 hours drive away from home. I was the first woman in my extended family who studied this far away. In Iran, midwifery is a 4-year program, comprehensive with educational curriculum. Like here, we have to present at birth, have continuity of care, and be a birth accoucheur, not 30, 80 births. 4 years of hard work passed, and I got my registration in midwifery in Iran, and I started to work as a registered midwife in one of the well-known hospitals for women, a specialty in fertility and infertility. Every baby born on that hospital called golden babies, babies born after years of infertility and women's resilience. I love to work in the birth unit because I love the birth. Birth is one of the most phenomenal life experience that I can't compare it with anything else. I think birth is one of the most strong proof of women's strength. Simultaneously, I start to work as a part-time midwife in an obstetrician's clinic providing antenatal and postnatal care to women. It was on that time that I realized of my potentials to become a private midwife and offer continuity of care to women. Hence, I took another 6 months of course, enhancing my professional development in my midwifery field, mostly around acupuncture, acupressures, and physiological safe birth. I had this dream to open my own clinic and providing those cares till fate led me to another path. The green scrub is me in birth unit and the white one is me in the clinic with that obstetricians. My last day at university and my last documentation in midwifery, which I miss them so bad. I can't wait to start my documentation in midwifery here. Yeah. I got married. In 2016, I got married and me and my partner, we made the brave decisions to move forward. No, it's not mine. Just a little one, yeah. In 2017, we immigrated to Sydney, Australia, a city very far away from home, almost 18 hours by flight. This picture that you can see in this slide, I took it in the morning we arrived to the Sydney. Whenever I look at that picture, it reminds my emotions, like weather, foggy, unclear, and filled yet with excitement about what life would bring to us. Most immigrants are familiar with these feelings. When you are moving to a new country, everything feels new. New culture, new rules, new language. For 26 years, I used to live and doing things in a certain way. When it comes to the writing, right to the left. When it comes to the driving, from right to the left. I only tasted Persian cuisines. Simply but importantly, I just speak Farsi. What about now? I felt like a newborn. I had to adapt to an entirely new life. It was scary. The first year was so challenging, navigating the cultures and rules in a multicultural country. Of course, there was a days of low mood and depressions, days of confusion and self-doubting, frightened experiences of something simple as shopping. I started to do with something, enhancing my communication skill with something simple but enjoyable, watching Peppa Pig cartoons. It was fun. It helped me to grow up freely in this new world. Soon after, I moved to the Food Network channels. It connected me to the local accents, cultures, and of course, it enhanced my wife's cooking skill because I was new in marriage too. Soon after, I found that now you have to gain back your confidence. You have to move out of the home. I sat and I did 6 months self-learning in English to be able to pass an international English test called Pearson. That score and that result wasn't just a score for me. It became my socializing green card. It connected me and it allowed me to bridge the gap between myself and my new community. I have to say, I'm still a learner in this area and learning English is in my daily planner, even as simple as one pronunciations. I got my green card and I said, okay, let's just move forward and practice as a registered midwife now in Australia. I navigated the road and process of my qualification assessments. The answer was bittersweet. I realized that APRA no longer offering bridging course to international midwives, and there was no such a clear pathway for ASCII for midwifery for me on that time. I had to start from the scratch. I wanted to work to find some financial stability and also move out of the home. I wanted to work in the health system and I did my search. I found a course called Acute Health, which gave me certificatory in that area. This qualification, as it was local, opened the first entry door to me to NSW Health Services. By this qualification, I was able to work in Sydney Local Health District, primarily Concord, Canterbury, and Balmain Hospital as a nurse assistant. These years of working as a nurse assistant taught me to be culturally safe in my practice, and of course, assist me in my communication skill, particularly in medical language. I get more stable in financial perspective, so I moved forward. In 2019, I enrolled myself in Bachelor of Nursing, and simultaneously I work as a full-time nurse assistant in Balmain Hospital. Years passed and I got my registration in 2023. Of course, there was a moment of pride and accomplishment. I celebrated in Balmain Hospital. Actually, one of my friends who is Persian as well, she celebrated for me. And I continued my practice as a nurse in Balmain Hospital in acute geriatrics ward, a year full of valuable experiences. But I didn't stop there. My heart was beating for something else. My heart was beating for fetal heartbeat auscultations. Yes. So I moved forward. During my neuro-graduate nurse in Balmain Hospital, I was waiting for a postgraduate diploma of midwifery to become available. During my second rotations, the applications opened up. I wanted to be midwife Roya at the Royal Hospital. The Royal Hospital for Women seems echo in my soul. It reminds me to follow my big dream. So I moved forward. I applied for Mid Start program at the Royal Hospital for Women, and I accepted on that program. I celebrated this achievement in advance because I was waited for 7 years. And as you can, in this slide, you can see the first alarm that woke me up for orientation day on 19th of February, roughly last year around this time. The first lift that I took to come to this lecture theater for orientations, and the first ID badge as a student midwife Roya. I still get emotional anytime I present at birth. I still tears up when I listen to the baby heartbeat. It's such a special moment, and I feel truly privileged to be part of that. Now, after 4 years of study in Australia to become a midwife, I realized that I might have started from the scratch, but along this way, I gained valuable experiences, which that I'm here today among these great professional team at the Royal. During the last year, I received countless support and guidance from my educators and my colleagues, which definitely they will brighten my career, my future career. And I'm truly grateful for this. I also received many appreciation cards from the women that I cared for. And these words a lot to me. It's a proof that I'm in the right directions, a dream that unfolding with passion and dedication. I would like to share one of these sentences that you can see in the right top corner. That woman wrote it for me. It wasn't one of my continuity care, so I just present on that birth for 8 hours shift. And unfortunately, my shift finished at 10 p.m. and she ended up having a cesarean emergency at 11:30. But she left this card for me. She wrote this card for me and she left it in birth unit and I received it from the colleagues. She wrote it for me. You are a wonderful midwife and we will feel very safe in your care. Australia is very lucky to have you. We know for you it was just another day of work, but for us it was a day that is carved in our memory. Thank you for making the new chapter in our life book such a positive one. When I read it, I felt more stronger. And yeah, and it's just a kindness in return. And I think for a midwife, this is just more than enough reason to continue in this field with passion and tireless effort. Yes, and this year, now 2025, after 8 years of growth, both personally and professionally, I'm living my big dream. I'm waiting for my registrations to become midwife Roya at the Royal Hospital for Women. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm so grateful that you made that brave step to come here to Australia all those
years ago and to retrain, and the countless women and families that have already been affected by your care, Roya, and will continue to be. And we are so proud and so grateful that you are here with us. So thank you.
So our next presenter, I'd like to introduce, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Antonia Shand. Dr. Antonia Shand is a maternal fetal medicine subspecialist, specialist obstetrician at the Royal Hospital for Women in Randwick. She is a clinician researcher who is actively involved in caring for women with high-risk pregnancies with either fetal and or maternal complications, and is interested in best treatments for iron deficiency and anemia. So I'd like you to welcome Antonia.
Thanks, everyone. Is everyone awake? You don't need to stand up. All right. Thank you for having me to speak today. This is one of my hobby horses that I'm currently very interested in and can't stop talking about. So I've just got a few disclosures. And the reason I'm bringing these disclosures up is that we're having a lot of discussion around Australia and New Zealand at the moment about what should we be doing for women who are pregnant, whether about treating iron deficiency and treating for anemia. And there's been a lot of allegations made about people, about what their beliefs are and what their attitudes are. So I'm just putting that out. I'm a feminist. I have had iron deficiency, I have been a vegetarian, and I'm trying to present the evidence. Now, some people's view on the evidence is different from my view of the evidence, and that's where we're getting ourselves into trouble. But I'm only going to talk about pregnancy, and I'm not going to talk about postpartum. And I have had some funding for a study, which we've done. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about anemia, a little bit about iron deficiency, about treatment of iron deficiency anemia. Should we give everyone oral iron? What are the fetal outcomes for iron deficiency and iron deficiency anemia and the different iron treatment preparations? Now, some of the background to this is just last week, there's been a guideline that's been published in an Australian journal with a guideline about women being tested for iron deficiency at booking, again at 28 weeks, and again at 36 weeks. So doing a hemoglobin and ferritin at 3 time points, and then treating women who've got iron deficiency at every time point, including with IV iron, if they remain iron deficient without anemia. And the premise for this is because their view is that iron deficiency causes brain damage in the children. Now, one of my colleagues was telling me they saw a woman last week who had iron deficiency with a ferritin of 18, who was not anemic, who was requesting a termination of pregnancy because her baby was going to be brain damaged. So that is a shocking kind of outcome to me about the interpretation of evidence that I don't think is true. But I think when we write guidelines and we talk about what we know, we have to think about what women think about that information and how they interpret it. And so that's why I wanted to present the data to you. And then we've had some discussions with some of the journals about this paper, and then people have come back to us and said, how dare you question this? And we're like, we're just questioning about the evidence. Please don't yell at me. Let's talk about what the data tells us. So what can we all agree on? Anemia happens when the number of red blood cells or the hemoglobin concentration within them is lower than normal. We know that people who are anemic have a number of symptoms, so tiredness, dizziness, cold hands and feet, headache, shortness of breath. And there are a number of different causes for anemia, particularly for women who are pregnant, that iron deficiency is probably the most common. But for a number of people, it's things like thalassemia. For some people, it's chronic diseases. And we know that heavy periods or menstrual related problems or bleeding in pregnancy also causes a lot of anemia. HIV and parasites, malaria in other parts of the world are common. Sorry. That wasn't me. All right. So we know that pregnancy, that's why you're all here, is a major cause of iron deficiency anemia. And in your body, you have about 5 grams of iron, and in a pregnancy, you lose about 0.7 of one of those grams. Menstruation, blood donation, and other things like bowel cancers, also exercise to a certain extent. And then inadequate diet, so poor quality diet, but also eating disorders and restrictions, which are not uncommon. And for some people, there's inadequate absorption, such as celiac disease or other medications or surgery. And why is this important? It's no surprise to you that if you start with a low haemoglobin, you're more likely to reach a critical haemoglobin with a lower blood loss at birth. And we know that a number of women bleed during pregnancy or particularly at birth. And if you have a critical haemoglobin, then you're more likely to need a blood transfusion and surgery or interventions. And then worldwide, we know that a number of women die because of anemia through blood losses in pregnancy. And you can see in the map there, particularly in places in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in South Asia, way less common here in Australia and in New Zealand as well. But worldwide, women are dying. Everybody agrees that when you have a haemoglobin less than 110 in the first trimester, that is anemia. I think we can say that. We also know that it's common. In terms of 10 to 20%, but worldwide about 40%. We all agree you should treat women with iron deficiency anemia. That is not in doubt. And diet is not enough. Once you've got iron deficiency anemia, you're not going to get enough from your diet. You're having your big barbecue every night. It's not going to be enough. You need to replenish your stores and treat the cause. And we know that oral iron is what's recommended as the first line, but for a number of people who can't take it or who don't respond, they will require intravenous iron. When you're looking at supplements, that the Ferro F-tabs or the Ferro tabs are the cheapest on the market by a long way. And when you compare them, I'll show you a little bit about the data about the comparisons of the studies. But what's been great with Maria Lowen doing this project here is she's now got posters up in the antenatal waiting room, and patients come to me and say, here are my iron tablets. I read the poster in the waiting room and I'm on these good iron tablets. The pharmacy wanted to give me something else that was more expensive. And we know that but getting women treated with iron deficiency anemia in pregnancy is a simple intervention, but we're not very good at it. We know that there are high rates of iron deficiency anemia, and we know that often women haven't been given the right information at the right time, and that they're not always adhering. They're finding it hard to adhere to the medication. They get some side effects, and then we don't follow up on either how they're going with the tablets, and then we don't necessarily do the follow-up blood testing to see that they're responding. So, but we know by various quality improvement initiatives, we can improve that. And we've shown that here at the Royal with Maria and Anita in their project, that we significantly improved the follow-up of the blood test. More women were then ended up on the right dose of iron, staff knowledge improved, and it has translated into using less IV iron. So you need to educate women. We need to educate all our staff and make sure women are followed up, because actually a number of the quality improvement initiatives show that if you actually follow women up and address their concerns about oral iron, they actually can take it, will take it, and don't need IV iron. But for those women who do need IV iron, it is a very good medicine. So just to remind you that antacids, calcium, whole grain cereals, tea, coffee, all these things can impair your iron absorption. So you do need to give women information about how to take their iron tablets correctly. And I think there have been a number of studies looking at should we give oral iron to all women, and pretty much all the studies are saying no. So the US, the Cochrane Review and RANZCOG, that we're not recommending all women get given oral iron. It might improve some of the hematological outcomes, but we was thinking at this stage that treating women who have got iron deficiency anemia is the way to go. I just wanted to put it out there about overdiagnosis and overtreatment, that when you label a lot of people about having health conditions that they might not necessarily be important, it's costly. For women, it's costly for families, it's costly for governments, and it also impairs your experience of your life, to be labelled as something. And so I think it also distracts you from other health care. That if we put a lot of time and energy into treating one condition, then we might be distracting from other things that are actually more important to women and children. So I think I'm just putting it out there when we think about who we're labelling as with what is what we're distracting from. And there's a group in Australia called Choosing Wisely that they're now got quite interested in this topic. Just to remind you about intravenous iron, that it might be life-threatening with allergy and anaphylaxis. You can get skin staining. It is expensive for the government, and you can get hypophosphatemia. And it's a commonly used medicine, and it involves a lot of costs in medications that are prescribed in pregnancy. So what are we less certain of? We're actually not really sure about what definition of anemia we should be using. I think everybody agrees about the first trimester, but there are a number of different guidelines. Should we be using 110 in the third trimester or 105? Should we be using 100? Well, I think we agree probably that we're going to use 105 in the second trimester, but there are going to be new guidelines that are coming out to be, so we're all consistent about what definitions we're using, but actually the data behind the recommendations isn't great. And this is the Australian Living Evidence Guidelines that are going to be updated in the near future. And there's just a lack of, this is showing a number of different guidelines with different definitions. So I think I'm a big believer in guidelines, because I think when you have a guideline, you have a standard, and then you think, right, we're all going to do that. And then women get the same information, and we're all working to the same thing, rather than saying, oh, you said that and you said that, and then no one actually does anything. So there's going to be more evidence coming out, more evidence and more guidance coming out on that. There's a lack of consensus about what is the definition of iron deficiency. If you've got a low iron, you definitely do have iron deficiency, but the question is, should you use 15 or should you use 30? And the other issue is, if you've got a high ferritin, it doesn't actually mean that you're not iron deficient, because ferritin is an acute phase reactant, and so that if you've got an infection, that can be falsely high. And the pregnancy-specific cutoffs is lacking. So the WHO is using 15. And I'm also talking to some scientists, actually there are issues with the assays as well. So that different assays from different labs and different numbers. So I don't like telling people that we don't know what to do, but it is true. Now, what the association between a maternal anemia and fetal and baby outcomes is, there's very mixed data, but there is an association with preterm birth, low birth weight, small for gestational age, and perinatal death, and that's anemia, and also some poor child health outcomes and neurodevelopmental outcomes. The data is less certain. The other outcomes associated with iron deficiency anemia are diabetes, hypertensive diseases, caesarean section, thyroid dysfunction, and a reduction in quality of life. But how much the data on treatment on these other outcomes is less certain. So And the issues are that some of the reasons why people end up with iron deficiency anemia may be associated with other things like socioeconomic status, nutritional status, body mass index, lifestyle choices. So it may actually be those that are causing some of these adverse health impacts. But I think we can all agree that women who've got iron deficiency anemia need to be treated on haematological grounds alone. So there's recent meta-analysis that's been published. This is about the neurocognitive outcomes, and so a normal or higher iron studies in pregnancy compared to lower studies. Half the studies found there were child health benefits, half the studies found no association, and then there are a small number of studies said that if you've actually got high iron, that it's associated with adverse outcomes. So I think the data is very mixed and about these long-term outcomes, and the problem is that what happens in pregnancy is only one point in your lifeline if you're a person. That actually childhood iron deficiency is associated with adverse neurocognitive outcomes. So some of the studies saying that high maternal iron status is associated with lower IQ, smaller brain size, and another study saying low maternal ferritin not associated with child cognitive outcomes. So I think the data is mixed. So why should we treat iron deficiency without anemia? Well, it probably does reduce your likelihood of getting anemia. Does it improve your symptoms? I don't think we really know that. Does it really reduce your postpartum hemorrhage or anemia and transfusion rates? We don't really know that either. And again, about preterm birth, perinatal death or growth restriction. And there's a big study that's going to start in the UK looking, treating women with iron in pregnancy to reduce stillbirth. Which iron tablets should we use? Again, there's a mixture of studies with different comparisons and a lack of standardised outcomes. And a lot of them are not looking at quality of life, and they're not looking at side effects, and they're using different dosing regimens. And some of them have got vitamin C, some of them have got vitamin B, and some have got folic acid. And a lot of them are very poor quality studies. This is just to show you, there's you'd think it would be a simple question, right? Which iron tablet is the best iron tablet? It's a common problem. It's, maybe 20%, 15 to 20% of Australian women, which iron tablet? Actually, the studies are really poor. And this is a network meta-analysis where they've compared, one iron tablet with another iron tablet versus another iron tablet and putting all the studies together, and we still don't actually know. We do know that IV iron is probably better than oral iron, but that's no surprise in getting your resolving your anemia, but most women can take oral iron. So this is a study that's being done in the UK at the moment, the PANDA study, that is really trying to work out what the optimal dose of oral iron is to prevent anemia. So they've been trying different dosing regimens, giving people daily iron versus alternate daily iron versus 3 times a week daily iron. And then they're going to use this to power the larger trial, which hopefully will be funded, which has been funded, which hopefully will be complete in the next couple of years. So in terms of gastrointestinal side effects, I think probably the ferrous fumarate is probably better. I know that a lot of pregnant women, they go to the pharmacy and the one with the red lid is what the pharmacists make a lot more money out of it, and also the Multifert, they make a lot more money out of that too. So when you go to the pharmacy trusting that your patients will be given the best iron tablets, I can tell you that is not what happens. I've done a bit of mystery shopping, and Lanchbury I think has done a bit of mystery shopping as well. If you go to the pharmacy and say I want the best iron tablets, that's not what happens. Patients will often be given what they make the most money of, and you actually have to go and look in the bottom cupboard, right down on the bottom shelf where the ferro F tabs and the ferro tabs are, and that's the ferrous fumarate. So I'm just putting it out there. I've been talking to women a lot more now when I see women who are anemic in early pregnancy, and you think, why is this woman anemic? And you actually ask them about their periods, and then they actually tell you that their periods are really terrible, and they actually don't know their periods are terrible because they've never talked to anybody about it. So actually, if you ask them and they say, well, actually, yeah, I've got flooding and I, have to change my pads and tampons really frequently, and I've got large blood clots. Actually, that's really common, and a lot of people, even though they're pregnant, they're not having their periods. It is an opportunity to actually explore that and tell them that there is treatment. They don't actually have to put up with that. So I think the consensus is treat women with a hemoglobin of less than 110 in the first trimester and 105 in the second trimester. If they've got anemia and they've got a ferritin less than 30, treat them. Test, if they've got anemia, test for iron deficiency. A lot of women will have iron deficiency, but some women don't. And that if you've got somebody with iron deficiency anemia, treat them. If you've got somebody who's got iron deficiency without anemia, I think you should treat them too. And I would go for oral first line iron, and I would give ferrous fumarate either daily or alternate days at a lower dose, and give them intravenous if it's very late, they can't tolerate it, and they've got severe iron deficiency anemia. And I think our goal should be no maternal anemia at the time of birth. And those are the time tablets I recommend. I think that's the end. Oh no. And so I think the conclusion is we need to do better at treating iron deficiency anemia. We need better guidelines. We need better implementation of the guidelines. And we need better research into the important benefits and harms. And I think it is very important that we get our messaging right, and that we provide better information for women who are planning pregnancy and in pregnancy to improve outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonia. That was amazing. And I know there's been amazing work being done here by you and Maria as well, with the quality project they were doing with improving iron uptake for women and making sure they were doing it correctly. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. Okay. So our next speaker we've got is someone called Skye Parsons, and some of you might be very familiar with Skye Parsons. Skye is a proud Walbunja woman from the Yuin Nation on the south coast of New South Wales. Born and raised on Darug land, she is passionate about Aboriginal health and wellbeing and has worked for over 20 years in the health sector. And in 2023, Skye was appointed as the Director of Aboriginal Health for South Eastern Sydney LHD. Skye has a variety of qualifications, including a Masters of Indigenous Health, a Bachelor of Nursing and a Graduate Diploma of Midwifery. And Skye has worked as an Aboriginal clinical midwifery consultant, where she developed a culturally appropriate model of care for Aboriginal families in a large Sydney hospital. Previously, Skye has worked as the National Program Director for an Aboriginal not-for-profit and in policy and advisory roles within the Nursing and Midwifery Office at the Ministry of Health. So we're very excited to have her here today.
Sounds like an entrance.
Ta-da! Thank you so much, Skye.
Out there, and I could hear you talking about me. It's always very awkward when people are saying things about you and you're about to walk in. Thank you. We do our corporate orientation in here, and often I'm at the top of the stairs and they call my name down, and then I feel like I'm on a game show. So that's always fun too. Hi, everyone. As these guys said, I'm Skye Parsons, very proud Walbunja woman from the Yuin Nation on the south coast of New South Wales. I am the Director of Aboriginal Health here at South East Sydney, but kind of started out as a very proud nurse and midwife. So I feel like I'm in some good company here today, which is nice. So Before I start, as is customary for me and my community, I just want to acknowledge that today I'm standing on Bidjigal country. I want to acknowledge my ancestors that walked before me and the ancestors that will come after me. And I just want to acknowledge that in terms of health, we've got a long way to go for Aboriginal people. And also that I just want to, I guess, take a moment just to reflect on the past policies that continue to impact Aboriginal people here today. As I'm looking around the room, I'm seeing some really familiar and lovely faces, which is nice to see. So I've been in this job here for 18 months, and I guess kind of today what I'm going to talk about is a little bit around what we here in our LHD have kind of developed out as our principles of Aboriginal health. So our guiding strategic document is called Healthy Mob Strong Community, and it's our 3-year strategic plan here. And I guess the reason I'm sharing that with you today is just because it's really important for us that we acknowledge that this was co-designed with community. We did a lot of community consultation to get to our landing place with this plan. We have governance from community members to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And also that, you know, we like to say that this plan was done by community for community with community. So it's really important to us. I'm happy to take questions as we go, but there is questions at the end too if you want to do it that way. So I guess we had 7 principles that came out of our Healthy Mob Strong community in ways of working with Aboriginal people. Whilst this is kind of in general a whole array of health across the spectrum, the lifespan for us here in the district, these are principles that can really easily be adapted to no matter where you're working. So I guess our first principle here is about valuing Aboriginal ways of knowing, being and doing. And for us, that's around acknowledging that our culture is really important and it should be the centrepiece of everything that is taken into consideration when people are being cared for. It's around our kinship systems. Is it working properly? It's kind of a bit echoey and yeah. Am I talking too loud? Probably. Those who know me will know that's very likely. Thank you. Our kinship and our family systems and the connection that we have with each other is really important. Our connection to country. So for me, it's the South Coast, but also I live just down the road at Coogee, very convenient for today. And for me, kind of being near salt water is my connection to country. And it's really important that when I feel overwhelmed, when I'm having a time, salt water is my place. Spirituality and connection. So connecting in with each other and kind of, you know, sitting down and having conversations and yarns the way that we do is really important. I was in a meeting yesterday. It was our Aboriginal implementation meeting in one of the facilities that we operate. And there was a really structured meeting that had all the agenda points written down, but we were kind of going a bit rogue in the conversation and we ended up kind of all over the place. And the chair of the meeting said, no, we've got to get back on track. I was like, no, we don't. This is how we do things. And this is actually a way more culturally safe space for us to have these yarns and conversations about Aboriginal health rather than going through dot point after dot point, because we covered everything, but we just had to do it in a different way to make sure that we all got to the same place. Our next one is around culturally responsive, safe and trauma-informed care. So we talk about welcoming and inclusive environments everywhere we go, but I just want to make really clear that that goes further than just kind of an artwork at the front of the hospital or, you know, a piece of an acknowledgement of country at the start of a meeting. It's so much more than that. And personally, I know when I walk into a place whether I feel safe or not. And it's about the people that are standing there having the conversation with you. It's about someone acknowledging your existence. It's so much more than just that artwork. I think one of the things here that I have said a lot is, you know, we don't need any more artwork. Like, we have enough for a whole gallery. You know, it's not just about the artwork. It goes so much further and so much deeper than that. We speak about a time for care and listening. So in order to understand someone's experience, someone's story, and I know we're busy, I've been a midwife on the floor, I know what that all looks like, but taking the time to listen and understand someone's experience will actually go a long way in your relationship that you build with Aboriginal people, and then therefore the care that you're able to provide. We speak about opportunistic care in safe spaces. So that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have every meeting with an Aboriginal person that you're caring for outside or whatever, but it's a place that makes sense for that person. So, you know, lots of hospitals have culturally safe rooms. So, you know, you might take someone into one of those rooms, have a chat and a conversation. And when you walk into those spaces, you know that it's not this traditional desk, chairs, you know, those spaces have lounges in them, are comfortable, sitting around in a circle. That's what kind of the creation of a culturally safe space looks like. But again, it would be guided by an individual. And then we speak a fair bit about trauma-informed, but I guess the easiest way to kind of translate it over is trauma-informed care shifts the focus from what's wrong with you to what's happened to you. And I think if we kind of start to shift our brain a little bit in that way, what we'll end up seeing is we'll care for people differently and we'll understand their experiences while we're caring for them. Our next one is strengths focused. So Robin up the back there will hear me speak about this all the time. It's about recognising our capacity and capability versus automatically shifting to deficit. And I think as a health system for a long time, we have really looked at as Aboriginality as a risk factor. It's not. I see it as something that is a beautiful, amazing, oldest living culture in this country, in the world. And we have so much capacity and so much capability, and there's so much strength in what it is that, you know, we're able to provide back. So I speak a lot about it being kind of about our empowerment and our self-determination. So nothing about us without us is kind of, you know, something to stick in your brain. You know, if you think that you're going to be starting a project that might have something to do with Aboriginal people, you know, have you consulted? Have you spoken to an Aboriginal person? Have you spoken to a community worker? Have you spoken and consulted with the right people? Have you had a chat to your Aboriginal health unit in your districts and what that looks like? Acknowledging our resilience. So I like to talk about this one because when you look at the past policies that have happened in this country, despite everything, we are still here. So it's really important that our resilience is front of mind. We are strong people, we are a strong community, and will continue to get stronger, but we do need the support of some really strong allies. And holistic health approaches. So again, it's about taking into consideration the whole human, the whole being. Another one of my sayings that probably people will be sick of hearing me say is around if you get it right for mob, you'll get it right for everyone. So if you provide holistic health approaches for Aboriginal people in the way that they need to, and you take on some of that stuff and you do it in the way that you care for non-Aboriginal people, everybody will get a better care. Building our relationships on mutual respect and trust. So active listening. I mean, these things probably sound really basic, but unfortunately in reality, they don't necessarily come through. So active listening is sitting down with the intention to hear someone's story and not the intention to, you know, have the yarn straight back or respond to them, but listening to what they're talking about. Open communication and transparency. I mean, again, in terms of the midwifery world, I think, you know, transparency is really important because our people have a really big fear of coming into these spaces. Those fears are sometimes, you know, more realised for people. But I guess, you know, having kind of really transparent conversations and the way that you interact with Aboriginal people will mean that, you know, everybody's on the same page. The fear and mistrust that happens in these places is really real. And here we have recently, like last year, put up sorry acknowledgements. So when Susan Pearce, the Secretary, apologised for New South Wales Health's part in the stolen generations, we now have that at the entry point next to all of our acknowledgements as well, which is really important because we see a lot of stolen generation survivors that come through here. And we say survivors, not members, because membership kind of means you want to be part of that club. Nobody does. So it's around, you know, the strength of our older people. And then meaningful connection. If you interact authentically, you're going to get authenticity back. And again, that's just everybody. But certainly there is the opportunity to kind of, you know, connect in with each other, and meaningful connection is really going to make a change in the way that you are able to care for people. Our holistic responses to Aboriginal health issues. Has anyone seen that thing before? If anyone seen it? No? So it kind of discusses a lot about the interconnectedness between Aboriginal people's health and well-being. And when we look at it, we kind of speak about the social, cultural, environmental and spiritual factors that influence holistic health. So it's kind of the idea that if one of these things is disconnected, it kind of throws out a lot of the some of the other things, and it kind of has an ongoing effect. So you kind of speak about the connection to like your physical well-being, but then there's that really important connection to country, there's that connection to your family, there's that connection to your community, there's a connection to the land that you're on, there's a connection to your spirituality and ancestors. And when those things are broken at any point, it kind of disrupts the circle. So it's just kind of around thinking about that there's other aspects of health and well-being for mob, rather than it just being the really kind of Western biomedical way of thinking. We also have the responsiveness to the diversity of Aboriginal people. So I'm sure most people have seen this map before, but that kind of breaks up all of the Aboriginal nations in this country. So it's important to acknowledge that we are not one homogenous group. So what works for me as an Aboriginal person is not going to necessarily work from someone on Aranda country from Central Desert in the middle of Australia. We have over 250 clan groups, and with that comes our own unique stories, culture, traditions, languages, identity and territory. And I think that what's important to acknowledge in that space is that you can ask people questions that are going to help support what they need. And then our last kind of principle is around recognising that behind every number there is a story. So for us, we are oral storytellers. It's really important that, that's taken into consideration. We I'm happy to have a yarn with anyone. I like to sit down and have conversation, but I hate writing emails, right? Kind of different, but certainly, I'll talk to people. I'd rather have a conversation with people all the time. Understanding that data is part of the story, but it's not our complete narrative. So whenever we are talking about, things in this district, we're not just getting the data, we're also getting the information and backing from our community to understand what the experience is like for people. And I guess conversations with Aboriginal people will really just help you to understand lived experiences, and it will just help strengthen kind of the messaging that we're trying to put out there, but also the messaging that comes back from community. So if you kind of wrap all of these things up, it's just, I guess a lot of it is around being just a good human, right? But then there's also kind of the other parts of it that are a bit more tricky, but certainly people are happy to kind of share and give you information as long as you take the time to really kind of have that meaningful connection and relationship with people. Yeah. Very quiet room, very quiet. I guess, does anyone have any questions? I mean, these are just like our principles, but as I said, I think if you can adapt them to any kind of which way, just to be, to anywhere that you work, really. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I walked in at the top and I saw chair yoga and I went, nope, not for me. And I turned around because it was like halfway through. Yeah. Yeah. Has anyone got any questions about Aboriginal health, midwifery, care of Aboriginal people? I got some experience in it. Oh, look, I'd love to say that I'm the first, but I'm not. Everyone has, I guess, a strategic plan and something that guides them. I don't necessarily think that guiding principles have been added into people's. This is a bit of a new addition for this district. We launched this only in August last year, but certainly kind of part of it is then the action is that people take on board our principles and kind of ways that we can do things a little bit differently. But yeah, I don't necessarily think that everyone has a guiding principles statements. Hi.
When you speak about data sovereignty.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Oh God, this always comes up. So was that you, Robin? So it is very important. So data sovereignty and data governance is essentially, when you look at the research that's been done for Aboriginal people, we're one of the most over-researched populations, but nothing ever changes, nothing kind of comes along with it. So there's I'm going to put it really kind of, it's going to be quite vague, but you have this plan and you go out, you do consultation, and then you say, these are the recommendations, and then that plan sits on the shelf, and then 5 years' time, the same issue comes back, and it's like, we need to do the consultation, and the same kind of thing happens over and over again. So I guess community got a little bit jack of it, and that being the thing, that community actually need to have some ownership over what's being researched about us. Is it what we want? And if it's not, what is the direction that we need to be shifting to? The other part of it is around all of these kind of principles that I spoke about, that I will always speak about my community coming from a strengths-based approach. So when you have someone who's just looking at numbers and doesn't have the narrative and doesn't have kind of the conversation or the connection with people, what you see is that data is really flat and it doesn't actually tell the complete story. So this is just about Aboriginal people taking back ownership. So what we do here in this district is if anybody wants to present any data on any Aboriginal person, they firstly need to come to my unit. We have discussions, we understand, we try to work it out, and then if we need to, we consult with our community council on whether or not this is appropriate, and then we kind of, go from there. So sometimes people are being told, no, you don't, no, that's okay, but we will support you and we will help you and we will try and get to a point where it makes sense. But it's just about making sure that people aren't out there reinforcing negative stereotypes around Aboriginal people that have not involved Aboriginal people. That's in a nutshell. Are you scratching your head or you got a question? Oh, yeah. Anyone else got any questions?
There's a question online.
Oh, how do I see those?
Approach. So a question online from Angela. On a hands-on approach with regards to birthing, what are the major differences? For example, is it culturally appropriate for fathers to be present?
Yeah, I think that's very a really personal thing. I hear sometimes, and it depends on where you're from. Some people will be like, yes, absolutely, you can have that. I think it's just a personal preference. And it's around, I guess, you'll be guided by maybe your aunties, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum will tell you kind of what happens. I know a lot of Aboriginal men that are like, keep me out of there, I'll come in at the end when the baby's born. But, and I guess historically it is women's business, but also there's a lot that want to be in there and are happy for that to happen. I guess it's just a personal and family choice that needs to be made kind of person to person. Hi. I can't see all the way up there.
You answer an email if I send you one?
Yes, I mean, I answer them. I just, I just don't enjoy writing them. Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? I'd rather just pick the phone up and have a yarn with someone. I think everybody would probably rather do that. But, I get sometimes, it probably takes me 20 minutes sometimes to write an email that could be a 2-minute conversation. That's, I guess, what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, cool. Call me. Actually, the details are there to where to email. Anyone else? Courtney, you've got a question, surely.
No more questions. You did stick to time. Well done. Thank you so much, Sky. As always, very informative. So thank you so much for that. And something just to think about. So I think everyone's feeling a bit of a slump, are they? Yeah, if you wanted to stand up for a minute, 1 minute, get the blood back in your legs. You got 2 minutes? You want 2 minutes? Stretch. It is a long time. You've done amazing.
So Fiona's going to wear that one and I'll have the hand belts.
There's a lot of stretching.
We can attach it to that.
Okay.
It'll hold.
Yeah, some water. Don't go too far. We don't have to start. It was more just a stretch.
I think it was maybe too high on.
Okay.
And we're not going to talk about it. I don't have anywhere to put it. Don't be worried if you had to take for lunch.
Thank you, Sky. Okay, well, I'm going to start introducing our next speakers that you might have seen on our program. So I'd really like to introduce to you Fiona O'Shaughnessy and Susie Gunane.
Close. Gunane.
Gunane. Gunane. I was going to be that. Oh, thank you. Gunane. So Susie Gunane. So Fiona is a clinical midwifery specialist.
Yep.
working for the perinatal postmortem service. She's been a midwife for over 35 years, so got a lot of experience here. Her experience in remote and regional Australia has taught her the importance of having dedicated clinicians as a point of contact for bereaved families. She enjoys travelling to regional hospitals to meet and support colleagues and hopes to increase the confidence and knowledge clinicians have when undertaking conversations with families considering a perinatal postmortem. Susie's a clinical midwifery consultant leading New South Wales Health's perinatal postmortem service with expertise in perinatal bereavement, and she supports families through compassionate, evidence-based care whilst ensuring high clinical standards in postmortem coordination. So she is also dedicated to education and training healthcare professionals in best practices for perinatal loss management. So we'd like to welcome you both. Thank you so much.
Like that.
Thank you. And I'd like to say hello to the online people out there. Thanks for joining us today. So we're going to talk about our roles. We have a very different role as midwives, and we're just going to talk a little bit about that today, walking with families. So I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet here today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. So when people think about midwives, they often associate them with the joyful and empowering experiences of pregnancy and childbirth. And it's not unusual when I was practicing clinically and I'd say to people, I'm a midwife, and they say, wow, you must have the best job in the world. Everyone is always really happy. You know, they're taking that baby home. However, not every family experiences that happiness. And for many, the journey through pregnancy encompasses profound grief and loss. In Australia, 6 babies are stillborn every day. And that number doesn't account for the neonatal deaths, the early pregnancy losses, the women who experience miscarriages, the women who undergo a termination of pregnancy for fetal reasons. For First Nations people, some migrant and refugee communities, and rural and remote families. Sorry. Pick it up or down. Yeah.
Midwife, so I'm just going to start doing some lactation.
Yeah, just do a little bit of breath there while you're at it.
See how that goes.
How's that? Yep. For remote families, the rates of poor outcomes can be even higher. Midwives providing bereavement care embody the essence of midwifery through deep compassion. Susie and I work for the Perinatal Postmortem Service of New South Wales, and we play a unique role acting as a bridge between the pathologists who are undertaking the examination, the families, and the clinicians who are caring for those families, you guys. We help families navigate the emotionally complex process of a perinatal postmortem. It's always important for us to remember that parents remain parents even after their baby has passed away. And the decision to consent to a postmortem is a deeply personal one and is rooted in trust and hope. Knowing that a midwife will care for your baby during that examination can really be comforting to that family. It can offer them some reassurance that their baby is going to be with somebody during the examination. Our work is not only one of compassion, but also of humanity as we accompany families through these really challenging times. For clinicians, we serve as a vital resource providing education, training and support. Across New South Wales, we have a particular focus on the moment on rural settings and country areas of New South Wales. We help to build trust and foster meaningful relationships. And I had the privilege of visiting Broken Hill last year, at the end of last year, and it was fantastic. And I'm from Dubbo, so I also went out there and provided some education and met people as well. Today, Susie and I will share a little bit of our journey as midwives and why we are part of the team of clinicians across New South Wales who walk with families when they experience a perinatal loss.
Hello. As I already said, I'm Susie. I was working as a midwife at RPA on the birth unit, as so many people here know me from RPA. And I really enjoyed it. I liked the birth unit. I don't like antenatal work. I don't like postnatal work. I really probably couldn't have helped you breastfeed then. What I really loved was the high intensity of what labour ward was. And I was very naturally drawn towards bereavement care. And I think some people just are. It's one of those things. Some people sit more comfortably with it than others do. I've got no personal history of it myself. It's just something that I've taken to quite comfortably as I've grown into my midwifery position. My very wonderful boss at the time tapped me on the shoulder and said, New South Wales Health wants to set up a service to try and get a better understanding of how perinatal postmortems work in New South Wales. And in a different talk one day, I'll tell you how I did that. It was a big lot of work. And we got it to the point where there's 3 places you can get a perinatal postmortem in New South Wales. Right here, Children's Hospital and John Hunter. So we set that up. We made it so there's only 3 sites. We've got 72 units that refer in. We cover both the public and private parts of maternity units in New South Wales. And we very slowly started to set up this centralised service, which I hope most of you are aware of. If you're not, come and tell me later and I'll rouse on some educators. We do a whole lot of education sessions. It's part of what we love. I was in this role for about 3 years before I managed to finally beg to get a colleague. I think I had to promise to leave before they would go and get me a Fiona. So we try and provide education to every single maternity unit once a year, face to face. And then obviously we rely heavily on education via Teams. Fiona's our regional and rural queen. So she goes, as she was saying, she goes out to all those places. I really, really love what I do. I do miss delivering babies. That's absolutely true. But like I said, I loved being on the labour ward, and I had a whole lot of chronic health issues come up that just meant that kind of 12-hour shift work wasn't going to work for me. And then I came into this really interesting space of pathology and keeping midwifery in pathology. There's so many things that we don't understand. Like there's a reason why the bile in meconium, actually the shape of the cells is actually what's destroying a placenta if it sits there for too long. We as midwives often don't learn this really basic pathology and the why are we asking you to look at the cord? Why is it important to know how many times the cord is coiled? Why is that causing recurrent loss between 17 and 22 weeks? All that really interesting stuff that we get to see on the pathology side of things, but I never necessarily learnt on the midwifery side of things. So I really enjoy bringing that information out and teaching people that kind of information. I also really enjoy going through autopsy cases with midwives and social workers, people who are not necessarily drilled in that, because it's the primary caregiver who is the biggest influence as to whether or not a woman will consent for a perinatal postmortem. And here in New South Wales, that's generally you guys. So you've got all the power there. The more you know, the more confident you will be when you're talking to families. We would like to be thought of as a resource for you guys. We are not scary at all. We'll answer any questions. And if you've got units that haven't had education or you're having a few issues or you've got new staff, get in touch with one of us and we will come out to your sites and we'll provide some really detailed education. The other thing I really love about my job is that we still have quite a bit of family contact. And I think I couldn't continue a job without that because it's so important to me. I got a phone call 3 days ago from a woman who had just had her first live birth after a loss, and she has sent me a photo of that child. And just these little interactions that we keep with families are so, so important. Very sadly, we also have families come through with siblings because of repeat losses. And what they say to us is, I was so glad to know that you guys would be there. As Fiona alluded to, you midwives are looking after these families. For you to be able to say your baby's being handed on to another midwife, I think can be a really powerful and engaging thing for families.
Alrighty, so my story is very different to that of Susie's and to actually that of many of you. I started midwifery well over 40 years ago, and I actually became a midwife, not because I had a passion for midwifery, but because I wanted to work in rural, remote communities. And to do that, I had to be a midwife. So that's why I became a midwife. I have, like a lot of you, been the only midwife on duty when I've had to say to a family that I can't find their baby's heartbeat. It's never an easy conversation to have with at any time. But I always found it wasn't a conversation I moved away from. It was a conversation I could go into and be honest and open with the family. One of the things I always learned from my more experienced colleagues is honesty and openness when caring for bereaved families. It's really important. My role with the perinatal post-mortem service was almost like a natural progression. Like Susie, my boss said to me, hey, got a job, why don't you apply for it? I've treasured my journey as a midwife because it actually brought me to a really astonishing place at the end of my career, and I just love it. 40 years ago when I started, over 40 years ago when I started working at Dubbo Base as a graduate midwife, I had no idea where I would end up. And this has brought me the most pride, joy, sense of personal fulfilment, and dare I say it, passion. I've got that passion. So I will restate this because I can't say it often enough. It's probably one of the most important messages I can leave you with today. Parents remain parents even after their baby dies. They will do everything to care for and protect their baby. And that is why consenting to a post-mortem is one of the most difficult decisions they will make. It's rooted in love, trust, and hope. Hope that they may find some answers, hope for the future, for their future and for their family's future. And that's why we always ask for permission to use the baby's name. We speak about the baby as a brother, a sister, a sibling, an only child. We always speak about the baby as a part of the family. It's not unusual for families to reach out to us every day just to know somebody's with their baby. I know both Susie and I have attended postmortems on behalf of the family so that they know that their baby's got a family representative there. And we acted as their representative. Often the families will call us further down later to let us know how things are going. For many rural families, they don't have those wonderful resources you have. They don't get to have heartfelt photos, foot and hand casts. So Susie and I will work with organisations and with families to ensure that those things can be done prior to or after the post-mortem. The families themselves aren't there, but we can do everything we can to help those rural families get the memories that you guys, a lot of us in the city, take for granted. I really love this comment. Such a mummy thing to say. Whoops, have I gone back? There you go. I guess he is quiet. He doesn't take up much room. That was a conversation Susie had with a mother about preparing her baby to go to a funeral home. And she hadn't made those plans and she was working on them, and she was just a little bit concerned that we would need to expedite baby's discharge. But yeah, that's a really loving phrase. I recently had contact with a family over several weeks about their daughter. At the end of it, when I returned her home to the funeral home, her mum rang me and she said, when we talked to our family and friends about consenting to a post-mortem, so many of them said, don't do it. So many of them said, you'll regret your decision. Be careful of what you decide to do. Your baby will look worse. And she phoned me when the baby got home to the town. And she called me back and she said, "Oh, Fiona, Penelope is beautiful. She's absolutely beautiful. She looks if anything, she looks better than when she went to you." So I think it's important that you reassure families, because certainly before I joined this service, when I thought about postmortems, I'd be thinking CSI, NCIS, you know, those shows we all watch, and that's what families watch. That's what they think about. And it is so very different to that. So I think it's important to let families know that their baby will be returned to them in much the same. When families ask, "Can I?" we don't say, "No, you can't." We will talk to them honestly about what may be the impact of their choices. So if family says to you, "Can we bath our baby?" Of course they can. Just let us know. There are times when certain things may impact on the examination, so we're very honest with the family, but we also work with the pathologist. We let the pathologist know that, hey, these families are grieving. They need these times with their baby. They need this to create these memories with their baby. So as primary carers, Susie's already mentioned this. Primary caregivers are the biggest influence on a family's decision to consent to a postmortem. And you guys, the midwives, and I can remember when I was a clinical midwife, when I was working birth suite, families would ask me, what will my baby look like after the postmortem? Your own personal opinion, and I can remember many a baby that I delivered that was stillborn where there's cord entanglement, and the postmortem wasn't recommended. And yet I can tell you now that is a missed opportunity, because it may be that baby didn't die of cord entanglement, that was maybe or maybe not even a contributing factor. So your opinions are really important. From the family's point of view, they can be cultural, they could be religious, it could be just their understanding of what a postmortem is. So if you are caring for a bereaved family and they're thinking about a postmortem, then use all those people you work with, Aboriginal healthcare workers, social workers. Ask the family, do you have an elder or religious elder or, a family person with whom you would contact? So make this a family decision in who they want to help make those decisions. Often these are just some of the resources that you guys can access and do. You can use in your own time, the Improved program, Presents. There's a Hetty online course as well that you can access to go into perinatal postmortems.
There's also a podcast, if you Google it, it's put out by New South Wales Health Pathology called Pathologically Speaking, and there is an episode called A Different Kind of Midwife, where we get the title from this. I really encourage you, if you're curious as to what the kind of work we do, because what we really wanted to do is show you that midwifery isn't linear. You can move into other spaces in midwifery quite comfortably and use your midwifery skills in them. So if you're interested in what we do, have a listen to that podcast. You can just Google it, you'll find it. And in case you haven't heard enough of my voice and you want to go to sleep listening to it as well, I'd really encourage you all to go to your educators and ask to make sure that you get your education sessions. When we do our education sessions, it's not at all like this. We are going through the nuts and bolts of what happens in a postmortem, and we'll show you a case study or two that's given us a diagnosis. Does anyone have any questions for us? Hey.
What you were saying there about providing the care after the loss, is that available only in those hospitals that you mentioned, or is it? Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay.
So there's no cuts off on it. It's New South Wales. And there's
Yeah.
And I'm only part-time.
yes. 1.5.
Is there any more questions for Susie or Fiona?
Thank you all. And if you reach out to us, we're very, 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 very happy to engage with people. We miss being around the
midwife, okay?
Lovely. So wonderful.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very, very informative. And I'm sure it's a topic that sometimes is difficult to talk about. And it's really amazing to see people so passionate about it. We're near the end. We're near the end. We've got one more speaker, and this is the hard job of being last, but I think actually I'm looking forward to this one, just reading a little bit about it. So I'd like to introduce you now to Matthew Aquilina. Matthew is a registered psychologist and board-approved supervisor, and as a clinical team leader with the Gidget Foundation Australia. Matthew provides clinical support and facilities professional development of clinicians working across Australia, and he has over 12 years of clinical experience working in private and not-for-profit settings with populations across the lifespan. Matthew has a strong interest in the support of fathers in the perinatal period, and he's currently undertaking his PhD with the University of Wollongong, looking at the impact of couple-based and attachment-informed antenatal intervention on family wellbeing. So thank you very much for speaking today.
Thank you. Is this okay? It's working okay, volume-wise? Thank you. Yes, last presentation of the day, so thanks for, it's been a great day. I've really enjoyed the presentations before, and today I will be presenting on caring for midwives, which will be, I guess, looking at the experiences of vicarious trauma, but also self-care, most importantly. So kind of ending on a positive note for the day. And in the interest of self-care, hopefully it won't put you to sleep, but will hopefully you'll get something from it. Move it up a bit. Thanks. So just before I start, I'd just like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land and to the elders past, present and emerging. So I guess as a brief overview of what I'll be touching on today, I'll be kind of looking at vicarious trauma and what that means, what that looks like in health professionals, specifically midwives. As I said, I'm not a midwife, so if anything in this presentation I'm talking about doesn't quite hit home, or if I'm missing the mark on some of what I've described, apologise in advance. But I think as a helping professional, we often have very common experiences in our interactions with patients or clients. So I've tried to draw from that experience as well. And then I guess I'll also be looking at self-care practices or identifying what self-care means, particularly wanting to focus on the idea of, I guess, connection and holding as a way of self-care. If I get time, it'll probably just be a little plug on Gidget's services. Oops, okay. So I'll just start with a question. So I just want you to take a moment to think whether you've ever found yourself replaying a difficult case in your mind after you've gotten home from work. Maybe you've struggled to fall asleep or felt unusually irritable with loved ones, or after something tricky has happened that day. Maybe you've just found yourself not wanting to go in to work altogether after you've had a rough shift the day before. Now, when I describe any of those sort of experiences or symptoms out of context, it's pretty common, typical experience. We all might feel that way about work sometimes. That's not uncommon. But now, I guess, imagine that any of those symptoms or experiences are a daily occurrence for you, or they're starting to interfere with your ability to focus on your work or carry out your tasks effectively. You might find yourself taking more days off, or avoiding taking on certain patients or cases that might not have been an issue for you prior. And so when we kind of place that experience of a cumulative, repetitive kind of experience of symptoms in the context of your work, those seemingly innocuous sort of normal experiences of just having a bad day actually could be indicators of vicarious trauma. That wasn't me, was it? So we can define vicarious trauma as an emotional residue that we carry from witnessing or supporting others through traumatic experiences. And we can think of it as if the stories we hear and the emotions that we absorb come home with us uninvited. Sometimes this phenomenon is also referred to as secondary traumatic stress, but typically it tends to appear similar to symptoms of what we'd see in PTSD. So I think this quote's quite evocative in capturing the experience of vicarious trauma and just in how insidious it can be. I suppose for your work, common experiences and situations that might lead or make you more susceptible to developing vicarious trauma are a lot of the things that we've touched on today in various presentations. So things like witnessing a traumatic birth, perinatal loss, as was referred to in the previous presentation. If there's postpartum complications that you're kind of handling, health complications with bub after they're born. If you're working antenatally and doing assessment, it might be hearing stories of domestic violence or interpersonal difficulties in relationships, or hearing someone's disclosure of a historic sexual abuse. You're kind of regularly coming into contact with people's stories, and a result of that is that you're going to hear things that are tricky and might activate feelings in yourself as well. And so the reality and challenge with this is that many different experiences can lead to vicarious trauma. It can be different for different people, and sometimes it can be an accumulation of tricky experiences, and sometimes it can just be a one-off single incident. So, as I've said, for midwives, vicarious trauma often stems from the nature of the work and frequent exposure to high stress situations, birth trauma, and having deep emotional connection with patients as well. I guess the other thing too is that if you're practicing in a context that's quite busy, potentially under-resourced, maybe has limited managerial resources, or if your practice is impacted by a fear of litigation, this is also going to exacerbate some of the stresses that I'm mentioning. If we kind of stick with birth trauma for a minute, obviously it's quite front of mind given the state inquiries of the last few years. The research does support that there is a significant impact for midwives on participating in a birth that has adverse outcomes for mum and or bub. Systematic review from 2023 showed that midwives commonly experience feelings of shock, fear, responsibility and powerlessness in the context of traumatic birth. And that these experiences were then more likely to lead to worsened mental health in midwives and impact their belief in normal physiological processes of birth, which in turn then led to more defensive practices. And then I guess if we zoom back out, there's other factors, things like poor communication within teams due to hierarchical structures in the workplace, witnessing intense traumas or significant complications, and sometimes also witnessing improper conduct from other health professionals that might play a role as well. There we go. So, of course, with all of this, no person is built the same. And as helping professionals, we're coming to the job with our own experiences, not as blank slates. So there might be different vulnerability factors that contribute to how likely we are to develop symptoms of vicarious trauma, and also kind of workplace contextual factors. So in terms of personal factors, if you've experienced your own trauma, particularly birth trauma, if there's limited social supports in your life, if you have very strong emotional bonds with patients, it's obviously not a bad thing, but it means you're more likely to kind of feel their experience or their story. Or if you're just a bit more sensitive and find those kind of occasions where tricky things happen a bit harder, that might increase susceptibility. And I guess in a broader workplace context, if there's poor debrief structures, insufficient preparation or supervision for the role, inadequate staffing, or if there's a kind of a mistrust in authority in that particular workplace culture, that's also going to set us up for these sort of risk factors. So I guess the question is, what does it actually look like? And this is by no means an exhaustive list, but I guess common sort of features that we tend to see are things like having difficulty leaving work at the end of the day, or noticing that you don't seem to leave on time. I'm very mindful that shifts probably roll over time, so I'm keeping that in mind. But I guess if it's a repeated pattern, taking on too much responsibility or feeling like you need to step outside of your role, feeling frustration or fear or anxiety or irritability quite often, having intrusive thoughts about a patient's situation, disturbed sleep, nightmares, racing thoughts, feeling like you need more time alone or wanting more time alone, feeling like you're withdrawing, feeling like you have an increased need to control events or outcomes. You might feel hypervigilant or numb. In some cases, it might even feel like a loss of empathy. Problems managing personal boundaries is really common as well. That might look like suddenly just taking on too much stuff or taking on overtime shifts that you don't need to. Feeling unable to say no when you're already tired and overstretched. A loss of connection with self or others is really common, and in some extreme cases, if there's a dissociative sort of experience that goes along with this, it can also feel like a real cut-off from your own sense of self. And finally, there might be a loss of pleasure in daily activities. And so I guess it's important to hold in mind that whatever the experience is, these aren't signs of weakness, but rather they're I guess, natural responses to an unnatural amount of emotional strain that's happening. So it's important to keep in mind that we don't want to stigmatize these experiences either. Just been given the 10-minute sign, so I'm going to probably skip through this bit. Or really quickly just talk about the science behind it. Like any traumatic experience, vicarious trauma activates our nervous system responses linked to survival and seeking safety from perceived danger or threat. So our nervous systems are designed to kind of activate our body to get out of danger. And these are the kind of more typical fight or flight type survival responses. You might already be very familiar with this. I guess the idea, though, is that when we're repeatedly exposed to stress, we can get a bit stuck in these states, and then that makes it difficult to function in a way that, I guess, in the way that we normally would. Okay, so that was all a bit grim. So we can move on to self-care and trying to prevent this from happening. You probably all have an idea of what self-care is. You've probably heard that term before. Essentially, it's anything that you do for yourself that nurtures you. I guess for the purposes of this presentation, I wanted to be realistic about self-care. I wanted to really ground it in what was going to be doable within your very busy work. Because I guess for it to be effective and for it to prevent burnout and vicarious trauma, self-care does need to be realistic. And so it'd be lovely if we did it all the time and every day, but it does need to be achievable. So I like this definition because it views self-care as a continuum of knowledge and skills and supports, but also holds space for the normal grief and challenges that are going to be a part of the work. And I guess it kind of gives permission that self-care doesn't have to be like one certain technique or strategy that you'd have to do, but rather it's more of an approach to how you live and value yourself. But I also acknowledge that self-care is really difficult to do. I don't always do it myself. It can be difficult to see the immediate benefits of it, and so it's really easy not to do. I guess I wanted to briefly look at some of the psychological barriers that might come up for us around engaging in self-care, just so it's kind of on your radar. And so just, I guess, kind of following this blue flower thing around, time might be telling ourselves things like, I don't have time for self-care, or it needs to be this long for it to be effective and for it to be worth it. And the reality is, like, if you're also, say, a parent or carer outside of work, or if you have other responsibilities, the reality is you probably do have very little time. That doesn't have to be a barrier unless we choose to see it that way. I guess insight and awareness refers to the idea of we might not actually be well attuned to the signs of knowing when we're not doing well, when we do need a break. And that can be more pronounced if you are constantly in high stress. You're not getting the opportunity to kind of actually connect with that experience. So one point of reflection, or one question that you could kind of take away and ask yourself to kind of start to work this out a bit more is, well, what was modeled to me about self-caring, either in my family of origin or in other workplaces that I've been in? Has that actually been modeled? And the answer might well be no, it hasn't. I actually never have seen that happen. It wasn't particularly valued, but I think that's in itself an insight into why it might be difficult to implement and something to consider. The stigma, there can be a perception sometimes that if we're having these difficulties that we're weak or we're not resilient, and I mean, that's pretty unhelpful, but also can be really correlated with workplace culture and norms. So depending on the workplace you're in, that might be a bit of a precedent. Judgment of self-care behaviours, we can do a thing sometimes being a bit black and white about, like, what's a good self-care behaviour, what's a bad self-care behaviour. If a glass of wine in the evening to wind down is part of your self-care, that's okay. You can make a judgment about how much you do that. But I think it's more important to go with, is this meeting my needs in the moment? And in the bigger picture, is this in line with my values of how I want to live my life? And if that's connecting with that, then that's probably more important rather than getting kind of stuck on the binary. Losing momentum, I mean, we do this all the time with things like New Year's resolutions. We have a moment where we go, I want to do this thing. And we've probably had a few drinks at New Year's when we say that, but we kind of lose momentum really quickly because we haven't thought through, is this actually going to be achievable and is this something I can implement? So I guess it's a prompt to kind of go, when we're talking about the idea of self-care and exploring things that you might be able to do for yourself, making it realistic and achievable and measurable. And finally, we might have attitudes or beliefs like self-care is selfish or similar things like that. And we know that negative self-talk impacts our behavior. So again, if there's an awareness that actually when I think about self-care, this is what comes up, that's important to be aware of too. Okay, so yeah, I could go through a whole list of self-care strategies and give you a checklist and say, go and do these things and, pick something. And I'm not going to do that because I think a broad brushstroke approach to self-care is going to potentially not feel doable. It's not going to necessarily connect with you. I don't know. I don't like being told what to do. So there might also be that too. I don't like being told, go and do this form of self-care. So instead, I'm kind of wanting to sort of think about or plant the seed for what if self-care were smaller incidental moments in your day that were more easily integrated and then could become a more regular part of your practice. And so I'm going to give some really broad examples. But if we think about, say, daily routine, so your morning wake up, it might be about starting your day intentionally. So not hitting the snooze button, trying to get out in some sunlight, in the morning, have your morning coffee outside. Don't just pick up your phone and start scrolling through Instagram, give yourself a break from that. But anything that kind of sets the tone, I suppose, for having a positive day. And there's some examples up there, but it might be just small things that you can do to start your day. Similarly with lunchtime, I'm also very aware that you're working shifts. So lunchtime might not be lunchtime all the time for you, depending on what shift you're doing. But I guess the idea of protecting your breaks where you can and where you are able to get out of the ward or the office, wherever you're working from, to where you can connect with nature during your break, have lunch with someone. Again, don't sit in front of a computer or on your phone. But anything that you can do that kind of, I guess, calms your nervous system. You're in the middle of a busy day or a busy shift. So if you've got an opportunity just to kind of step out and do something different, that can be helpful. And then in terms of nighttime, I guess it's just any ritual that you can signal your body to relax. And that can be something as simple as having a hot shower and just imagining the day washing away down the drain as a bit of a really simple exercise. And again, I mean, there's a bit of a theme to these slides around screen time, but maybe giving yourself some screen-free time before bed, for example, so that you can wind down. So these are just some, I guess, simple examples, but things that I guess are more achievable and more easily kind of implemented through your day. I guess self-care, like in the moment, can also be important in regulating our nervous systems in moments of high stress, or if you are triggered by something at work at that time. And as we touched on previously, your nervous system is primed for activation of your fight or flight response when you're under pressure or you're under threat or you're trapped in sort of a really tricky situation. So in those moments, it can be helpful to have a bit of a toolkit of I guess, just something you can pull out that kind of helps ground you, helps calm you, helps kind of bring you back to center. I don't have time to practice any of these with you, sorry. So if you are interested, you can take a photo or note them down. But these are just some really simple, they take a couple of minutes, really simple kind of mindfulness grounding exercises that you can do as ways of reconnecting with your body and hopefully just kind of settling your nervous system a bit. I like the 5 senses one. That one's really good. If you want to try any of those, there's some suggestions there. I want to talk about something though that often gets overlooked when we're talking about self-care. It gets kind of lost in the practical aspects of self-care, and that's being part of a supportive community. I've got 2 minutes. All right. So I don't know how much I'm going to go into this. As midwives, you hold space for others, as other speakers have talked about today, much more eloquently than I have. And you're holding people through, through really lovely moments and through really exciting moments, but also through fear and uncertainty and loss and pain. And I guess the question sometimes is then who holds space for you? And some of you may already have like regular debrief processes or supervision in place, so community of practice, things like that, and that's really excellent if you do. And I guess if you don't, the question might just be, well, why not? What's getting in the way? Because there are kind of, I guess, lots of options of ways or ideas that you can be held in your profession, in your community. And I might be preaching to the choir here, but I guess some of these ideas are on this slide around community of practice. Clinical supervision is great. It's not about evaluation or anything like that. It's about peer-based supervision and debrief of cases and reflection on your practice and finding ways to grow. So I think it's a really safe relationship. But even professional development, approaching your professional development, more deliberately and not just kind of seeing it as like a tick box thing, but trying to find ways that kind of connect you back to your profession if there's moments of feeling more disconnected, feeling a bit over it, feeling a bit like you're kind of stepping away or feeling out of the loop. And I guess I just wanted to make a quick comment about like workplace initiatives and support, because I guess the idea with me kind of wanting to plant the seeds of these things is that I'd love for you to kind of take some of these conversations back into your workplaces or into your teams, just to kind of think about it and consider what are we practicing, what's being put in place here, what supports do we have? Do we have debrief supports on hand? Do we have mentoring capacity? Is there access for community practice? Just things like that might kind of start conversation, because it's very easy to lose sight of this and then for things to kind of accumulate. I'm probably already way over time, but I'm going to just finish off. Obviously, if you need really immediate support and you're not having a good time, it's really important to get support. I discovered in doing this as a nurse and midwife support line. I don't know if everyone already knows about that. I don't know how helpful it is. Hopefully it's helpful, but that's there that you can all access. EAP services as part of your workplaces, but also if you're struggling, your GP can refer you to a private psychologist for treatment as well, or for support, I should say. These were supposed to be in your bags, but I think they got forgotten, but they are out on the table as you walk out. And these are developed by Gidget Foundation, the self-care toolkit, that was developed by Gidget Foundation for midwives specifically, just as a tool to kind of get you to kind of reflect on, consider what self-care you do want to bring into your life. And that's another part of the reason I didn't want to be too prescriptive in this presentation, because it's an opportunity to just kind of reflect on what would work for you. So they're outside when you kind of head out there. If you want to grab one, bring it to your team meetings, whatever it is, but really encourage you to have some time to think about that. I don't think I'm really going to get much time to do plugging, so I'll just quickly say, hopefully you already know about our services, but Gidget Foundation Australia is a service dedicated to supporting the mental health of expectant and new parents. So we are a bulk build psychology support. We have a lot of other programs, but what I wanted to share today was our bulk build psychology support, which we offer face-to-face and via telehealth. Referral comes in from a GP, but the really cool thing about midwives supporting patients is that you guys can actually make a referral for your patients and their partners on their behalf. We have a third-party referral capacity through our website, so they will still need a GP referral to access the 10 Medicare bulk bill sessions per year. We have 170 clinicians spread around the country, so there's there's often availability. But if you head to our website and hit the little access services button at the top and go to this page, you can fill in this form under I'm a health professional and put as much detail in there as you can about your patient or their partner. And then that comes to us and we can then contact the patient. So it kind of takes one step out of the equation in terms of supporting the people that you're working with. I might just finish on that. Thank you.
But first off, I might just say we're going to put up a QR code for an evaluation. So we really appreciate your feedback about today's sessions. It'd be really appreciated if you do take the time to do that. But we'll start off first. You got that one? There we go. And please don't forget to complete an evaluation as well. As we close up, I just want to say thank you to the organisation committee that have put this fantastic conference together. So thank you so much. I know a lot of hard work went on there. Thank you so much for your attending today and being part of it. I know we've had an amazing time. And please chat about and keep going with nurturing the art of midwifery. Thank you so much, everyone.